Welcome to the Non-Sequitur Show. Continual watching beyond this point may result in terminal face palming and a complete loss of wokeness. You have been warned.
MaryCate, Delvey's here.
All right, we are live. We are live on the Non-Sequitur Show. Welcome. It's been a day. I know it is November, and I started thinking to myself, man, I haven't really done too much in October, so I got to make it up to this month. So I thought, let's do a struggle session and put it on the Non-Sequitur Show instead of my personal channel, even though this is more my personal stuff. But whatever, it is what it is, right? So yeah, it is. And we got special guests. We got cool people here tonight. So
yeah, I'm excited.
Thank you. I like when people are excited to be here. I really do. It makes it fun because I try to do fun spaces. I don't like them to get vitriolic. I don't like them to get, all personal and stuff. I just want to have the discussions, right? So let me know on the outside there if you guys can hear the
totally
speakers.
On board. My voice is a little hoarse because I've been talking all day and did a
You do sound rough. I ain't gonna front. You sound rough, girl.
Yeah. I'm running out of voice. I was at a wedding over the weekend too, so did a lot of shouting over the music, talking to all my cousins and everything. Apologies for
no worries.
However I sound. I promise you, I feel exactly the way that I sound.
It's kind of sultry, It's kind of sultry. I'm digging it.
I kind of like it.
Okay, good. We'll just call it that.
I hope my audience on YouTube can hear her. It seems everything's fine. It looks good, but I haven't got any feedback yet. So I just usually wait for one person to say something, and then they go, "Yeah, it works great." But anyways, tonight we do have MaryCate. If you guys don't know who MaryCate is, what the hell's wrong with you? She's pretty much infamous now. I do mean infamous on Twitter for listening to trans people, which is what they want people to do. So I thought tonight we would have a struggle session, part 4. And kind of go over why I and other people think that the trans community is kind of losing ground. I did put a post on my feed, I pinned. I will be going over each point, and I'll be asking Mary, and I'll be asking Steve, Dave, and anybody else who wants to join, Jessica Gill, hopefully get some pushback here. And anybody wants to come up, please do. You don't need to be invited, just come on up. But we'll cycle through people. I can only have 10 at a time, and last time we had about 100 and some odd people, and then about 20 people that want to speak, and it didn't work out that great. So hopefully we won't have that happen again, but we'll figure it out. But anyways, Mary, for those who don't know, you want to introduce yourself like you always do or whatever, just say something, who you are, or just take off. Whatever you want to do, Mary, because she just left. Where'd she go? Dave, you had one job. Keep the other co-host. And she already rebooted or something. There you are. Mary, welcome back.
I'm back. Sorry, I couldn't hear anything, and I kept trying to reconnect, so I had to leave and hop back in.
Welcome to Twitter Spaces. Yeah, a lot of people seem to have that problem right now.
Been going on all day.
Yeah, I see people coming in and out, and I think usually they're just refreshing because for some reason it doesn't hear everybody at the same time. But anyways, like I said, for those who don't know, Mary, who are you?
I'm MaryCate Delvey. I am a turfluencer, I've been told.
Turfluencer? I do like that. Turfluencer.
Yeah,
See, I twitch you as a turf whisperer because somebody said that earlier today, but I didn't.
Right,
I like the turf. I can't even say the damn word. Turfluencer.
Yeah, turfluencer. I like that very much too. I run a series called Listen to Trans People, where I just read their posts, their words from their books, from the internet, etc., out loud, mostly from spaces where they're speaking with one another, and don't think anyone else is listening. And I feel like we're always told, listen to trans people. So I went out and did exactly that.
I think they do, though. I think they do know people listening. I think that they only want people to hear what they want them to hear, though. And I see this all the time. In fact, I just saw something up one of your besties. What is the lawyer person? What the her whatever their name is? I don't even know her. Pissed off lawyer. Yeah. So pissed off lawyer was basically saying something along the lines of she, and I'm gonna say he. I don't care if you say he or she, but he wants basically a space specifically for trans people that don't have TERFs and quote transphobes. And I'm like, do you not see the irony here? Because people like Mary want spaces just for women, which they should have, and it should exclude men who think they're women in those spaces.
All right.
Look, to me it is the ultimate form of hypocrisy. And so pissed off lawyer wants to be heard, but every time I listen to pissed off lawyer, I don't understand his logic or her logic or whatever. I don't get it. So what am I missing there?
I think what you're missing is there's not a lot of logic to back them up. I think that's why you have a very hard time finding people to come in and defend that side of it, because they don't like to be challenged, because they don't have, when they try and defend it, it really all falls apart.
You're right on that. It is very difficult. I did put this in different Facebook groups, trans groups, and I'm having difficulty. Matter of fact, the only trans person that's willing to speak is Jessica, who's a conservative, who probably, by the way, agrees with you on 95% of the stuff. Right, Jessica?
Right. And
yeah, that the lawyer person is embarrassing, to say the least, for other trans people. Obviously, we know it's a woman assimilating.
mm-hmm.
But yeah, in my opinion, she is just a grifter, like has no intention on actually changing minds or making a difference in the real world. I don't see the lawyer as someone like that. To me, they're just online trying to stir up shit and start problems.
You're right. They don't, because pissed off lawyer doesn't want to be challenged, and I would never been into one of their hangouts, so I'm not invited. But I don't see them saying, "Oh, hey, why don't you come up and challenge me on my ideologies, challenge me on my world views, challenge me on what I think." No, they don't want that. I mean, they would basically kick Mary to the curb in a second if Mary tried to join, I would imagine. Because, according to them,
right,
you're a TERF transphobe. Now, you are a TERF by self-admittance, but I don't think anything about you is transphobic. I think they use that word hyperbolically. I find that word to be unproductive. It doesn't suit 99% of the people that they use it against, if not more. And it's just a way to shut down conversation.
I would agree with that. And, I think a phobia would be an irrational fear. I don't fear trans people. I think women have every right to be wary of and to fear men, and the statistics back that up. And again, TERF being trans exclusionary, I don't think that's an accurate term, because it's male exclusionary, not trans exclusionary. I would absolutely defend Erica's female rights all the way. And
I believe you would. I really honestly believe you would.
Yeah, and whether she is on board with that or not is not really my concern. She's a woman who says she has endometriosis, and that is 100% a female condition. You have to be female to have that condition.
Yes, this is true.
And it's very difficult to receive treatment for it or to get an accurate diagnosis. And those are things that I would hope we can solve. And I don't think that, does anyone know if she's actually a lawyer?
I believe so. I don't think she's going to lie about that. I do. I do think she's a lawyer, and she, takes pictures and video of her in her office, but she always looks miserable. But something we're going to get into is that I find that a lot of the trans activists, and I do incorporate that with wokeism, are miserable people. They love to be miserable. They don't like being happy, because somebody had asked me the other day what it means to be woke, right? And his name is One and Undone, Taylor. Somebody I've known for many, 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 many years. And I had to explain literally what was meant by woke. And one of the things that I mean by woke is a person who doesn't have a sense of humor. And so, like a Karen that goes to a comedy place and starts, berating the comedian for having an off-color joke that they perceive to be racist when it's not actually racist. It's literally a joke about race to point out the absurdity of racism. But then you have a woke person saying, "Oh, I'm so offended," and trying to shut down so nobody else can have fun. That's how I picture Erica.
Yeah, I don't think she's happy. She certainly doesn't appear to be happy. And she and I have had a handful of interactions. We, at one point, I offered her a peace treaty, like at Versailles is what I said. And I think she may have, an element of autism in there, or maybe, I don't know what it is, but her response was something along the lines of, well, I don't think I can get to Europe this year. And I was like, no, honey, I'm offering you, it's a metaphor for peace,
Yeah, it was Paris. Well, it was a Paris peace conference, wasn't it? The Treaty of Versailles wasn't in Paris.
Yes,
I think it was in Versailles. Is that in Paris?
The Treaty of Versailles was signed in Versailles in France.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Exactly.
That goes back, man, I wasn't alive back then. That goes back to like 1920 or something.
Right. Right.
Before that.
But and she's had some posts about, everybody hates trans people because they're trans, and I've said to her, like, I don't hate you, I am sad for you that you don't love yourself for who you are. And then all of her followers piled in like, oh, this is emotional manipulation.
You're being nice. Wait, you're being nice is emotional manipulation?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, for you, maybe. Yeah, maybe for you.
No,
maybe, but I believe you. I believe you, though. I know that you are being sincere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, I will own up to this, but, and I've received this criticism before. I am a lot nicer to the women that get caught up in this than the men. And again, that has to do with the threat ratio. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like the statistical threat that men pose to women. And again, I really think that the majority of the women who get caught up in this cult are trying to escape parts of womanhood, or, perceptions of women. Whereas in my experience, the majority of the men who get caught up in this are porn addicted, and, it's an exploration of a fetish.
Yeah. And I think there's three. That's why I had said earlier, I thought, at least on Twitter, that there's three groups that I see for trans. The transsexuals, which would be like the Buck Angels and the Blair Whites, and the people that seem, I'm going to say the word normal. They seem like just people that just want to live their lives. I actually get along very well with Buck. I've never talked to Blair White, though I would love to. I know Jessica has. I would think they're even friends, so I'll let Jessica speak on that. And I think maybe even Jessica considers herself to be transsexual. They're not the ones going around trying to actually say, hey, look, I am an actual woman. You have to bow down to me. You have to affirm my identity, or you're just a horrible human being. Then the other ones, like the AGP, which I think are exactly what you said. I think it is very sexually based. I think it's a sexual fetish, and they just want to live that out, and they want to have power. And then you have the third group that actually believe they're the opposite sex, and that they have two subsets. Ones that want to push that agenda, and I think that wokeism is the vehicle they're using to push that agenda, which Michael Sherlock will be probably happy to talk about in a second here. And then the other ones who may believe it, but they don't force anybody else to. And I'm not the thought police. I don't care if you believe something that may be false. If you want to believe it, that's your choice. God bless America. You have the freedom to do that. Just don't expect anybody else to believe what you believe if they are convinced, or especially when it's objectively the case, that your belief is false. That's my simple position on that.
Well, and I think, you're perfectly entitled to, have opinions about, why people are motivated to do this. I certainly have those myself. I disagree with the notion that people like Buck Angel or Blair White are harmless. I know Buck Angel has been very caught up in the BDSM pornography world. That's kind of why she's famous for, being the trans man with the vagina. And, and Blair White may say all the things you would want him to say, but he still trespasses into women's spaces and is still making an active mockery of women, in my opinion.
Jessica has her hand up. Jessica, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just had a question too concerning the lawyer, or more just female trans female to male. There's a recent episode of Jubilee with Shane, and that's a female who's transitioned to be a boy, who has experienced sexual assault as a young woman, and a lot of people are blaming her transition, on sexual assault. Do you think there's anything into that? Because I do believe that a woman wanting to transition because she doesn't want to be attractive to men so she doesn't get raped again makes sense to me.
Absolutely.
It's the wrong reason to transition, obviously, but what other options does she have to protect herself as a vulnerable female who has had sexual trauma as a child? What other options does she have other than, psychology and, carrying a gun?
If she lives in America, I was going to say, if she lives in America, she's got the 2A. Plenty of women, and I myself am part of that cohort, have been sexually assaulted, but I don't think that damaging your body and pretending to be someone else is a healthy way to cope with that. But absolutely. And I feel like that story is heard again and again in detransitioners' stories is, I was assaulted and really felt disconnected from my body, or, was desperate to not be an attractive victim again. And really that just boils down to being female, right? Because, women from infants all the way through the elderly are much more vulnerable to rape.
Of course, yes. And it's sad. It breaks my heart that that's where the route they choose to go down, to protect themselves. I mean, it just sucks that there are such evil people in the world that a woman would have to literally destroy her body with testosterone. And, they're having women in their late 20s now enter post, I can't say the word, but atrophy of the vagina has set in at the early 20s because they were prescribed testosterone in their teen years. So yeah, it's heartbreaking. And I don't know how to, I guess it's going to be a battle for the rest of the ages. We're always going to have that problem.
Real quick, I do need to get Michael back up here. Yeah, I guess he had to reset, and I only have 10 speakers. Does somebody want to speak real quick, make a comment, and then drop back down and allow Michael up? Is that okay? Doku, maybe?
Steve, I sent you
I'll go ahead and volunteer. No problem.
Go ahead, yeah. And I'm checking messages as we go, so send me stuff if you got stuff. Go ahead.
Gotcha. So I guess I was just kind of curious to see if I'm the only one who shares this opinion. But I think when it comes to any ideology, when it starts to shift past being, oh, we just want inclusion, equal treatment, and instead it starts moving into the realm of, no, we're actively targeting the most vulnerable. Our ideology is actively becoming predatory. And it doesn't matter if you're looking at men, women, the mentally ill, children, but when your ideology moves to a point where it is openly and actively seeking out to, I don't want to say indoctrinate, but it's actively looking to appeal to people who are vulnerable to a point where you cannot sit there and look at it and say, that isn't predatory, at least in some form or some nature. That's when people usually start rejecting that ideology and saying, you know what, maybe this isn't the right response. It's not phobic. It's not an ist or an ism. It's just what you're trying to accomplish versus how you're going about trying to accomplish doing it has gotten to a point where it's not socially acceptable because it is actually harmful. And it's harming people that it wouldn't normally otherwise target. I think that's kind of where we're at right now with this particular argument. But maybe that's just me. I could be wrong.
Matter of fact, that is a wonderful segue for some of the things I want to go over specifically in this hangout. So thank you for that. And if you want to volunteer to drop down, I just invited Michael to come back up as co-host because he has something.
I'll
to
drop
add
down
on
for
this
you,
as
man.
well. Thank you, Doku. Yeah, and listen, because I got a response for you because I've been going over almost that exact thing that you just mentioned here in a few seconds. So as soon as you can drop down, Mike will come up. So while I'm doing that, let me just throw these out there because, again, I do want to talk about why I think the LGBTQ plus or whatever is losing support. I've been saying this for about a year, and I have been correct on this. I'm sorry, but I have been. You can see it. I can see it across the board on social media that the especially the TQ portion has been losing support. Exactly what Udoku said, because they have long gone past merely wanting to pee. They have long gone past merely being part of society and just live their lives and have freedom of expression, which I'm all for. Beyond that, they want to, again, go after kids to convince them they're somehow trans. They want to infect every aspect of society and have dominance in society when they're actually a very small minority, which is very odd. And there's some political power to be had behind that. Definitely. So let me ask this out there, and then Mary, I want you, if you could address it, you tell them, Steve and Michael, if you can get up here. I don't know if somebody else snuck up here, but one of the things I said was transgender ideology pushing an untenable position that trans women are women by trying to play Wittgenstein word type games with sex and gender in an attempt to gaslight society into believing that a man who has identified as a woman should be allowed in female only spaces. I think that is one of the number one causes why they're losing support, and I think MaryCate has expertly in her Twitter feeds shown why that mantra, trans women are women, is just a word game. It is a word game between sex and gender. So anybody want to discuss that after Mary speaks on that real quick? Go ahead. So Mary, what do you think on that? Do you think that is a major reason why the trans community is losing support?
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my point of view, I don't see any reason to support it. I don't see any reason to support women losing sex-based rights, sex-based spaces, sex-based sports. I don't see any reason to prey upon the mentally ill or children or homosexuals, who so often, again and again, are the people who are caught up in this. I don't see a reason to support it. And I think that for a very long time, it's been no debate. And it's been, they really portray themselves as these poor victims. Oh, they're so oppressed. They're so vulnerable, yada, yada, yada. And, the more you look at it and the more you think about it, the more you realize that that is a propaganda flat out lie. They do have government support. They have the whole pharmaceutical industry backing them. They have the whole, practice of therapy and psychotherapy caught up, behind them. They absolutely are not what they want to portray themselves to be.
You're absolutely right. There was not a lot of discussion on it before, but as I'm sure you notice now, there's more discussion now than I've ever seen because people are no longer fearful of terms like bigot or transphobic because they mean nothing anymore.
I know,
That's
thank
what I mean.
God.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and you know what? I've been, we all been called that for 5 years, and that's why I'm saying these are Wittgenstein type of word games. These words used to have meaning. They used to be something when you call somebody a bigot, right? Because bigots do exist, absolutely. But they hijacked that. They subsumed the actual bigotry and racism and hatred and things of that nature out there from people that are like that and just broadly, just spewed it over everybody and said, you know what, if you disagree with me, you're now a bigot, regardless if what you're saying is actually something that's bigoted or not, because saying that a trans woman is a man is a statement of fact. It cannot be bigoted. It's literally stating a fact of nature. So anyways, Michael, do you want to add to this? Right. And then we can start adding, we get some hands. I see Vegas has his hand up and I see Jessica has her hand up. So Michael, do you want to add something real quick? Because I got you up here to co-host with us. So come on. What you got, brother?
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, I won't take too much time. Yeah, I'll just jump on MaryCate's comment about, the expressed kind of victim signaling that goes on. And I think a lot of people now in this group would be familiar that people who signal their own victimhood in this way, there's a high correlation between those type of people and people who suffer from what you might call the dark triad personality traits, such as narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. So these people that tend to signal their own victimhood, obsessively online to everyone, generally speaking, more likely than not, they are disturbed in a
I
very
think Erica
serious
falls
way.
into that. Erica's just like that, I think. Comes across as very narcissistic, very needy, very cluster B personality types, very Machiavellian. Like I said, the dark triad, because it's always a constant need for affirmation. Everybody else is evil. Everybody else who doesn't go lockstep is somehow all the causes and all the problems of the world, and especially of Erica. And that is a very narcissistic trait to have. That it's never them, right? It's never the person. It's always somebody else.
Yeah, and think about
it would be my dream to, to get to a point where she and I could have a conversation.
I would love
it
that.
really would be.
I would be happy to have that too. I have nothing really personally against Erica. Whatever.
I just have, I know she is totally swimming in the Kool-Aid, and I see a young, a lesbian woman who got caught up in, homophobia and, internalized that. And, I don't know her entire history, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear that, again, from some of her responses, I do wonder, like, is she in this cohort, that has maybe undiagnosed autism, or, just all of the things that we see again and again in this group that gets caught up in it.
Yeah, she just come out. By the way, I think she just came out as bi, whatever that would entail for her. But anyways, Vegas, what you got your hand up? What you got?
Yeah, I wanted to say that that's exactly why they're losing support. In fact, we were in a spaces earlier, and we were touching on this, that the movement now is basically just taking advantage of the mentally ill, because almost all of these people have more than one condition, and it was already diagnosed before they transitioned into this. Now, as normal, well, none of us are normal, but for most of us, if we're watching anything, we're already susceptible to manipulation through that. But that effect is amplified on someone who's autistic, on someone who has Down syndrome, on someone who's already suffering, right? These are people who are much easier to manipulate. So when they hear all these terms, right, you hear all these things. So now it's like you get this compounded effect on this poor person who really had no idea what the fuck they're getting themselves into. Their life is devoid of meaning. They're already upset. They're already taking pills. They can't hold down a job. And now this thing comes along, and it tells them, oh, that's why you don't feel the way you should. And so it's
exactly.
Yeah, and if you're that person, you dive in, because what the fuck else? What else is going on, right? And so it's manipulation of not only of normal people, but it's really manipulation of the most vulnerable crowd. And it's kind of like the rude dinner guest. That's why you're feeling the pushback. Someone comes over to your house, they might say one or two things that offend you and your kids. You might let it go, but by the third or fourth joke, you're like, "Hey, get the fuck out." And that's where I think society is at. I think we're at the get the fuck out point.
Yeah, and those are comorbidities, right? I mean, I think we all agree correlation doesn't imply causation, but there's the point where you go, wait a minute here. Why is there a hugely disproportionate amount of trans people that also have autism, ADD, ADHD, neurodivergency? I mean, there's always something.
It's not a coincidence. Yeah. And the other thing that I want to touch on is the drug use.
Right.
Yeah,
there's also
and again and again. And again and again, with, when detransitioners are brave enough to speak out, they say things like, I was severely depressed and suicidal, and, no one asked me why. No one looked any deeper than, oh, well, the solution to all of your emotional pain is clearly to change your body. Right. And I fully agree with you. They are, and I do believe this is a predatory corporate pharmaceutical driven movement. It's top down. There's tons, just unbelievable amounts of money involved. We've seen clips of, people pitching to hospitals why they alone are going to fund the entire hospital. And, they're not, these are experimental procedures that they're doing on literally on kids, but again, on the mentally ill. And we hear over and over, I wish that someone would have addressed all the other things that I had going on, because what they did to them was not the solution. It
No,
was
and
just
that's the
a
mantra, like you said.
for-profit grab.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think you're
and that's the
right. Okay.
mantra over and over. I'm going to kill myself. Why do we hear? Why is that the constant? How much suicidal thoughts? You don't affirm someone's depression, right? You don't
Right.
affirm
No, you
someone's
treat it with
anxiety.
psychoanalysts. You treat it with psychological treatment. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Right.
Why
Yeah.
do we
Yeah.
affirm
But
body it doesn't make sense to affirm dysmorphia. Like, why are you affirming this?
I
Right.
don't think
Well, because it makes money.
Well, here's the thing. I don't
Because
think
it
that
makes
the money.
money.
Hang on. I will say this. There's definitely money there, and I think that is one of the primary factors. But I think they just latched onto it. I think the AGP male, I think the ones with the sexual fetish, the ones with the drug addicts, the one that want to somehow they got into positions of power and they say, affirm me or I'm going to have consequences for you. I'm going to make your life miserable. I'm going to make legislation. I'm going to do things in government that normally no human being has ever done because I'm special, because I'm getting special privileges because I'm trans. That's what that they want. And now those
100%.
Those trans positions are being taken. Those special privileges are being removed now, and now they're saying, "Oh, that's anti-trans." No, it's just going back to normality now. People realize they shouldn't have gotten special privileges to begin with, and now they're rescinding some of that stuff. That's why there has to be a specific designation between gender and sex when it comes to the social sciences, but in the hard sciences or biology, sex and gender are pretty much the same thing.
And really, when it comes down to it, for the trans, the quote unquote trans community, sex and gender also are synonymous, because they say they're changing their gender, but they want to access sex-based rights and spaces.
Correct. It's really odd,
it's really. Whenever you hear them say, sex and gender are different, you bigot, my response is always, oh, okay, great. Then you don't need, if you are a male with a special gender feeling, then you do not need to come into single sex spaces or sports or prisons. So it's really this ideology itself that is, equating sex and gender, but they can't be challenged on that, right? Because again, then their entire argument falls apart.
Hey, I'll challenge them. Shit, I'll challenge them.
We tried, but unfortunately, it's very difficult to get somebody in to argue that.
I mean, life's difficult, dude. Come on.
As Mary points out, trying to get somebody to argue an indefensible
not everything's going to be easy now, Snowflake. Steve.
Right?
Yeah, you couldn't be more right, though. And last thing I want to say is just that I don't think it's the money either. I do think there's
Vegas, wrap it up, dude. You've been talking for a long time.
Hang on, Vegas talking.
Yeah, I'm wrapping it up.
Vegas,
I'm wrapping it up.
Vegas,
just wrap it up, man.
You can talk as long as you want, Vegas.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I do think it goes much deeper than finances as well. I think there's a nefarious plan behind this. I don't know why. I don't have a reason
think that's
why,
good,
but I do think that there is something
Co-host,
deeper
can you
going
take
on.
care of Chris, please?
So what I was going to say, guys, is I don't believe in the Third Amendment per se, but go ahead, Vegas.
Yeah, but that's all I want to say is I do believe there's a deeper meaning going on behind it, because there's other ways to make money. There's easier ways to make money. I'm sure money's part of it. But there's a concerted effort top down from these corporations and from it's not just from the top down with the corporations. It's in the educational systems. It's in the political system.
Correct.
It's across too many spectrums to not be planned out. You don't see it across all these organizations because there isn't a plan in place.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
This is planned. I don't know why, but I do agree it's more nefarious than that. Yeah, and that's all.
Yeah, Dave, go ahead.
I think if you're going to, I think underestimating the amount of money involved in this is a mistake. But if we're going to talk about, my God,
there's a lot of money involved. There's a lot. Of money involved.
I don't know the number off the top of my head, but between the gender clinics and the therapists and having something for people to still donate to, pride causes about, right? Because LGB, those rights were won. I think so many LGBT activists, and they've told me like, oh, I stepped away once we won, what I felt to be equal rights, because it felt like, oh, okay, we did it. And then, they needed a way to continue to, weaponize that empathy and continue making money. But, if we're going to talk
what is ideologically driving it. I think looking at things like surrogacy, as just consider that, the ultimate push, I think, is getting at removing women's rights entirely, and continuing the commodification of women's bodies, calling us dehumanizing things like bleeders, calling us incubators or, vagina havers, that I see a societally concerted effort to erase woman as a class and turn us, basically into, reproducing cattle. And if they can co-opt women's rights to where woman means men too, then women don't have any rights. You know what I mean?
It's all because it's only men,
Absolutely.
right? It's only men that would have rights at that point. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, that is the direction they're going to. It does seem like
I do think it is because they were able to latch on to the woke community, and the woke embraced them wholeheartedly. And Michael has a lot to add on that. Believe me, Michael has been the ultimate victim of wokeism, to say the least. Steve, Dave, did you have something to add real quick? And then I do want Rose to have
yeah. First thing, I'll just get the duty of the co-host out of the way. We're not going to talk over everybody, okay? Like, we're not going to be disruptive like Chris just was. Now, Chris, if you want to come back in, by all means you can, but you just can't speak over people who are invited. All right, we're gonna have a sense of decorum here. Come on. The second thing I want to add is, we're getting a lot of that, and I know that we're getting a lot of that in the furry community. And the furry community used to just be nerds liking anthropomorphic nerdy stuff, but more and more people are saying, we don't like. There's something wrong with what's going on here. There's something wrong going on here. Just today, there was a picture. There's a fur convention called Furpocalypse coming on right now, and not even 10 hours into the convention, there's always something that goes on. Not even 10 hours into the convention, the kind of degeneracy that largely the TQ, I'm going to say LGBTQ plus, like, altogether, because I really need surveys as far as that population set. But just today, we got a picture of a pizza box in a hallway, and inside the pizza box was a wrapper of a Kit Kat and a needle. Like, it's more than just the trans ideology that is getting into it. There are other abuses happening,
100%.
And people are turning a blind eye to it because, trans people need our support. Like,
drug use is really rampant among those that type
yes,
of community. I mean, it just really actually is.
Yeah,
and I think they do that because, again, they're so unhappy with themselves. They use those drugs to make themselves feel better. And as somebody pointed out earlier, Mary was in a space earlier that I was listening to, and somebody had pointed out that once they start getting on hormones and things of that nature, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I feel great," and they get that dopamine hit, and they get that rush and that euphoria that goes away really quickly because they're getting pumped full of drugs.
Yeah, 100%. And you see videos of these people, women coming out of surgery from double mastectomies, and they're like, "Oh, I feel I've never felt so
Morphine
good." And
can
it's
do
like,
that.
right, exactly. You're literally on opiates and steroids. Of course you feel good right now. That's not surprising to anyone.
Yep. Michael, did you want to have something, then Jessica, then Rose, and then we're going to get to the next
point. I had another point, but on that point that MaryCate raised as well, that's a really good point. I mean, the studies that have been used to promote this bullshit have always lacked follow-up data. Right, they've always lacked follow-up, so they've always fucking assessed these people, as the point was made, straight after the fact. And imagine you could do that with anything. Like, you could do that with methamphetamines. It's like, okay, we're gonna see how methamphetamines improves your mental health. Go here, have some. All right. 5 hours later, how do you feel? Do you feel it's improved your mental? Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, let's check in with this person 3 years down the track.
Right.
Let's check in with them 5 years down the track. You know what I mean? And that's the sort of bullshit that really bugs me.
Yeah, if you gave an anorexic diet pills, she would be absolutely over the moon ecstatic. It would make her so happy. It would affirm her. It would make her feel great, but we don't do that because that's not medicine. That's enabling.
It really is, and that's exactly what it is. I think a lot of the transgender movement, especially as far as the medical interventions for what they would consider to be gender affirming care when it comes to the medical side is enabling. I absolutely believe that they should have psychological counseling. I mean, without a question, there should be psychological counseling.
Well,
But
and the problem with
medical
that is that the
medical intervention.
psychotherapy area has now been so captured by this ideology that they are either not allowed to, explore other things, or, again and again, we hear as soon as they utter the magic words like, I'm questioning my gender, or I think I'm transgender, then all treatment or investigation into other reasons why they may be feeling suicidal or depressed or, manic, any of these things are really just pushed to the side, and the transgenderism becomes the entire focus.
And that's how it was. And that's how I think a lot of people, because of people like you, Mary, and other people that have involved themselves in this, they're changing that. That course of treatment, especially with the CAST report and the NHS and a few other places and things that came out with the WPATH files and all that other stuff, I think that is changing. You were absolutely right. As soon as you said those magic words, oh, I believe I'm trans, everything after that, they wouldn't even allow to talk them out of it because they would consider that be trans genocide or whatever bullshit.
Conversion therapy.
Or conversion therapy, which is ridiculous. That has nothing to do with conversion therapy. But I think that now they realize that because doctors have pushed back and people have said, no, we're professionals. We have a right to tell our patients what's best for them, and affirming their delusion may not be best for them. Matter of fact, probably is very seldom, if ever, beneficial to the patient. Again, I'm not a medical professional, but I don't see how, on average, affirming somebody's false delusions is therapeutic. As a whole. But Rose, right. you had your hand up for quite some time, and I'm so sorry. But would you like to ask something, Rose?
Yes, thank you, Steve. Thank you for the space and for letting me speak. Hi, Mary.
Hello. Hi, Rose. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm tired, but I'm happy to be here.
I'm really enjoying the conversation. I just wanted to give my offer my thoughts on why the trans. I saw the title and I thought I'd come in and just share my thoughts on why the trans community is losing support. Well, I think the trans community is part of the LGBTQ plus community. And I think that entire community is losing support because it's become, I think it started as a movement to protect the rights of gay and lesbian people, and it had noble intentions because, of course, everybody deserves the right to live as they please, and to be respected and treated with dignity. But it has become now, I think, a men's sexual rights movement, a movement that is allowing men to perform their fetishes, their kinks, sexual deviancies, unfettered, without restraint. And this has been going on for decades. I mean, even in the 70s, lesbians were expressing concern about misogyny against them in the community. If you look at, just look at the political status of lesbians in the LGBTQ plus. They have absolutely no representation. They have lost their rights. They have no spaces. And that's because they are not respected in the movement. Lesbians are not respected in the movement. I was just on a thread with a gay man who was saying something about TERFs, and I said, "Why aren't you standing with your lesbian sisters?" And and he said, "Well, lesbians support trans people," which was I thought a very clever way of deflecting. And I said, "By support, do you mean that lesbians support males who call themselves trans in their lesbian spaces?" And of course, he did not respond because, the men in the LGBTQ plus have all stood together for their rights, and the lesbians have absolutely lost all of their rights. And it's no wonder that women you were talking about the young woman, the lawyer, I think. I don't Remember
Erica. We'll stop worrying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's no wonder that young lesbian women like her do not feel safe and protected by their own community when they're being told to suck girl dick. I mean, is it any wonder that so many young women are turning to trans because they have been betrayed by the community that is supposed to represent them and protect their sex-based rights? Lesbians are same-sex attracted women. Where is their representation? Who is standing up for them? I do not see the LGBTQ plus community standing up for lesbian women. And as a woman, I stand with my lesbian sisters. Thank you for so much for letting me
right.
speak.
You're absolutely right. And they don't stand up. And that is one of the reasons why the LGB is separating, I think, and want to separate from the TQ, because the TQ plus rode the coattails of all the things that the LGBT community had to go through, right? I mean, it was the gay communities that were pushing for gay marriage. It wasn't trans that were doing that. It was gays to be socially acceptable and not treated as subhuman beings, right? It was a movement for decades of love who you want to love, and why should anybody care what two adults do, right? I mean, two grown adults that love each other, get married, be happy. You have every right to pursue the American dream like anybody else. But it wasn't the TQ community that was doing that. It was the LGB community. And the TQ community has rode the coattail. Go ahead.
I'm still waiting for anyone to explain to me what a Q or plus person is.
Nobody knows.
And I mean, it's absolutely meaningless, right? There's an activist, Belinda Cohen, and she has a great interview where some, very, very woke young man was interviewing her and said, what do you do? And she said, oh, you're not going to like it. And he says, no, go ahead and tell me. And she says, well, I'm an LGBT activist. And he's like, I think you're missing some letters there. And she says, no, because everything to the right of the B is straight people. And he didn't know what to say, but honest to God,
that's a good point, I guess.
It is, because what is a Q person, because the homosexual people that I know, or even people that I know who are not homosexual, but who, like some feminine men, that was something that was, used against them as an insult, queer, like right before they jump them and say, you're a faggot, stuff. It's on par with that. And again, I'm still waiting for anyone to explain to me what a plus is,
it's two-spirit, I don't know, asexual.
If I can jump in, I can explain it. It's a terrible explanation, but it is the explanation. So the Q is, as everyone knows, most people know, is queer theory, right? It's queer. It's an old slur. Essentially what the Q is, think of the Q as gasoline and a lighter against all of the social contracts we have in place at the moment in society, regardless of what they're aimed at.
But really, because of the straight crypto guy,
whether that's protecting women's places, whether that's sexualizing children, all of these social contracts that we had in place that protected different classes of people that, that made society function, because we need single sex spaces for women so that they can participate in the public sphere and not be relegated to the private sphere. And now we're finding women retreating back to the private sphere. So essentially the queer theory is, let's burn all of the social contracts that are in place because they are inherently bad, because it's based on postmodernism. And postmodernism says there's no such thing as objective truth. There are only quote unquote dominant discourses. And these dominant discourses are created by the powerful, repeated by us plebs, and that becomes knowledge. So therefore, under this ideology, H2O is not necessarily the formula for water. 2 + 2 does not necessarily equal 4 under this ideology. And so they want to just destroy everything that's considered quote unquote normal or a norm, because that's inherently oppressive in their oppressor-oppressed kind of matrix of thought. So that's the Q. And the plus is very deliberate. The plus is telling you that
map. Yeah, the plus would be map on that too. Yeah.
Not just pedophiles, though. Not just pedophiles. Anything that is different from the norm. regardless of if it's painful, if it costs more to society, if it hurts individuals, if it takes away rights from others, it doesn't matter. So the plus is stay tuned, basically, and the Q is fuck everything.
And there's more kind of thing, right? I mean, that's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Can I just add one more point that I wanted to add when I was talking about like the dark triad personality traits of these people using the vulnerability kind of sales pitch. And when they do it particularly for other people as well, that's a very Hamas strategy, right? They're using vulnerable people as human shields to go, well, you can't attack my ideology because, look, you're going to be hurting little Timmy and little Timmy's going to kill himself. You're going to genocide him if you erase trans kids, quote unquote trans kids, right? So they're using the vulnerable as kind of emotional manipulation and as human shields. And to get back on MaryCate's point as well about women who criticize this ideology getting mercilessly attacked and being called the problem. So these women who are objecting to having their private spaces invaded, who are objecting to having their accolades taken over, who are objecting to getting their skulls smashed in MMA cage fights with males, these women who are objecting to men in rapists in female prisons and in fucking males in rape crisis centers, all of these women making these very, very sensible and very, very justified criticisms, they're the problem. And sorry to draw another parallel here, but that is very much like I'm seeing a lot of the pro-Palestine protests. Israel is the problem for being attacked and defending itself. Women are the problem for being attacked and defending themselves. And I guess that's my point. I'll shut up.
Well, it's a good segue into the next thing, dealing with children. But before I do that, I think that the point you hit on needs to be addressed, and a whole show could be done on postmodernism, structuralism, and the anti-contractualism that's going on, because it's not just to eradicate the social contracts we have. It is to eradicate the social contracts we have when it comes to supposedly the evil white heterosexual male. And that's what wokeism is founded upon. Anything that you say, like the word queer, you say that is everything that the catch-all that's everything else, really means anything that's not a heterosexual white male. That's the problem with when they dovetailed it with wokeism, because that is the entire crux of wokeism. And as a heterosexual white male, I'm being discriminated against there, But go ahead. I see a couple hands up. I know we have a few people that want to talk real quick.
I'm going to drop down so someone else can talk too. I just wanted to tell you, Michael, I know you said there's no follow-up studies. I sent you one that's a 30-year one that proves the surgeries don't help transsexuals
there's a 15-year study out of the Netherlands too.
I think I've read that. I've read that one. But yeah, thank you for linking it to me. I'll take a look and make sure it is the one I've read. Thank you.
Yep.
Right. And the original, quote unquote statistics that they love to cite about, people, if you don't affirm their gender identity, they're 50% of them are going to attempt suicide, yada, yada, was a self-reported survey based on 27 participants. That's not science.
Size. Yeah. So let me get to the second one.
Everyone here should follow Colin Wright, by the way. He's exposing all of these, these new studies that come out, and people are getting PhDs for doing a study group of they'll analyze 3 participants. Yep. And they'll extrapolate a whole entire new theory and queer theory and all that, and gender studies and all that from these 3 or 5 participants. It's just
who's approving these papers, though? Who are these academic advisors?
It's an ideology mill. It's an ideology mill. It's nothing to do with academia. It's wokeademia.
All right, let me read the next one, and then we'll get some hands to answer them. So the next thing I talked about, as far as why I think the trans community is losing support, is that the transgender ideology is pushing this unattainable position that a child has the ability to consent to medical procedures, including puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy, merely because they believe that they're not the biological sex that they were born into. In other words, that a child who has numerous false beliefs, because the child is not going to know the same things an adult's going to know. A child's still going to believe things like Santa Claus, which I think we all agree does not exist. They're going to be believing that they are born in the wrong body. And that's something that I don't think that they're going to instill, that they're instinctively going to somehow believe. I think that 99.999, if not even 100% of the time, every child that believes they're born inside the wrong body is because of external factors. It's because of the parents. It's because of the peers. It's because of the situations that they're in, the people they're around. And I again, correlation isn't causation, but there's a significant amount of anecdotal evidence to support that. Significant. And so I think that they're losing support because once they went after the kids, that was a no-go zone. Matter of fact, how long did it take for gays to finally get away from the stigma of being pedophiles, right? In the 60s and 70s, there was a stigma there that if somebody was gay, they must be a pedophile. They worked hard to get rid of that unfair stigma because it clearly was not true. But all of a sudden now the trans community, by going after kids, and then we're saying, well, the gays were accused of the same thing when they weren't. Yeah, but the gays weren't going after kids. You are. Your ideology is predicated on going after children, period. So I think that is a huge thing because especially women, Mary is a parent, mothers especially are very protective of their kids, of their children. And I think it's a double thing, especially for a woman who has children. Is one, they're going after raising women, as Mary pointed out, and they're also going after children. And I think that the motherly, nurturely instinct kicks in with that as well. And Mary, I'll let you speak on that as a woman.
Sorry to push back, but I'm sorry, I don't think you can compare, a father's protection feeling over his teenage daughter. I agree.
There's it's a different feeling.
Definitely mothers, but in my experience, I know from myself and I know from my dad, because I got 3 sisters, a dad's kind of protective instinct over his daughter is something that I think will be maybe the tipping point, one of the tipping points, because they're scared to attack men as well. They're scared to attack men as much as they attack women they are.
I agree, but it's a different type of protectiveness. Like real quick, and then I want to hear Mary on this. Like as my daughter, right? My instinct to protect my kid is to just kill somebody, right? I mean, that's my instinct. You go after my kid, I'm going to rip your throat out. Period. That's it. But rather than like a mother's just going to kind of huddle their kid and try to protect them from everything. A father's going to be a lot more aggressive, to say the least, in my experience, right? But Mary, go ahead. What do you think of that?
I mean, I think just biologically, in general, men have a tendency to be more, physically engaged in, what they see as protection. And I don't think that that's entirely a bad thing. But I do think that, as far as fathers are going to be, the protective ones against their daughter, I think also that is rooted in their understanding of male sexual violence. They remember being teenagers and how lustful they are and how little control they felt like they had over their hormones. And one of the top categories in pornography is incest, and over and over it's stepdad, stepdaughter, father, daughter. So I don't think that you can discount
I think that's kind of weird.
the
I never did quite
deviancy
understand
that is so present just in our culture with men, especially in terms of sexualizing, maybe not their own daughters directly, but, sexualizing the idea of daughters.
See, that's weird. I want to give pushback on that because I remember when I was a kid, right? When I was a teenager, right? And yes, you have the hormones raging, and there's always this experimentation. And it's usually, of course, women going through the same things too, although they happen to have it at a different time than boys, unfortunately, which kind of is strange. When biology, women tend to mature later on. Boys kind of get more interested in girls first, I think. But as far as like the incest thing, I think that's weird. I don't get that. I never did understand it. Like for myself, I'm attracted to like 30, 40, 45-year-old women. I've always been attracted to more mature looking women. Even as I was around older women. That's what I found attractive.
Well, I think, that is what is healthy is, as you grow, as you age, who you are attracted to should also age. But we live in a culture where very young girls are sexualized from a very young age. We have models modeling lingerie, and they're 14 years old, but they are chosen for, whether it's their youthful appearance or, the fact that they're very slim because they haven't finished going through puberty yet. But, also in today's day and age, and especially I see this just with men and perversions all over the place, especially since COVID, when being kind of terminally online exploded. In this cohort, they're very, very into the anime community. They talk about they're going through their second puberty. So, oh, of course, I'm acting like I'm actually not a 36-year-old man. I'm a teenage girl. But with the anime stuff, they fucking love it. Half of them have anime girl profile pictures, and this kind of really goes back to Japan has some very serious problems with where their age of consent is. They are battling to get it up to a place that which is still a minor. You know what I mean? And that's been going on for a very long time. So I don't know how much of it is imported, how much of it is just innate vulnerabilities in male sexuality, but I feel like these things are becoming normalized through pornography, through the media that they're consuming.
Well, and that's the third one right there.
Can I jump in quickly? Because I did live in Japan for 14 years as an adult, so I've got some kind of insight into the Japanese culture. So I just came back, 6 years ago to Australia, and I spent the majority of my adult life there. You're exactly right, MaryCate. There is a problem with it's still very patriarchal, the Japanese culture, and there is a kind of fetish for schoolgirls, and that fetish, like in our Western society, not normal, Western society, you can't walk past a convenience store and see schoolgirls with their, cartoon pictures of schoolgirls with their legs open and their panties showing and stuff like that. But everyone can see this in Japan, like from toddlers walking past windows to everyone. It's considered
kind of trying to be normalized. I mean, I hate to use the word normal because it's not, but it's trying to be normalized, right?
It's normalizing.
Right. And then you take that and you just imagine being an 11-year-old girl, a 13-year-old girl, and you sort of start waking up to how sexualized you already are. It's absolutely no wonder that so many girls are rejecting their female bodies, because they don't want to be subjected to this.
And but MaryCate, the way it manifests in Japan is not the gender mutiny that we're seeing here in the West. The way it manifests in Japan is suicide. So what you'll see is higher rates of suicide amongst teenage girls, etc. Really high rates. It's like I taught in a school where the alarm bell rang because the science room had to be closed because a girl hung herself in the science room. It's that common, it's horrific. Yeah.
And that's long been sort of an issue that Japan as a nation has struggled with, is sort of the glorification of suicide, from the committing seppuku for the not the Ronins. I'm so tired. I can't remember the samurai. But they've also got
death, traditional ritual death.
Right. And, I think in certain cultures, exactly that, in certain cultures, this idea that, if you are a dishonor to your family, then removing yourself is actually a service to your family. If you are feeling as though you are a burden on your family, and that's not exclusive to Asian cultures, right? I feel like a lot of suicides do correlate with feeling like a burden on their families, whether it's, alcohol or drug dependency or, whatever the personal reasons are. But no, 100%, I agree with you.
Yeah, and A has her hand up, so let me get A. We'll correct back here. But I want to say this first because it led into the third point, which was transgender ideology that constantly push their untenable positions by constantly pushing symbology relating to the LGBTQ plus community in people's faces in an effort to normalize these positions. And MaryCate was spot on when she was talking about the avatars and again, if people want to watch anime, go for it. I've never got into anime. It was just something that I just never found an interest in. But I have seen it because people that I know had watched it. Nothing against it. It's just nothing that I really enjoy watching. But you do find a lot of people in anime are trans rights activists. That's not just coincidence. There's something there. There has to be something there. But A, you have your hand up. Did you want to say something? A, welcome back. Oh, you know what? I guess I got to pull A up here. I'm sorry.
Oh, did they go already down there? I thought they were already. I thought they were
did
speaking
too.
already.
Can you pull A up here? If and then
I don't
Vegas
think there's room.
Vegas, you have your hand up, and then we're gonna pull A back up here if we can get somebody to drop
Well,
down.
Vegas is also a listener.
And
You can drop me down.
Well, you want to
You
add
can drop
something
me
too?
down.
Because I wanted to hear your voice too. By the way, gays and ultra lesbian, because you're butch lesbian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought that your views would be very apropos for this particular hangout. If you want to
Sorry.
stick around.
What I was going with is I think that there's a huge sort of societal push unrelated to all this to just not having children. And I think that the trans movement has co-opted that in a really weird way, that, you know, these young kids are able to give up their fertility and it's just not a big deal.
What do you think the cause of that is? I mean, for example, like myself, I never wanted children, and as soon as I did have one, I couldn't imagine what it would be like not to, right? But do you think that a lot of children don't particularly plan that far ahead, and they think that, you know, it doesn't matter. I'm never going to want kids anyways, even though at that age, how are they going to make such lifetime decisions, right?
I mean, I think that it has a lot to do with the news, for lack of a better term. Like, you turn on, I don't know, any liberal media outlet and they're talking about global warming and maybe you're racist if you have a baby. It's just, it feels like a lot, especially for a kid, probably.
Remember, if you ever breathe air, you're just like Hitler.
Hitler breathed air. You breathe air. You're just like Hitler. I've actually had people run that just recently. Something that along the lines of something. You know, Steve's, you know, Hitler, and I'm like, what the hell did I do? I'm like, really? You know, and it's again, I don't take offense easy. I'm Gen X, but you know, my mom is Jewish, and you know, and I think the Holocaust was the greatest atrocity ever committed in human history. And you know, I'm not offended by it in any major capacity, but you know, you generally don't want to tell Jewish people that they're somehow, you know, like Hitler. It just seems weird to me, you know. But anyways, Jessica, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of assimilation to that. What she just said, that they are trying to trans people into not reproducing. And like, if you remember my debate with Andrew Wilson, how he said my lifestyle is hedonistic and it doesn't promote, you know, the longevity of society. And there's a lot to that. It is hard to believe because it's the long game. Like the WHO and the WEF all don't want more people on this planet, and it's an extremely long game to try and, you know, transition a younger generation just to get them to stop reproducing. But I do think there is a lot to that.
That's a major long-term social engineering, though.
Yeah, very long-term, but I think that it's true. Like, they are trying to, you know, lessen the population of the planet. They've said it out loud. Like the WHO clearly
well, you know,
said
I'm not necessarily against that. I think we're overpopulated in a lot of places anyways. So I mean, I think
not according to Elon Musk, we need more people.
Elon Musk, okay. Thought critical.
But I think that in societies like Japan, I mean, they're already seeing population collapse causing even more unrelated problems.
Yeah, in China too.
If within my lifetime, people say 30% of women don't have children, that's going to cause major societal change.
Well, 30% is huge. That's a pretty significant amount. You know,
but I remember reading in the New York Times kind of a while ago that 1 in 5 white women takes antidepressants, and like that's unrelated.
Oh, it's more than that. No, I've dated my share of white women. It's more than 1 in 5. I guarantee it. It's probably
I think this has
4.5 by 5.
The pharmaceutical industry telling people, like, if you can't have kids, that's not a big deal.
Right. No, I agree with you. I see some other hands up there, and again, I don't know if it's glitching out. But Thoughts Critical, did you have something to add?
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it. So I have an anime PFP, so maybe it's not surprising that I want to do a little tiny bit of pushback on the trans relation to anime. So I think
by all means, we love pushback.
So I think so I've been an anime fan since I was a kid. I started off watching Dragon Ball Z when I was younger, and the main thing I learned from anime is that if you work your ass off, you can pretty much be successful at anything. That's really the overarching message in most of the most famous anime. The reason you see a correlation with trans people in anime is for probably three major reasons. But the first reason is Japan is culturally has a high affinity towards things that are cute, and so they do have a little bit more of an emphasis on like the pretty boy persona. But as somebody pointed out, the male female dichotomy is very strong in Japan. They're not slipping anywhere near to the levels of the United States. But that slight emphasis on cuteness could be seen as maybe more welcoming to people who are trans, who see themselves as more feminine. So that's one potential reason. The other reason is that when anime first came out, voice acting was awful in the United States. It didn't have a lot of funding. It wasn't very popular. And so it was a very fringe thing. And the voice acting was strange. The storytelling was awkward as a result of bad translation, and the comedy doesn't translate very well. So it's kind of cringy. And so you have these people who were very socially awkward, very unable to make friends, likely kids with autism in a lot of ways as well, who would gravitate towards anime because it was a fringe thing and they were part of a fringe in society. And so I would imagine that correlation probably bleeds over into trans as well. Not that every trans person is socially awkward, but you could imagine that somebody who is socially awkward, who has a trouble defining themselves and putting themselves into society in a concrete place, are going to be pulled to the fringes of society. Anime happened to be one of them. It's a lot more mainstream now, but certainly wasn't then. And so I think that those are probably the two main reasons why you're seeing a correlation in terms of storytelling. And then the third reason, I guess, is probably like you said, the age of consent's lower. There is a larger emphasis on sexuality. And again, those things are also sort of inviting the people who are obsessed with sexuality. So I don't think it's the anime causing it, just so we're clear. I think it's just pulling them in because they think they
I would entirely, maybe disagree with you on that. I think, number one, you're seeing the correlation, and if you have been a fan of anime, then you absolutely know what I'm talking about when I say fan service, where every female character has breasts bulging out of her outfits, even if she's meant to be 14. I also grew up watching Sailor Moon. It wasn't until I went back and was watching it with my daughters where I was like, holy shit, she is 14 and they are normalizing dating adult men. You've got there's demon something or other where the main character has a very questionably, I would say sexually charged relationship with his younger sister who wears a gag in her mouth constantly.
Yeah, but that's also the vast minority of anime, though. That's not the majority of anime.
I fully disagree with you. No, absolutely not. And I would encourage you to, go look up some of the fan art.
I watch anime.
Always high. Yeah, and so do I. I have absolutely been a fan of certain shows like this, and it's
fan service is a
everywhere.
specific genre of anime. There's like
you see
there's like
the
300,000 anime out there.
You see this type of, fan service, meaning they are giving sexualization of women and young girls to their main fan base who are absolutely male. I mean, you're right that it's become more mainstream, but 100%, I would say the reason that these men with fetishes are quote unquote identifying with the anime genre is largely because of the overt sexualization of women.
Yes, but they're misidentifying. I'm not pretending like the age of consent in Japan wasn't a problem. And I'm not pretending like having cartoon characters with giant tits has no effect on society. But the fact that the trans situation is nowhere near to the prevalence in Japan as it is in America would argue that it's a cause. It can seem more inviting to somebody who is not used to that culture, who is in this culture, who is confused about who they are, and then pulling towards something that they think can help identify them. It just doesn't work that way.
I think that the two go together as far as timeline. Like, I grew up in the early 90s. I read the Sailor Moon comic books.
Right.
Like, probably when
Sailor
they were
Moon wasn't all that
out.
sexualized.
Yeah, the
yes,
book
it
itself
absolutely
was
is.
No, not
Still
really.
is to this day.
Because
yes,
they wear
it
mini
is.
skirts. Because they wear mini skirts. It's not that sexualized.
Because they are 14.
The fan art
Go
took
back
over.
and rewatch it. Go
right
back.
away.
Well, let me ask you, Mary. Do you think it's possible that it could be like a bidirectional causality, that the trans community is seemingly interested in the anime because of the sexualization of the anime, and at the same token, they're drawn to it, but at the same token, it reinforces what they believe. So it's kind of a mutual. I think maybe you both are right. It may not just be they're drawn to anime or anime is causing it. It's a synergistic effect that they just, because of the way anime is, some people might be drawn to it, and it just makes it worse for them as they get more and more into it. And then all of a sudden they latch onto this entire gender ideology, because again, it is extensive in the trans community. Anime, it is extensive in there. There has to be something to it.
So if you read the Transmaxing Manifesto, which is a huge document written by and for incels on how to transition out of inceldom, because they think that women, if they become women, then they'll get more sex. They specifically, I think it's the first, it may be numbers 2 through 6 of, how to transition is watch this anime, watch this hentai, watch this anime, read this anime, and I don't think it's so much the hard work. I think it's the fantasy aspect, because these are people who are not living in reality.
Yeah, but you can plug and play. You can plug and play many different mediums of entertainment in place of the anime to do the same thing. They're only doing it because there's so much of it available. But again, the fan service you're talking about is one genre. The most popular animes of all time were all about heroes who struggle, barely make it, and then finally survive. We're talking about the Dragon Ball Z's, the Naruto's, the One Pieces.
Okay, tell me
There's very
about
little, if
Bulma
any,
and
fan service in
Chi-Chi
any
in
of them.
Dragon Ball Z.
Bulma and Chi-Chi
Because,
both.
if you go back and you watch Dragon Ball, they're children. They are absolutely sexualized. There is a scene where, Bulma shows
Bulma's
her
an
tits
adult.
and her ass.
I
This
can
is
speak to this.
overt
Bulma's an adult.
sexualization
I
of
have no
female
idea.
children.
Bulma is an
Okay.
adult.
All right,
Pipi is an adult.
So out of my depths on that. I have no
I
idea.
can totally answer for this, because I mean, like, thought critic real quick. Akira Toriyama left us way too early, man. I'm with you on that. But when it came down to Akira Toriyama's writing style, he was kind of perverted sometimes. He did like the sex jokes, and the character Goku in that. He lived in the woods for most of the time, and the only way that he knows that a woman is a woman is by tapping the crotch area. If he feels something, it's a guy. If he doesn't feel something, it's not a guy. There's one hilarious scene.
But that's a tasteless joke that came out in the 80s. That the show has long left that behind. Stuff like that doesn't exist in the show anymore.
You have the most powerful character in the show, Goku. Well, actually, not even the most one of the most powerful characters in the show now, because we have Broly, afraid of his wife. His wife is literally the only thing that scares him, other than needles. Like that, if that doesn't speak to strong femininity, I don't know what does. And let's look at Bulma, since you also asked about Bulma. Bulma is not only the head of Capsule Corp, a very successful business in that world.
She's a billionaire.
But she's a billionaire, and she looped a guy like Vegeta, who don't listen to anybody, but Vegeta somehow listens to her. Like it's
that
not a
doesn't
one-to-one
mean that they weren't
comparison.
overtly sexualized when the characters were children.
There were slight sexual jokes when Dragon Ball was in its infancy, during a time in society where jokes like that were considered acceptable in the Japanese subculture. That doesn't mean that they bore any responsibility for the trans explosion in the United States, because they're not experiencing the same explosion in Japan. If there was a correlation, it would be exactly the same, but it's not. America is highly unique in the fact that we are dealing with postmodernist Marxist arguments about everything being a subjective position instead of anything being concrete. Anime might feel welcoming to them, but it's not at the heart of what causes them to go that way.
I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying that, the objectification and the sexualization of women in anime portrayed from the time that these characters are children absolutely is contributing to the greater Western societal objectification of women that we're seeing with these young men who are huge fans of this genre.
Can I jump in quickly? I'm sorry, MaryCate. Who's the other person arguing for the anime? I'm so sorry. I
You
missed your
tell him
number.
Steve Dave, thought critic.
What was that? Sorry.
Yeah, Thought Critic and Steve Dave are arguing like on behalf of anime, and I mean I do have a middle ground statement that I could put here because I mean both sides are right to a degree, but I want to hear what you're saying there, Mike.
Yeah, I think I take your position that both sides are right to a degree. I think Mary has the upper hand. MaryCate, sorry, has the upper hand here, though. Given that anytime you read a text or a piece of information from a culture that's not yours, you are missing a very large chunk of the interpretive mechanisms that you require to understand that in its full context. And I'm not trying to play the lived experience bullshit here, but yeah, I did live there for 14 years, majority of my adult life. So I know what the culture is over there. And I lived in very rural communities that were very traditionally Japanese. So having said that, what MaryCate is saying is 100% true. There is a normalized power that older men have over younger women in Japan, whereas it's quite normal for men, like where you catch crowded trains to work every morning and back from work at night when you live in Tokyo, right? I did that. Now, they had to create separate female cars on the train system because you cannot pull a man up on touching a woman's ass in a crowded train or grabbing a breast or anything. And I've seen it. I've looked over across the train and seen older men grabbing younger girls, like schoolgirls' breasts, and holding it to try and balance themselves as if that was the only thing they could grab. And it was so commonplace that they had to bring in female-only cars to Japan, which is now a worry for the gender ideology, or for Japan based on the gender ideology, because if a man now identifies as a female, he can get in that cart now and keep doing the same thing.
That goes back to the word games between sex and gender, which again needs to be brought back to some kind of normalcy. We need to get rid of this postmodernist view that gender and sex are somehow so diametrically different from each other. Now, again, I'm not giving a shit in some kind of social class if they want to have gender, explore whatever constructivist thing they want to do. I don't care. But in society, gender and sex have to be synonymous in order to have a functional society. I absolutely believe this. We cannot base things on what people believe their gender to be. We have to base it upon the ontological facts of reality, which is their sex, which is immutable, unchangeable. And I think until we get back to some sense of reality and get rid of this postmodern shit, that's going to have the problem. That is one of the major biggest problems is word games.
Can you explain reality without the concept of gender? Can you explain reality without the concept of gender? Yes, you can. You just call it sex roles, gender roles. All right. Yeah. So that's the only place gender is relevant when it comes to roles. And that's so just call them sex roles.
But that's why I think they conflate gender traits and sex roles with gender. Right? I mean, we all agree there's sexualized traits, right? I mean, baby for blue is a social construct, right? For a baby boy, you're blue, right? That's completely societal based, right? That has no relevancy in objective fact, right? It's just because society made it that way. That can change tomorrow, right? But the fact that a boy is objectively a boy means that he has the ability to produce small gametes and to impregnate. That is immutable. That is immutable. That's something objectively we can look at.
That is scientific fact. I do kind of want to steel man Michael's argument there, because he said one word in particular that I think the trans community at large, what MaryCate's saying, won't see, and that is culture. That is culture. The Japanese culture cannot be compared to the Western culture. When it comes as far as a one-to-one.
Isn't that relativism?
Huh?
Isn't that kind of appealing to cultural relativism, though?
I would think more cultural appropriation, but they're not appropriating the culture properly over here on the Western front.
No, he's talking about cultural relativism, the postmodernist concept of cultural relativism, which is a good argument, Steve, you've made, right? I'm not saying it's not, but it's just wrong. And I don't mean that offensively. It's I know
what you're saying. I got it too.
Like, for example, I'll give you an example. We needed the Rosetta Stone before we could understand Egyptian hieroglyphics, right? Mm-hmm. So we needed an interpretive mechanism in order to understand Egyptian hieroglyphics from the point of view of the authors.
Right.
And the same is true with biblical literacy, with the rest, right? Whenever you're doing history, whenever you're doing any type of anthropology, you need to do your best to come from standpoint epistemology. And this is one of the only places standpoint epistemology actually works. In every other case, by the woke, it's misused. But standpoint epistemology is valuable in the sense that if you want to understand what someone is saying, you have to understand exactly what they are saying within the context they are saying it. And I think that's the point being made.
But Michael, they used to have that. That was called hermeneutics. That was called eisegesis. That was called critical textual criticism. Those all have been around for a very long time, right? So you can call that standpoint epistemology because technically you're right that it is. But that term standpoint epistemology has been so co-opted by woke, it is ridiculous, right? And I happen to agree with you that I found no standpoint epistemology that from the woke that makes any sense whatsoever. It really doesn't. Let me just read this off real quick to get to the next point, because I know Mary eventually wants to go to bed. But I also want to add that the reasons why trans people are losing support is that they're allowing parents not to know what's going on in the schools. And that schools are told to keep secrets about the students that directly impact their lives from their parents. I find that to be untenable. As a parent, as somebody who had a child that went through the school system, I have every right to know what happens to my child. If my child is having false beliefs about their identity, if they're having suicidal ideation thoughts, if they're having beliefs that they're born in the wrong body, absolutely, without question, this should not even be a subject for debate. That the parent has the right to know. What parent would not want to know? What parent would not, especially if you are one of those woke parents and you want your child to be transitioned, and you're who's the one that has like 3 kids that are not binary now, right? Megan Fox.
It's so sinister, man. Like I'm mad, like the Jeffrey Marshes and all that. Disconnect from your family, hide from your family. You are cutting people off from the mechanism of their primary support,
right,
in order to. And this is in cult studies. This is called milieu control.
Yeah,
so they're trying to control the flow of information. Yeah, they're trying to control the flow of information to the person to keep them in the cult. It's fucking disgusting, and it's immoral.
The same people do it on TikTok where they encourage kids to don't tell their parents, go off alone and keep it a secret. It's disgusting, and you struck at the heart of it earlier when you said like it's untenable with the position of parenting. It's not even just that; it's untenable with the position of law. I can't believe it's not a criminally prosecutable act for a teacher to keep secrets with your kids.
So how is this being allowed in the educational system? How are these people getting into power? Who's voting them in, and why are they not being voted out?
I mean, if you look at school board meetings, for example, with many of the, transgender promoting pornographic books that are being allowed into school libraries, we've seen again and again, parents go to the school board meetings and they try to read these books in front of the school board, kind of hoping to show them, hey, I'm not trying to be a book banner, but this is inappropriate. And they are escorted out by security and their mics cut off because, it's so wildly inappropriate. And again, I think that the transgender community has designated themselves as the new priest class. And I think we're seeing a lot of people who want access to children without being questioned. They say, no one would go through all of that to become a clergy member just to abuse kids.
Yeah, they would.
No one would go through all of this transition just to have access to kids. But no, they absolutely would. And it's very naive and disingenuous to assume that they wouldn't.
Yeah, and you're right. The mics are being cut off. They're being, and it's so funny because whether it's appropriate or not in the session is irrelevant. It's free speech, and I am a free speech, nearly an absolutist, which one day we'll get into what that means. But I believe very, very strongly in free speech. And what does that say that a parent can't read a book that's in the library if it's too offensive to read in a session, but it's just fine for a 6-year-old to read?
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Where the hell is our logic here?
Yeah, and that goes right back to why you were to the points where white people are pulling away from it. Transgender language, the language they use to justify their belief system, is purely religious. purely religious, but it's also missing a key component of religion, which makes it more like a cult, which is that there is no pathway to forgiveness. If you dissent, you're evil forever. If you detransition,
you're a heretic.
yeah, you're a heretic. Whereas most world religions tend to offer like a, well, if you repent and you live a good life, you can get back into the good graces of the world or whatever it is. Trans religion doesn't offer that, right? You're a monster for the rest of time.
Right.
And so
You're a
they're
suppressive person in
Yes.
Scientology language.
Yes.
I'd like to offer a different phrase, because some religions have been proven to give people a better quality of life, and more power to those people. And if people do get out of their religion and have a better quality of life without the religion, okay. But I wouldn't say the word religious. I would say manipulative. It is manipulative. It is not, because religion historically has given people hope. Well, yeah, okay. To a degree, the TQ does offer to provide hope to these people, but at the end of the day, it's, oh yeah, provide hope by grossly harming yourself and possibly those around you with your actions.
See, I don't think it's a religion either. I'm going to go on a limb here, and then I'm going to ask a few questions here. I don't want to say that TQ or the trans community is a religion, but there are aspects of religiosity, absolute aspects of religiosity. The same thing why I say things about the atheist community. The atheism is not a religion, but there's aspects of atheism that border on religiosity. And so that's what I think there has to be some distinctions made, because I wouldn't want to call transgenderism a religion. It just makes no sense to do so. But are there aspects of it? Absolutely, yes. I think that's more nuanced.
I think the religious comparison is absolutely apt, actually. I think that, this is a belief system. It requires sacrifices of its adherents in order to prove that they are, that they believe in the religion. Again, it comes down to, the men are in charge. You hear from trans-identified females all the time, like, oh, I was in a group and this trans woman, they wouldn't even let us speak. It's a control mechanism, which I'm not going to comment, one or the other way on whether or not that, I think you're allowed to view your own religion as positive. I think that a lot of people believe that their religion, it promotes good morals, and so therefore the amount of control that they seek to exert over its adherents is permissible. But no, it's a belief system not backed up by anything, and they go through rites. You know what I mean? Like RITES. I said this in my earlier space, but TTX Alanzik does such a phenomenal job of explaining why this is a religion. And, I believe she's of the opinion of religious freedom. But, there has to be a line, just like, you can't allow human rights protections to fall by the wayside under the support of, well, it's my religion, right? If it's your religion that you're, a Mayan and you're going to sacrifice virgins on a pyramid to appease the sun god every year, that's a human rights violation. So people are free to believe in this religion, but as far as the amount of control that they're exerting over the public, over our governments, over our entire economic system, and the way that they are getting in here, into our society and convincing everyone that it's okay to harm children or the vulnerable people who get caught up in this, it cannot be allowed.
Yeah, there's some fair arguments to be made. I mean, like I said, I'm not against it all. I'm not against it being referred to as religion at all. Again, because there's huge aspects of religiosity. It's just a very nuanced thing in philosophy of religion, what actually constitutes a religion as far as that. And so, again, I'm not against it. And I think that you and I would probably even agree on 99% of what would be constitutive of religion or religiosity that they're doing, whether they're religion or just advocating things that have religious intonations. It's a matter of, just personal view of what you want to call it.
Steve, can I just quickly jump in and say, I think you should clip what MaryCate, if you're recording this session, I think you should clip what MaryCate just said, because I think that little soliloquy she delivered really explains the religiosity of this.
Oh, very
And
well.
I think
Very well.
to expand it even further, I've written a piece on woke. I've got a master's in religion, so I've analyzed religion. I've written 7 books on it. I'm not an expert, but I've spent a long time studying it, right? So I think MaryCate's more correct than people who say it's not a religion, because I think the gender part of the what you call quote unquote the woke religion or wokeism, critical consciousness religion. The gender part is one sect, and then you have the race sect, which is under critical race theory. You have the fat positivity under fat studies or body positivity. You have the decolonialism kind of sect, which feeds into, and they all tie into each other. They're mutually supportive beliefs, which is the definition of a belief system, which is an ideology. So given that it is, and then when you add to that, you've got transubstantiation, like the Catholic belief that one thing can turn into another form by mere declaration of someone who's qualified to declare it. That is a woke person. Right?
I happen to agree. I happen to agree with.
Yeah,
don't you think it's more-
transubstantiation, you know, in the Catholic Church is, you know, I say this
but-
prayer and this literally becomes the body and blood of Christ, you know, just by my magic spell.
But hang on. These are all things to me more indicating of a cult than an actual type of religion. Again,
I would concur with the
religiosity.
cult definition.
Again, there's
But
very
I would
little
think
distinction
adherents
between
of
the
a
two.
cult do believe that they are participating in a religion. And I think it's a
Correct,
very
absolutely.
fine line
It really is.
between
Yes.
what constitutes a cult and what constitutes a religion. You know, you go back to the beginnings of Christianity, and it was a cult. It fit the absolute definition of a cult. And we have books in the Bible still, just letters back and forth where they're arguing over whether or not you need to remove a piece of your penis in order to show your devotion to this God. And I think we see a very strong parallel in the transgender cult where, you know, if you are a true adherent, it doesn't matter that we're telling you that sex and gender are not the same thing. You need to sacrifice parts of yourself and show that to show that you are a believer, a true believer.
But I think you could take. But I think you could take a loose definition of religion like that and apply it to pretty much every ideology that exists on the earth,
and that would
to
be
the
my
people who
pushback,
follow
yeah.
it to a specific T. And
Right.
and there's also something interesting. I was watching Richard Dawkins have a conversation with Jordan Peterson, and they were talking about an effect in evolution where a certain type of idea gets adopted through mimicry. And then eventually over time, evolution will adopt that behavior into its very genome. And this touches on Jungian psychology as well. And so one of the differences between major religions like Christianity, for example, is Christianity is a series of evolving manuscripts that who knows from how far back the stories came from. We have no clue when the first origins of these stories came, and those stories evolved over time to match the human psyche, which is why there's so many archetypes littered throughout Christianity, for example. Whereas the difference with gender ideology is that gender ideology is basically a brand new idea being pulled out of nowhere. It's not relying on any long-stalled archetypes. It's not relying on how human psychology actually works. It's only memorable because of how hard it's pushed right now. That is also a major difference as well in terms of the psychological substrata at the bottom of biblical text comes from thousands upon thousands of years of an evolutionary process described by Jungian psychology, described by Richard Dawkins' meme theory, described by Jordan Peterson's maps of meaning. And all of these things would certainly not categorize gender ideology as a pure religion. And so I think cult is still more accurate in that regard.
But it's memes versus genes, right? It's mimics. It was from a
Yeah.
Dawkins point of
It's
view.
a lot of most religions rely heavily on that, which is why there's
Yes, I
so
agree.
many deep archetypal structures that seem to resonate with people throughout the ages. Transgenderism is so clearly wrong that the vast majority of people are like, "This is nuts." That's not the same.
Let me ask you though, and I wholeheartedly agree with you what you just said. To me, the whole ideology of transgenderism, as far as actual transubstantiation of your body to the opposite sex, is so foundationally flawed. But one of the hallmarks for cults, as everybody knows, is isolation, which Jeremy Marsh or whatever wants trans people to be isolated from their friends, their family, their support groups, right? So the trans to me is much more related to a cult. And if you want to argue a cult is a subset of religion, I get that, right? And in that case, sure,
Yeah,
then
it is
type
probably
of religion.
in some way a subset. Yeah.
Yeah, and so if you look at it as a subset, then I would agree. Then it could be religion, right? But there, again, you don't necessarily have to take that approach. There is ways of just taking a cult separate from a religion and saying there's religions out there and then there's cults out there, and there's overlap, but not necessarily a subset.
So
I think it's an interesting discussion, but I think, in terms of practical application, whether or not we classify it as a religion or a cult
more of a
doesn't matter
nuanced
quite as
discussion,
much.
yeah.
I think it's an interesting
it does politically,
discussion.
though.
But
It does
don't.
politically, Mary. I mean, if you categorize it as a religion, think of all the benefits they get out of it.
That's true, but I would argue that adherents of Scientology would say they're part of a religion, but the way that quote unquote religion functions is much more like a cult in terms of the isolation. And if anyone disagrees, or even people who want to continue practicing Scientology but who want to leave the church because they require so much tithing, they are also considered suppressive persons. And we see this parallel in the transgender community in the way that they treat detransitioners, whether or not they are still supportive of people being able to transition or not. They are excommunicated, they're
outcasts. They're outcasts.
they are outcasts, they are
Of
called
course.
a suppressive person, and the entire community shuns them.
Well, other countries don't necessarily support the Scientology church. They don't. I think America is one of the few that actually treat them as a religion. So
Yeah, I think Scientology is clearly a cult as well. And
yes.
And again, you touched on another thing that separates transgenderism from being a pure religion, which again is the complete separation from the fold if you have any questions whatsoever. Again, most religions offer a path back in through sacrifice, through hard work, through forgiveness, through redemption, quote unquote. And again, the crucial piece that's missing for me that really doesn't let me call it that is the fact that it's not part of that psychological substrate that has evolved over the course of time through the mimetic process. I think that's a really big thing and most cults seem to come out of nowhere with brand new ideas that seem to be revolutionary but are actually really bad for you. And I think that fits with almost every cult you can imagine, including Scientology, including what Charles Manson was doing, and including what the transgender community is currently doing.
And that's a huge point.
What Jesus was doing. That includes what Muhammad was doing at the time. So cults are just small religions that are not accepted by society or seen as deviant by society.
That's
So cults are
one view of a
religions.
cult. Yeah, but I think his point on redemption is huge, though, Michael, because if you fall away from a church, the church members generally want to bring you back, right? They want to bring you back in the
It's
fold.
not part of the mainstream society, right? So because it's part of the mainstream society in a secular context, you can pull away from that, right? But let's go back to Christianity before the Enlightenment. Could you pull away from Christianity during the 13th century, for example, in say, Germany? Could you pull
Jesus'
away
entire
from
story
that?
was about forgiveness. I would imagine you could come back through a certain
they would
situation.
kill you. They would kill you.
Society would kill you.
They
but
literally killed people.
But the church had
And
things
mainly
set forth
women.
that if you
And
left,
mainly women.
But now we're getting into the territory of confusing people's actions with the religion itself. The New Testament of the Bible teaches forgiveness and redemption above all things.
Cult members and the cult. So, look, let's not let's not blame the cult of Scientology for the actions of a few. Let's not blame, the transgender cult for the actions of a few. No, it's the doctrines that are the problem. And if you read the doctrines of Christianity, they're a problem. If you read the doctrines of transgenderism, Judith Butler, etc., they're a problem. If you read the doctrines of Islam, they're a problem.
I would agree.
The
Judith Butler,
doctrines are the problem.
she does treat things ideologically very, very strongly. Her writings are very. Again, I'm just hesitant to say it's religion rather than religiosity, because
I also don't agree that all religious doctrine is a problem, because one of the key factors that separates humanity from animals is our ability to construct our world in an abstract space through the realm of story. It is literally the defining feature between humanity and animals in terms of how we can create like imaginary scenarios that we can battle with in our heads and wrestle and come up with ideas and form societies. If you went back 40,000 years and you took that ability from humans, you just snapped it away from them, modern society wouldn't exist. Man on the moon wouldn't exist. Cell phones wouldn't exist. Society wouldn't exist as we know it. None of those things would exist. So to say that all doctrine is equally bad,
I know it's not. No, I have no problems with religion, but here's a big thing. Our ability to look at the world and apprehend it and to formulate reason and logic and to understand our place in it isn't for the purpose of really objective understanding of reality. It is survival. It's all survival based. So we're going to have false beliefs, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. It's the normalization of false belief and the assertion that your false belief, everybody else has to have that false belief. That's the problem. I have nothing wrong with people having false beliefs that gives them comfort. I have nothing wrong with people having false beliefs when they're unsure of things, because again, our sense perception, our ability to apprehend reality is simply based upon the want and the need to survive, not for accuracy.
But see, the point being made was there are good doctrines that come out of religion. 100%. That's true. Sure. Human beings created good doctrines coming out of religion, even though they believed falsely, in my opinion, that a God was directing them. There are good teachings in Christianity. There's good teachings in Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism. There's good teachings in Scientology. There are good teachings in all religions and cults. But that doesn't mean the whole package doesn't poison you. And the reason why it poisons you is because you've given your mind over to a preset of beliefs that support one another. That's an ideology, a mutually supportive set of beliefs. So you've given your mind over and you put yourself in the passenger seat. And I think this ties into two studies and it explains the transgender, I guess, atrocities that are committing. So one of them, I think it's called the Milgram experiment of 1961. So they would put an individual on a table and there was a partition and another table on the other side of the partition. Now, they would put an actor on the other side of the partition. On the table with the person they were studying, they would put a box and it would have a voltage dial and a button to administer electric shocks. Now, the scientist on the test subject side would tell the person to push the button. The other person on the other side will get an electric shock. That's how the experiment was set up. Now, the other person wasn't receiving an electric shock. They were an actor. But every time the person would push the button, the person on the other side of the partition where they couldn't see them would have a reaction, would fake a reaction. Now, what the scientists would do is slowly dial up the notch of the voltage, and the person would keep pushing the button. Now, eventually, the person on the other side of the partition, the actor, would start screaming and saying, "You're killing me," and you would hear them getting electrocuted, like they were putting on a very convincing performance. Now, what they found was in over about 65% of participants, they would keep pushing that button based on the authority of the scientist who said, "No, we need to keep doing this, it's for science." They would keep pushing that button even if they thought the person was going to die. Even if it sounded like the person on the other side of the petition was dying. So that's one psychological aspect, I think, that explains why these gender clinics and everything are doing this to people.
Right.
They're following the authority. They're separating their own liability and they're saying, well, it's not my problem, it's my officer's problem. And this is one thing, during the Nuremberg trials after World War II, many of the Nazis were asked, didn't you think you were doing the wrong thing when you were shipping Jews to the gas chambers? They were like, yeah, well, we did know it was wrong, but it was officers' orders.
So, yeah,
and there's another experiment. Can I just finish on one last experiment? So there was another experiment called the Asch conformity experiment. I think it was in about 1951 off the top of my head. So the Asch conformity experiment, which was a social psychological experiment, basically put a whole group of people in a room and they drew 3 lines on a board. 3 very distinctly different lengthed lines. Now, all the actors, they were asked a question as a group. Okay, point to the longest line on the board. Now, all the actors would point to the shortest line and say that's obviously the longest line. Now, in the overwhelming majority of cases, the test subject, who didn't know the rest were actors, who thought they were all similar participants, would agree with the group and point to the shortest line, even though you could see obviously that that was not the longest line.
Actually, you know what? I love this experiment, but it's actually a little bit more interesting than that. The participant would at first side against the group, but as the test continued, they would then yield to the group over time, which is but either way, great point.
That was for conformity, right? The Yale experiments, for the milligram experiments, was to understand why people were following orders from Nazi Germany. That's exactly what it's for. It was like, why were you people doing this? It was just following orders, right? Because they didn't want the moral culpability. They were deferring the moral culpability to someone else. That's the whole point of that study. Now, the Sullivan-Ash conformity line, they did say, they would start off with, okay, this is my view, and then all the people around them would be like, oh, well, no, it's this, this, and this, and they would feel like they had to go along with peer pressure, right? So that was a little bit different because it wasn't authoritative. It was more along the lines of peer pressure on that. But real quick, I do want to get gays, also lesbian in here, and I see LGB down there. Wave, been following them for a long time, and if I can get them up here to add something, I would love to, because I don't think I've ever had them in a space as a speaker, which would be great. So I did invite them to speak, but I don't know if I got room. So, anyways, Gay, I know you've been trying to get something in. Would you like to add to the conversation real quick? Gay, ultimate lesbian, not queer.
Well, right now I'm just kind of following along. The self-ID thing is really got to be more well known to women, what is going to happen to their privacy and their rights. I think some women aren't even aware. It's a battle being fought on so many fronts, trying to protect children from affirmation-only care. I mean, you pick your battles. There's so much going on out there.
It's complicated, and you're right. There's many fronts. It's not just one thing, and literally people can spend hours on just a small segment of what is happening in society. And I do think that a lot of women are not really realizing what's going on. And it wasn't until people like Riley Gaines stepped up and said, wait a minute here, this is wrong. I need to do something about this. It wasn't until, even just recently, and matter of fact, it was brought up when MaryCate's hangout earlier on the Colette San Jose State University volleyball situation with the teams no longer wanting to play because how dangerous it is, because you have literally a man playing volleyball with women using women's rules where the net's a lot lower, and then supposedly even getting into collusion to physically harm another woman on the opposite team merely because they spoke out. That's
right.
dangerous.
And Riley Gaines, you can't overestimate how important it is to have women like her and Martina speaking out. But I mean, this battle's been fought for like a lot longer before they burst onto the scene. And believe me, I'm appreciative of the amount of traction they get with their participation in keeping women's sports for females. But there's many battlefronts, and I'm glad to see that a lot of this is starting to be much more seen out in general society, and it's not just, oh, there's a couple of TERFs over there. So, I mean,
well, it's because
it's
people
going to be
want
a
to have
long,
discussions,
protracted battle.
right? People are
It's
willing
going to be
to
a
have
long,
discussions.
protracted battle. So,
And it wasn't in the media
buckle
as
your
much.
chin straps.
The media was suppressing
Yeah.
a lot of it because they were told, if you talk about this kind of stuff, then you're part of the problem. You have to go along. Going back to the experiments, you have to follow orders. Matter of fact, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it Biden basically that really got involved with the Department of Education, saying, "Hey, these are the types of things we want to push," kind of backdoor it, through society, because there was a Biden administration that pushed a lot of these agendas.
Yeah, that was the Biden
Yeah, it was.
administration.
Yeah.
Because he's in charge of the education system, so he's like, yeah, this is what I want, and I think a lot of that's going to change if Trump gets voted into office again.
Yeah,
Trump's
a
gonna
lot of
repeal all that
those
stuff.
a lot of those organizations are going to cease to exist. But like to what was brought up earlier, I looked up the definition of religiosity and the definition of faith, and something stuck out to me. I thought I'd share this here. So religiosity is a strong religious feeling or belief, whereas faith is complete trust or confidence
Well,
in
no.
someone.
I would give you pushback on that. Another hang up. But again, I definitely think that those words have different descriptive usages. I have faith-based commitments. You have faith-based commitments. They're called properly basic beliefs. And by the way, Doku, I'm familiar with John Money and Alfred Kinsley. I've read the Kinsley report, Masters and Johnson's. I'm well familiar with John Money's ridiculous experiments with twins and all that stuff. I've looked at all these psychological things. I know exactly what Michael's talking about. Because
I've also got quite a bit I've written and from academic sources on these topics, if anyone's interested.
I think everybody should look into them. I think that they're important to understand why people do what they do, and especially when it comes to the transgender communities, that they're using these techniques. They're using them to say, look, you have to agree with us or there's going to be consequences. And then when people do follow along, it's, oh, well, I just didn't want to have the consequences. I was told, I'm just following orders. It was part of our HR thing. It was part of the business thing. And they're just following along. But
it's
there are people out there willing to step up and say no.
It's the Nuremberg trials for transgenderism. So basically, there will be doctors and everyone who will be brought up and go, why did you go along with it? Why did you do this to children? Why did you do this to that autistic children? Why did you do this to that schizophrenic child? Why did you do that to those gay children? Because I was following orders. The same fucking excuse.
You know what?
But
here's the thing, Michael. They're not going to have that excuse because they were more than following orders. They were they were arguing for it. They were the ones out there saying we have to do this to the children for the benefit of the child. They weren't the ones going, I don't think we should be doing this, and they're following orders. They were the problem. They were the instigators. They have no.
They're wearing it. They're wearing it like a shiny new coat. They're proud of it. They're hanging it up to dry.
Yes,
They're
exactly.
And that really goes to, and it's funny too because it's manipulated. It's really like the quintessential archetype of the wolf in sheep's clothing, where they are capitalizing on things that everybody agrees with, and then using that as a bludgeon to capture you back into the idea. And so, yes, I probably don't blame the participators as much as the people pushing it, but there's a lot of people pushing it, and that's a pretty big problem. And I just also really quickly want to say thanks again for letting me speak. And despite the fact that I've disagreed with a few nuanceical things in here, I'm super happy that so many of us can come together, shared by a belief set to protect children, to protect women, to protect kids and girls, especially from boys invading their spaces, and to talk about what Gay Ultra said earlier. Yes, it's a tiring battle, but there's so many of us that we can all touch base with different points of it, and it can all be addressed at the same time. That's the power of numbers. So,
and people are willing to speak out more and not afraid of these social consequences, because I've had enough. I don't give a shit. Michael knows firsthand what I've been through. And we're not going to play the persecutions versus privilege game, but we've both been through some shit. And so we finally said, fuck it, we don't care any longer. Think what you want. We're going to stand up for what's right. We're going to stand up for what we believe, and what we believe is objective facts and evidence. But like I said, I do want to get LGB up here. Dave, can you help LGB get speaker? Because I'm having issues apparently. Because I do want them to talk to Mary. They've been in a space before.
Definitely.
And who else? There was some other person with their hand up. Oh yeah, woman. I'm sorry. What is it? Women exist. Yeah, women exist. Did you want to add something from Canada? Canadian.
There we go. I did invite LGB to come on up to speaker.
Okay.
I think Jessica Gill's hand was up. Women Exist is still a listener.
Oh, can you get Women Exist up too? I didn't see that there being a listener. Jessica, go ahead, Jessica. Absolutely.
I just wanted to say, like what Michael was saying with all the tests, yes, that's true. I wholeheartedly believe it's a social contagion that started in 2008 with online Facebook and then the smartphone, but also with the administrations in the colleges. Like the Biden rewrite of Title IX literally told colleges, if you do discriminate and you don't include these trans people, we will withhold funding.
Mm-hmm.
So,
that is coercion. That is coercive.
Are doing.
How is that not coercion?
Like Biden literally told them, we will not fund your school if you do not allow this.
And
So,
why do you think Biden's going to
you
get?
know,
You
the
know, I mean,
powers that be are corrupt.
He's not going to be remembered well in history, Jessica. I'm telling you right now, Biden and that administration is not going to be remembered fondly.
Biden can't remember shit anyway.
Yeah, well, yeah, he can't remember his own policies, but I'm saying that other
Yeah.
people in the future aren't going to think too fondly of them.
Well, can we also talk about the fact that they knowingly hid his decline so that they could push their own candidate through once it hit a certain deadline instead of having a democratic process?
I said
It's
they're
so
gonna do that,
crazy to
though.
me.
I literally predicted that. I even have it on record. You can go back to my
He
timeline.
did.
I predicted
He did.
this. I said exactly that's what they're going to do because Kamala didn't get voted. Nobody voted for Kamala for the general the primaries. Nobody. She has no vote. Okay, this was all planned. And I said, look, after this weekend, probably they're going to ask Biden or tell Biden to step the fuck down, and they're going to promote Kamala. Watch. And that is exactly what happened.
And I was called a conspiracy theory for the exact same thing. I said they're going to try to push Kamala. It's either going to be 2023 or 2024. Either one of those years, Kamala's going to get pushed forward.
And I know it's so shitty because I hate being labeled like a conservative or liberal because I'm a centrist, and I really am more of a Colin Wright person where I haven't really moved my position. But the far left has gone so far left that it's pushed me off center right to right.
Yeah, that's why Tulsi Gabbard's coming through. That's why JFK Jr. or RFK Jr. is coming through.
And I think Tulsi Gabbard is brilliant.
There's so many people who are being left behind that it's like even Anna Kasparian coming down hard against. That's crazy to me because I grew up watching TYT when I was a leftist really bad when I was a kid. I'm more of a centrist now. When I was a kid, I was a hyper leftist. I used to eat and sleep on what the Young Turks told me. But then Anna pulling up from that is insane to me. You know something's wrong, you know?
Of course. Yeah, and again, here's the thing. It is not us changing our views that much. It is other people becoming radicalized. And for us saying, we don't want to be a part of that.
Someone needs to share Colin Wright's little picture in here,
It's
in
brilliant.
this chat.
Yeah, so if somebody could do that, it's great. Because that describes me to no end. I am probably
accurate.
I'm a little bit more right than I ever have been. Even though I was conservative
No,
Republican
you're not.
back when,
You're not.
you know.
You're not. You're exactly where you were. You're exactly where you
haven't
haven't
moved though.
Everyone
the
else,
landscape
But the
has
Overton
shifted
window
underneath it.
has shifted, and so
it's everyone else that's crazy. I'm the
Yeah.
only sane person around here.
But I had somebody literally tell me that I'm a conservative, and Jessica and who actually is a conservative. My friend Chris, who's actually a conservative, was just like, Steve's not a conservative. I'm not a liberal either. And so the fact that I would never really vote for Trump, but I can't vote for Kamala either, right? And I have to think.
If I was in America, I would vote for Trump, and that
And I hate to
causes
say
me
it, but I
massive
probably would.
cognitive dissonance.
I probably, if it comes down to Kamala and Trump, I don't. It's like the lesser of two evils.
That's what it has come down to.
Well, and if it makes you feel any better, you're not.
I hate
if it
that
makes you feel
feeling.
any
Though.
better-
It's like, do you want a shit sandwich or a turd taco? I don't want either.
If it makes you feel any better, though, you're not really voting for Trump alone. You're voting for the cabinet that he's putting together, which is Vivek Ramaswamy, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., Elon Musk.
I like Tulsi Gabbard.
Ron Paul is coming through. Ron Paul is taking.
But here's a funny thing. I saw somebody the other day, and LGB wants to get up here. I'm still trying to get LGB up here. Here's the interesting thing. I saw somebody post the other day that like MAGA and conservative people don't want women in politics. They will never vote for a woman. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm telling you right now, conservatives I've seen, you get a gun-toting woman out there that's strong and fierce, they will vote for them to no end.
In a heartbeat.
In a freaking heartbeat. Like Tulsi Gabbard, she would have done amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Tulsi Gabbard.
It is not.
Done,
real quick, I'm just saying that they want to run this big old bullshit about misogyny and stuff like that, and then these men would not vote for women. Hell, that is just bullshit. Just because somebody didn't want Hillary Clinton doesn't mean they don't want a candidate that is somebody that could be a very strong woman president.
Why not ask a female in this group why, if there are any Trump voters, why they're voting for Trump even though they're females? I think that would
Women
be
Exist had her hand up, so go for it. Oh, and took her hand down. Does anyone want to weigh in on that? Because again,
Sorry, was that for me?
Go for it.
Sorry,
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
I didn't hear if you were asking for me. I don't have a lot to say. I've been listening and interested, and a big supporter of MaryCate and what she's done. I'm just wondering why, Steve. The position of the centrists intrigues me and confuses me a bit. I'm a person who is kind of really grounded in material reality, and so I recognize that women are adult human females, and that humans are immutably sexed, and so I don't have any problems identifying men and women. And so when people pretend to be the opposite sex, I don't have any qualms about saying, no, you're not. You're just not. You can do whatever you want to your body.
Well, I agree with you on that, though. That's not a centrist thing.
Every cell in your body is immutable.
That's just biology. That's just biology, though. I agree with you
too. I don't think
that's right.
I don't think that's much of a
centrism. You say you agree with me, and then you say
because
Buck
that's
Angel
centrism.
is reasonable.
No.
Buck
Okay,
Angel isn't reasonable. She's a porn.
Well, I don't care if it is porn. I don't care about that, though, right?
But porn is inherently misogynistic. It is.
Boy, here we go.
Yeah, well, I would get pushback on that, but hang on, let me address this, and then Dave, you could take this one, because
sure.
I firmly believe that women who want to do porn is their right, their choice, and they want to. The whole point of feminism was to give women the right to choose. If they want to stay at home, well, hang on. If they want to stay, hang on.
Hold on. Let me.
That's fine, but let me get my point out. Then you could
because feminism
let her finish,
is not about
Steve.
giving women the right to be objectified.
If a woman wants to be objectified,
Feminism
she
is
can.
about recognizing women as full human beings.
What else would you recognize them as?
Right, but part of being a full human being
is the opposite of being a human being.
Part of being a full human being is making a decision. They decide to be in porn.
Being objectified and being a
Can I weigh in on this?
tool for a man's
God, I'm so dying to as
is
well.
not being a full human being.
But when, okay, for
it's
example,
not being recognized
when
as that.
Mary made a
being
decision,
recognized as a tool.
But Mary made a decision to do porn. That was her choice. She made a decision to get away from porn, right?
Right. And my reasoning for that is entirely in alignment with Women Exist. And, I've said this before, but I will say it again.
Yeah.
It's, so again, I was not a consumer of it before I decided to become a participant. Correct. Right. Yeah. And the point she's trying to make is that if it's not a choice for all women, it's not a real choice for women, and to participate in it, to perpetuate in it, is to perpetuate the objectification of women and the dehumanization of women. And on top of that, you are contributing to the degradation of society at large. You're creating these fetishes, these violent tendencies in men. You're seeing women going to their doctors with more, anal ruptures than ever before. This is exploding. You're seeing, just all sorts of things that are negative, not only for women, but for men too. I think it's extremely problematic. To be honest with you, I don't know how we're going to get to a point without it.
Would you eliminate it if you could? If you eliminate all porn, could you? Would you?
Absolutely. In its current form that it exists, absolutely.
So
and
Trump
I think it is.
2025.
I think it's problematic for men also, and I think men are very, very reluctant to let go of their pornography because, they start watching it nowadays at 9, 10, 11 years old. They end up with performance problems, because they eventually become desensitized. It's like an addiction, right? You need more and more stimulation. They get into more and more violent pornography. Then you're seeing, teenage girls just accepting being choked. You're really, it's not healthy for men also, and they eventually are not attracted to women. They're attracted to the act of masturbation and viewing, and then we're seeing all these other things coming up in society, like the cuckolding, because men
I would
enjoy
say
watching and masturbating
I know a lot
and
of
not
women that-
connecting with women.
But here's the
of
thing:
women.
I know a lot of women that are really into that stuff, really into BDSM and
And
subjugation.
why are they into that?
You would have to ask
They're
them, right?
into
I mean,
that
that's their
because they're
thing.
told
No,
that
I don't
that's
think
what's
that's the case.
attractive.
No,
Well,
that's
but let's not
all the
patronize
case.
all women. I mean, men
Yeah.
are into. You could argue that men are into porn because they're pushed and told that that's what they're supposed to do as well. I mean, we don't want to completely patronize adults from making their own decisions, but I will agree that there is a decent amount of psychological literature that supports the idea that porn is bad for anybody because
And Christians would agree with you, right? Hardcore Christians, they want to eliminate porn as well,
Can
right?
I jump in? Can I jump in quickly as co-host? I'm sorry to flex, but MaryCate is 100% on the money on this issue. We have normalized the abuse of women and the commodification of women as fucking chattels for our own pleasure in the most derogatory ways. And any addiction is progressive. So if it's weed, if it's alcohol, if it's porn, if it's anything, when you first try it, you don't need much of it, right? It gives you the dopamine hit. But then what happens is when you keep engaging in that behavior, you need more and more and more radical stimulation in order to reach those same dopamine level satisfactions.
Okay.
So
Michael,
no,
that's the case.
And to bring it back to the transgenderism issue, the amount of trans-identifying men who cite sissification porn and pornography as what led them to this belief that they want to be the opposite
Right, those are fetish
sex,
porns.
it's asked. But it is a gateway. It is a drug in and of itself, and it's a gateway to more and more deviant behavior, more and more. It's no surprise that men who are raised objectifying and dehumanizing women through their consumption of porn see woman as a costume and nothing more. And they say things like the female is to be fucked in every sense of the word, and and this
Those
is
are misogyn. Those clearly are misogynistic type things. Okay,
but the entire ideology of transgenderism and of pornography is rooted in the degradation of women and misogyny. Those two things are inextricable.
Let me ask you, Michael, real quick, because I still want to finish the whole centrist thing because I was asked that about it and I never got to it. But Michael, what about somebody who's in a committed?
Yeah, 100%. You're right.
What about somebody who's in a committed heterosexual relationship, right? Do they constantly need more and more? I mean, if you're in a relationship, you live with your husband, your wife, your girlfriend.
That's the false equivalency because
sex is not masturbation.
Yes,
I do think that's probably. Can I jump in on a center point here for between you guys? So I think you might find it interesting. So I agree wholeheartedly with what MaryCate said about the effects of the psychology, and also with the English gentleman whose name I don't know. I apologize.
But Australian.
Australian. I'm
Oh my
sorry.
God,
I'm
American.
He was just.
Why does everyone call me English? I'm Irish.
I'm American. Forgive me. I'm sorry. We don't know accents.
I thought you were Scottish.
But real quick, so
Scottish.
So the psychological literature is pretty clear on this. So for men who watch porn, it does have an increasing dopamine effect that is artificial. And so you have this huge increase right at the moment of, let's call it finishing. And then you have a decrease afterwards that actually lowers your base levels permanently to some degree. They can recover, but you have to purge. And so it is all true that men who watch porn a lot will eventually upgrade into watching more and more weird porn. When I was a young kid, I found myself in that exact same pattern, doing that exact same thing. I can concur with that on an anecdotal level as well, but the literature is pretty clear on that in terms of what it does. But it's actually worse than that, because when you are constantly doing things in your life that artificially elevate your dopamine levels, you actually have a hard time connecting with real life. And so the problem then becomes that you get this thing called derealization disorder, where you feel as if you're floating in a dream. It's something that people with anxiety used to pretty much only have, but now it's affecting tons of people to the point where they're saying, like, I don't enjoy the same things anymore. I don't enjoy video games anymore. I don't enjoy playing sports anymore. I don't enjoy socializing anymore. All of that is a symptom of things like porn that hyperinflate your dopamine for a temporary burn right in the moment, hedonism, let's call it, and then drops the base level down. And this can affect your ability to be successful in life, your ability to be driven, your ability to have good ideas, your ability to sleep. It's bad in all cases. But where I come into the center is I would still be careful about giving the government too much power to regulate what people can and cannot do.
Bingo.
And I'm always afraid of that, no matter what.
So let me address that real quick, because that's my biggest thing is and I've said it many times, I'm nearly a free speech absolutist. I believe that the government should stay out of our business, okay, as a libertarian thing. This is why I'm not going to pass judgment on those particular subjects. I'm not going to pass judgment on a woman who wants to do porn. That's their freedom. I'm all about freedom. That's my standpoint, is that freedoms come first. And how they implement
but
those.
The freedom for one woman to choose to do it.
You have a right to do that, though. You had the right to do it when you did it.
But
that was your right.
But it contributes to the women who do not have the right to make that choice to continue to be forced into it.
Well, nobody should be forced into it, right? We're talking about people that have made informed
right, but
decisions.
we're talking about the reality of it, right? We're not talking about, ideologically, I'm so optimistic, it should be this way, it should be that way, because we don't live in what it should be. We live in what is real, and what is real is this is damaging to society, to men, to women, and to children.
What's more damaging, that or governmental overreach, right? Because as again, well, I sort of get what I had about centrist, because I got criticized for being a centrist, and I don't see how anything so far had to do with centrism. This is what Thought was pointing out. Centrism to me has to do more along the lines, and I'm going to tell Women Exist what my positions are in general, okay, real quick, because I just put them on Twitter the other day. I believe in centrism, balancing the budget, banning earmarks again, cutting governmental waste, cutting which is pork barrel spending, eliminating having congressional term limits, spending more money on infrastructures, banning partial birth abortions, but allowing only them for the medical necessity of the mother. These are generally centrist points of view. I believe in banning most type of assault weapons, or at least having somebody have to have a mandatory firearm safety class in order to have the firearm, right? I had it as concealed weapons permit. I had to have gun safety, right? We shouldn't just willy-nilly allow people to have firearms. So there has to be people that can have proficiency training. These are centrist types of views. They're kind of taking the extremes.
But how can you be libertarian?
I hear you, and these are reasonable. These are reasonable positions.
I'm not an extremist. That's why I'm not a far right, not far left.
That's not an extremist position, and I hear you, and I think those are reasonable positions.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
My concern is as a centrist on the trans issue.
Oh, I'm not a centrist on the trans issue.
That's that's my only question here. Is that there, for me, and I'll just say for me, I know you have your own position, but for me, material reality is that there is no such thing as being able to transcend sex. And so trans in and of itself, including gender dysphoria, the idea of gender dysphoria, is an out and out lie.
Well,
and it's
so wait a minute. So you don't think there's people that actually believe it, though? Like literally people that do believe it?
There's nothing. People can believe in a sky god.
Well, I agree with that.
They can believe
do you
in
think
a
those
sky
people
god.
exist, though?
They can believe that saying I am baptized in by a man makes me some kind of different person.
Well, yeah, but
they
that's
can
not my
believe
question.
in
Hang on. Let me really back in a little bit.
I'm about.
We all agree. Everybody in here, I think, because we haven't had anybody come in and say otherwise. We all agree that nobody could change their sex. It doesn't happen. Okay. Trans women are all men. This is something everybody in this hangout, I think, agrees with. I don't think anybody, even Jessica, who is trans, agrees with that. She knows
I don't
she's
believe
a biological
there's any
male.
such thing as trans.
Okay,
that's
but there
where
are.
I'm standing.
But hang on. Do you believe there are actual people? And I believe this is a very, very, very small percentage of society, especially even of the trans community. But do you believe there are trans people that literally do believe that they are the opposite sex? Of course, it's not true. It's a false belief. But they have that belief. Do you think?
But what difference does it make if
I'm just
there
asking
are
you
people
if you think they exist. That's
So,
all I want to
okay,
know.
hold on. My question is, what difference does it make if there are people who believe
I want
in
to know if you
something that
agree.
isn't true?
I want to do, but my question is, do you believe that they exist? Whether it has a difference or not is irrelevant. Do you accept or believe
Of
that they
course,
exist?
people exist who
Okay.
believe in nonsense.
Okay, so what do we do with those people?
We help them. We help them to integrate with reality, because as we know of the basis of psychology, any psychologist's job is to help someone integrate with reality, integrate
And we
with the
certainly
reality of
And we all
themselves,
agree on that.
integrate
Yes,
with
and we
the
yes.
certainly
reality of
don't
society.
enable them to the
I agree.
extent that we disfigure them and we
Right.
sacrifice women and children at their altar.
Exactly.
But I don't think that I don't think that a
100%.
centrist would want them to be enabled, though. I think that's really
Right.
the big
I
disconnect here.
don't.
But
Right.
but the
I'm
centrists
not
are
arguing
saying
that.
there's such a thing as true trans. The
Well,
centrists are
well,
accepting people like Buck Angel.
no. He's not
as
trans. No.
reasonable.
Let me clarify this, because
Okay.
I wouldn't put him as even a transgender. He's transsexual.
She's a woman.
She was a biological woman who lives her life as a
She's
man.
a woman. There is no other kind of woman
But how
but
do
a
you live your
biological
life
woman.
as a man? What does
There
that
is no
mean,
other
Steve?
kind of woman.
appearance as a man, to have the personage of a man.
No,
That
no, but
old school
but that's a
transsexualism.
lie.
Hang on, old school
Steve, you're
transsexualism.
supporting a lie.
No, listen to me. No, it's not a matter of lie. She's not going out saying that she's a she as far as biology.
She has.
No, I guarantee it. I know Buck. Buck will tell you that Buck was born female. She's a biological female that presents as a
Steve,
male.
And Buck regrets
she
her
has
decision too,
stated
and goes.
online.
Buck is a female.
Buck has stated online that if you misgender her, she will report you.
I don't know
Buck
about
has stated,
that.
as far as I know, Buck has
put
stated
it
time and
in
time
Mary
again.
Kate's
Yeah.
post in Mary Kate's.
I would have to. I would ask Buck
What is
about
an
that,
old
but-
school transsexual? What does that even mean?
She has
It's all
done that.
An old
She's
school.
been very-
Let me
she's
finish.
not-
So
she's-
an old school
She's
transsexual.
caught up in the lie, and of
Okay.
course she's going to believe some stuff and be in all kinds of turmoil about her identity, because she's tried to present herself as something she is not.
They're allowed to
And
do though.
she has
That's
made
freedom.
a living on
that's
that.
That's a freedom that they have to do. The difference between an old school transsexual and and what would I asked you if you believe that a trans person who actually believes it is the fact that one actually believes they're the opposite sex, the other one does not. That's a huge difference between the two.
But
No, Steve, wait a second. What if you have
I can't hear both of you.
What if you have a?
Wait, hang on. I
Just a
cannot listen to I can't listen to two people at once. And if you're going to call me disingenuous, I'm going to give you pushback on that, because it's not disingenuous. I've stated my actual positions that I believe, and there is a distinct difference between. I didn't mute that, by the way. There's a distinct difference between a person who has a false belief that wants everybody else to believe that, and somebody says, look, this is how I want to live my life. And as a free speech absolutist almost, somebody who believes in the right to live your life the way you want, they have the right to do that. And that's not my position to say they're right or wrong about that. That's their life.
But does a schizophrenic person who really believes that they're the Queen of England get to go live in the palace?
No, of
You
course
know what
not.
I mean?
Again, Mary, we agree about 100%. And you saw what I wrote on my Twitter line, right? Is that the people that actually believe that they're the opposite sex, they have two subgroups. One who just believe that they want to live their life and it doesn't affect anybody else because they just have their false belief, right? You can believe anything you want, and your belief doesn't affect me at all. But as soon as your belief gets mainstreamed, as soon as you try to promote your false belief by legalities and by basically rigging the educational system to agree with you and teach children this, then I step in and say, no, you can't do this, just like I do with religiosity. This is why I fight against radical religion, right? For the same reason.
Yeah, I also think.
I guess I just don't really care whether or not they truly believe it or not, because
I think it makes a
it's
difference.
not true. But
Yeah, but
how
I
do
also
you know? all they have to do is say, I really believe it. I'm definitely not,
Okay, so
getting
so
this
what?
euphoria boner under my skirt.
Yeah, but I think we all agree that self-ID is nonsense, though, right? I think that the thing that we're all talking, the thing that we are skirting around is that it becomes the difference between rejecting a belief and authoritarianism is the idea that nobody should even be allowed to exist who has a certain belief, because the only way that you can push that through is through hyper strength from the government or from an elite authoritative body. And so it's not a question of whether or not it's true. We all know it's not true. We all know that it's dangerous to kids. We all know that kids shouldn't be pushed down that pathway. But again, the difference between I don't agree with you, stay away from my kids, and you should be eradicated in some form through government intervention, that's not what any Western free country should sit on.
But that's why I think maybe it's an American. Maybe it's an American thing, though, right? I mean, we've had cross dressers for a long time. Lucky Horror Picture Show,
for a long time was indecency.
Well, I agree with you, and that got changed, right? But two gays marrying was considered to be indecent at one time too, right?
We can scrutinize things. We can scrutinize the norms of society individually on their own merits, and just because we've gone past other norms that we had in the past doesn't mean that they're all bad permanently. But can I say just one thing? By your own definition, Steve, your own distinction between someone who truly believes in the delusion and someone who doesn't, then someone like Buck Angel is by far ethically worse because she claims to fully understand her sex, yet she's a boundary violator and pushing all the crap anyway.
But she
so
no, that's not true.
Sorry. Let me just finish my sentence. The real crux of the matter is whether opposite sex impersonation in of itself as an action, regardless of your motive, regardless of what you think about it, is in of itself a proper ethical action to be doing in public and to be advertising as normal and to be integrating into society. And objectively, it is completely absurd. It is medical malpractice.
I disagree.
It is deceiving the perceptions of people. It is blurring the boundaries, blurring the abilities of people to have their own safeguards. Sex perception is
I absolutely disagree with you on this. This is a fundamental.
Not deceiving in others.
Here's the thing. Yeah. A person has a fundamental right to act the way they want as long as they're not violating any laws. They have the right
deceive?
It's not about
let me finish. Let me finish. They have a right to wear whatever they want. This is why America, maybe Canada is different, maybe Europeans are different, maybe they don't understand. But in America, we have the Constitution. And the Constitution, which I swore to uphold against enemies foreign and domestic, the Constitution says that that person has a right to do that. And speaking out against that right is not an argument.
It's not. I didn't speak out against their right.
Like it is not an argument.
Against the ethics of their doing it.
You're using the same arguments. But here's the thing.
We have public
You're using the same arguments that Christians would use. The same arguments. Oh, it's affecting the moral fabric of society. Why should two men kiss? It is disgusting. I don't like it. I don't want to see it. Not me. I'm not saying that because I don't believe that. But Christians would say that, right? But they would argue the same thing. But you know what? Two men have a right to kiss in public if they want. Now, I don't really particularly like PDA to begin with. I don't want to see a man and woman.
Are you okay with public nudity? Are you okay with public nudity?
No.
Okay, well, we have the right to wear whatever we want.
No, we don't. We have the right to wear. Nudity is not wearing something. That's the opposite of wearing something. Nudity is the opposite of wearing something.
Do you see the point there that, if people have a right to, dress as they please, then you're supporting their right to not dress as they please.
No, that's a false equivalency. I don't agree with that. That's a false equivalency.
That doesn't follow.
We have certain societal norms, and I think that a big portion of them are, I would hope, centered around things like, building a better, more civilized society. And I think we all collectively have agreed, except for maybe a few outliers, that, covering one's genitalia in public is supported. We want people to do that, but, sure. Wear what you like, but also should people be allowed to dress in a way that causes them to be walking around not only living their fetish, but a public masturbation, which is what transgenderism
public masturbation is illegal though.
Now you went
public masturbation is
but
illegal.
they do it every day, and you're saying you support them being able to do that.
So like
No.
example.
No.
Yes,
hang on,
because
Mary,
the simple
hang on.
act of putting on women's clothing arouses them. They talk about, oh, I leak pre-cum every time I put on
That's
these
a specific
panties,
type
and
of the
every
trans
time
people.
calls
Yeah,
me
the
she,
AGPs.
her.
Yeah, but that's not all of them, and I think you're overgeneralizing that. For example, my roommate is going to a gay marriage in next year, right? Two men that I'm great friends with, great couple, are getting married. She is the best woman. She's wearing a male suit to that thing. That's against the norms. But
Steve,
Steve.
there,
Okay,
that,
another
that,
point.
that
I'm sorry,
doesn't
women.
track.
It
Because
absolutely tracks.
women's
Of course it
clothing,
tracks. Of
women's
course it tracks.
clothing
How does it not
is
It
track?
only
meant
tracks
to
if you believe in the total interchangeability and the behaviors and norms and threats that of women and men. And the idea that socially, legally, it's one thing, but socially, that men and women are completely interchangeable is absurd. We don't have the same toplessness laws for women and men in public in terms of decency for a reason.
And should we ban women from wearing jeans?
Men should have the
I
exact
understand that, but at one time, women couldn't wear pants, dude.
Is absurd.
Women couldn't wear
Saying,
pants.
should we ban women
It's
from
not
wearing jeans?
sexually
Should we ban men
arousing.
from?
Women and men are
It's
not
not
interchangeable.
sexually arousing for women to wear pants.
So would you ban women wearing crop tops with underboob?
No, what? Like I said, it's precisely
No, I'm asking you. No, I'm
because
asking
women
you.
and men are not
But that's sexually
interchangeable
arousing,
socially
right?
that I don't
Right?
have
If
the
a
same
woman wants to
standards
wear a
of dress
tube
for
top,
men and women.
but if
So
a
why
woman
are you
wants to
saying that?
I mean,
Like,
it's not
obviously, I don't care if
sexually
women
arousing
wear
for
dresses.
the
It's not the
woman
same thing as
herself.
men wearing a
No,
fucking
there are
suit.
plenty of women. There are plenty of women who get sexually aroused by being ogled. I'm not saying it's the norm, but it exists. Now, but you have to draw a clear distinction between saying people can wear what they want as an adult, and they can go naked. That doesn't even come close to being the same category of things. We can have a general rule of decency. We can say that you can't fucking expose yourself in public. We can say that you can't show kids your genitals, but we can, and at the same time say that you can wear whatever you want. The antidote to bad
Yeah, and we
speech
could say
is
that
good
tuning is
speech.
in of itself inappropriate to, around children.
But
Being a
the
tuner
antidote
around
to bad
children
I
speech.
do
is
think so.
inappropriate.
I don't think
okay.
it's appropriate for men who are sexually aroused by wearing a skirt to be
Yeah, but
allowed
how do
to
you?
wear that skirt while
And
they
how do you
teach
determine?
children.
How do you
I
determine that every single man is aroused? How do you
You don't
determine? Do you
have to
walk up and
determine
grab
every
their
I
single
boner?
one.
think
That's why we have this boundary. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
can
matter. We don't have
a
to
woman
determine that every
speak
man is
here?
a threat to have women only spaces. It's not. It's not difficult. Okay.
Can
This
I
isn't.
can I
This was
can I
never
just
hard.
say something?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so I am calling from Canada, and in Canada we have already self ID. We have a Justice of Canada department has stated that a woman is any person who identifies as a woman, a transgender or a cisgender woman. So it's already been done. We've already gone down this road, and we are the country that had the teacher from in Ontario, I believe it was Ontario, who was wearing the fetish outfit, the size, I don't know, what
Big
were
boobs.
they?
They were
Double
huge.
triple
E,
G or whatever.
Triple
Yeah,
G.
the
exactly.
double
H.
E,
Yeah. But that was to make a
quote,
point.
milkers
That was to make
in
a
the
point.
classroom in front of students,
But that was to
And
make
I
a
don't think that
point.
should have
and
happened.
whose
What if he really believed it, Steve?
Well,
and
again,
whose admin
I'm against all that stuff, right?
refused to act
In
because
school,
that was quote her right to
right.
express herself.
But not during school.
This
Not
is
when you're
individuality.
no. When you're in school, when you're on a school public, when you're working for the school, you have to give up certain rights. You have to give up certain things. You're not allowed
Not
to wear
in
anything you
Canada.
want. Well,
Not when we believe
Well,
that
I agree.
that gender
But
identity
Canadians are,
and that's wrong.
But
that's wrong. We agree that's wrong.
I wouldn't
What's
want
the
that in my
difference
public
between
schools
in a
down here.
school and around children generally?
Right.
What
When
is the
children
difference?
are
Her
involved,
point is that when you support, let people, do and wear whatever they want without any
but there's always
consideration
going
to the. No, wait, let me finish. Let me finish. I think her point is that when you support that notion, it just leads to things like that, to, men wearing fetish gear around children. And like she said, they determined legally that man had the right to do that, even though we all agree
For
morally
months.
that is wrong.
every
Like,
right. Listen, every right is tempered, right? There's no such thing as true absolute right, because even the right to speak has time, place, and manner factors, right? And most rights are liberties, and people confuse liberties and rights quite a bit. There's a huge distinction between them. But just because you have a right to do something doesn't mean it's absolute. There's other mitigating factors, and then when you sign a contract to be around kids, you may have to give up certain things. Or if you commit a crime, you lose your rights. You lose your right to vote. You lose your right.
But you're going to be
bear arms,
around
which,
kids
by the way,
in
are not
public
rights.
too.
Those are Those are
Kids
called
are allowed in
liberties.
public.
Well, yeah, but public allowances for things is a lot different, though. Like, I can walk around the street and take pictures of whatever I want as long as I'm on a public street. You have no reasonable expectation of privacy in public. Now, I don't think that people should be walking around naked in public, and I don't think that teachers should have been allowed to wear fetish gear in school. But I don't think that we should also send police to arrest every man in a fucking sundress either. I mean, that's.
Oh, I'm not saying we should arrest them. No.
Okay,
I
so what should
think
be done?
you misunderstand me. I don't think that, they should be arrested simply for wearing those things, but I think that the permissive attitude, it being weaved into the culture is dangerous for our culture at large, and we have to enforce social norms to
Yeah,
a
but can you
degree.
see that?
And I think a big part of
Can I
excuse
make
me, I think a big
very
part of
clear
that we are
example?
Can I contend
lacking
one thing
is
if I
other
may?
men
allowed to
enforcing that
be allowed
for
to
men.
You're not talking over
You
one
guys are
another.
you guys
Let
are-
Mary-Kate
right.
speak.
Right, you're talking over Mary. So let me ask real quick before you jump in there. Josh Cedar, right? We all know what he did, right? For 6 months, he was wearing a dress and portrayed himself as a trans woman, which, by the way, I said the entire time he was trolling people. He was trolling people. He was allowed to do that to make a point because he has the freedom to do that, to make a point, which was very effective because I told people he was trolling somebody. So he has a right to wear a dress if he wants to. Why? Because he used it to make a point.
Again,
what would be
Sure,
wrong with
but I
that?
think women
Okay.
have a right to
He was making
recognize that the
videos
majority of
and
men who would be out in public wearing their fetish, are a danger. And I think that we have to have safeguards in place. It's long been known that men who become serial killers or, repeat attackers, especially of women, have a cross-dressing fetish. And it goes back to it's because they see women as a costume. They see them as an object, as something they can take and wear our skin and do what they like with us. So I think our disagreement here comes with what should our legal guidelines be and what should we be promoting, as a society for the good of society.
Well, the
exactly.
safeguards.
And
Well, the
ask
safeguards.
Steve.
Hang on,
Steve,
real quick. Let me
should
respond.
an
Let me,
employer
I
be
promise I'll get you in
allowed
it.
to
Let me
not
respond
hire
real quick.
transfer
Jay,
people
let
because they are trans?
Steve
I
respond.
want to respond. I want to respond, and I can never get a word in edgewise because
Let
three people want to
Steve
jump on.
respond to
Mary makes a
Mary-Kate,
good
and
point, and I
everybody's
want to
good.
address it.
Good.
So here's the thing. When you talk about somebody like wearing your skin, right, and things of that nature, like for example, if a woman wants to dress as a man, I don't get offended by it. Offense is taken, right? So I'm not offended by it. You might be offended by it, and you have every right to. But as far as taking safeguards, we all agree that men don't belong in women's spaces, right? We're all on the same team when we say men shouldn't be on women's sports. Men should be able to use the women's facilities, the bathrooms. Men certainly shouldn't be forced to shower with people in sporting things like that have been happening, and especially in high school. We all agree on that, and I don't give a shit what you identify as. If you're a man and you have a dick and you're going into the same space as my daughter, there's going to be hell to pay. I don't give a fuck what you identify as. That's what my position is on that, right? I don't have to be a feminist to assert that position. I don't have to be anything but a concerned father to assert that position. So we all have that position that what person identifies with is irrelevant when it comes to those spaces. That's the safeguards.
Right. And I think part of that comes in agreeing, as a civilization on what is appropriate and what isn't. So we all seem to agree that it's inappropriate to go naked in public, but I guess I don't understand the disagreement on should we allow what is clearly someone wearing their fetish in public and becoming aroused by it. Should we permit that? Should we promote that?
And Steve,
When you say fetish, though, where do you draw the line?
My simple question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Should an employer or should we be allowed as a society to discriminate on people for being opposite sex impersonators, for choosing to engage in opposite sex
Yes, that's absolutely discrimination. There's something about in workforce that allows for discrimination. Discrimination is not necessarily a bad thing, and I know
Yeah, I
people
know,
are gonna
it's not a bad thing.
I know people are going to take me out
But
of people are going to take me out of context with that because that's what they usually do. But I've been in retail for going on close to 30 years, especially involved with HR, LP, the whole 9 yards. I understand all this, okay? Discrimination is something you have to have. You must have discrimination in retail, in stores, in HR. And the way that is discrimination such that it means to eliminate things that are not beneficial to the company's model. For example, and I'm glad you brought this up because this was part of my thumbnail that I
I'm not
put on
talking
my
about
YouTube channel.
I don't care if it's
But hang on,
beneficial or not
but hang on,
okay?
but hang on. Hooters hires a very specific type of woman for their hostesses. That's part of their business model, right? The courts have said that if they don't want to hire a man for that model, they do not have to. If they don't want to hire somebody that's plus size, they don't have to. And yet what somebody has done is, oh, I've transitioned. I'm now a woman. I have to be hired by Hooters, right? Although that person...
No, I'm talking about any job, anywhere. Should a person have the right to say no? Because you're a troon, get out of here.
Yeah. You have a right to say no.
Yes. I agree. And now we live in a society where gender identity is protected.
Yeah, I mean, they should. I think more people should.
Free businesses in America, at least, have the right to deny service for any reason that they can imagine. So, we should. But I think my overall point, and maybe Steve's as well, is you let society deal with that through actual societal pushback. The problem is when you start trying to make laws for like we can even talk about where
laws. That's the thing. That's
what I'm saying. Hang on. Let me get to my point though, because I think if we start saying things like men can't dress how they want to in public, we then have to define a legal line between what is normal clothing, what is female clothing, what is male clothing, what is fetish clothing, what is not fetish clothing, and you inevitably have to put that into the hands of a select few people who end up making all of those decisions. And the problem is where do you draw the line?
You have a moral council. You have a moral council.
This is a well-documented
But can I just say one thing? Because you responded to me. It is a well-documented fetish, but the thing is this. So that's what we're getting at, the societal pushback. And the societal pushback needs to be precisely this. We have to have the right to discriminate against these people. And on top of that, the act of discriminating against those people or not wanting to be around them needs to be protected too.
What's wrong with that?
And children, and the exposure to children also needs to be protected.
Look,
it shouldn't be normal for these people to be around kids. Period.
Look, but here's the thing: if I saw some, listen, GJ, if I saw some dude, but look, if I saw some dude wearing just a bra and panties, you think I'm gonna want them around my kid? Hell no, right?
Yeah, I don't care about
that's societal. But
I don't care about. They could be dressed as normally as possible.
But that's the societal pushback.
Female impersonation is not approppriate around kids whose innate perceptions should not be deceived.
Well, I'm okay with that too. I agree with you. I think drag shows come from
to find a woman,
and in any public space,
child for help.
And in any public space, you have a right to walk up to them and tell them they're crazy if you want. You can tell them they're stupid if you want. You can tell them that they're inappropriate if you want. That's societal pushback. Hang on, wait, real quick. All of the studies that people were talking about earlier about how susceptible people are to fitting into a crowd, that is much more powerful than any top-down legislation will ever be.
Keep invoking top-down legislation. No one brought that up except you.
How else would you enforce it though? I mean, the question you're asking. But the question you're asking begs the solution. You're saying that we should never allow these things ever. By what manner do you mean? If you're talking about societal, then I agree with you. Then why are we arguing?
These people should be humiliated the moment they step out in public. That's what I'm talking about.
So you want to bully and harass people? That's what you want a free pass to bully and harass people?
But GJ, that's a problem. Hang on. That's a problem because now you have them. Some people say, "Oh, I just want to live my authentic life and whatever," and they want to live their lives. You're now saying society should literally go up to trans people and bully them.
Yeah, why not?
So, I mean, how would you feel if the people in charge talk that way about gay people?
I don't think that's beneficial. Okay, look at like for example, I don't think Jessica's still here, right? But Jessica Gill, who's trans. I have a question though. But let me finish.
Yeah,
Jessica Gill. But listen, Jessica Gill.
All right, we are not.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Dave.
We are not speaking over the host. We are not speaking over each other. We are not going to go into a big brouhaha of everyone speaking at the same time. Let Steve get his point out, GJ too. Let Steve get his point out as far as the topic at hand, which was Steve.
Okay, so my point being, for someone like Jessica Gill, who I treat as a friend, who I've known for quite some time. Jessica Gill was on Jubilee with Blair White, and she wasn't getting her time, and so I had interest in what she had to say, and so I brought her on my show, and we became friends. I was going to even hang out with her in Las Vegas, but my plans got changed. If I'm out hanging out with a friend, right, like Jessica, and you start coming up and trying to harass her when she's not saying anything to you, she's not going. If she was going up to you and start, like for example, I just watched somebody who was doing a TikTok, some woman where a trans person came up to them and started harassing them. Then you have the right to push back. Then absolutely. But what you're saying is just because somebody's trans, you should start going up to them and start bullying them?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not
Then
what
are
I'm
you
saying.
saying? Go ahead.
It is what you're saying. It is what you're saying.
That literally was what I heard, but go ahead.
It's not. I'm not saying
Okay, go
active
ahead.
harassment. If they enter, it's about refusal of service. It's about not letting your kids around them. It's about
Refusal of service.
It's about
Okay.
fostering a culture of rejecting this as an acceptable action.
Okay. So let me ask you. So I walk into a restaurant with Jessica, and the place has a right to not serve somebody, right? And I do believe that a private business has certain rights not to serve somebody. Although discrimination on that level can be very problematic, right? Because if they say, oh, "Look, I don't want to serve you because you're a specific color," highly problematic, clearly, right? So just because somebody's trans, I don't know why
He chose to be a female impersonator. This is not race. Race
So-
is an immutable characteristic.
But there are, in Vegas, there's female impersonators all the time. That's a big thing in Vegas.
Yeah, on a stage in a particular venue.
So they're not. What happens if they go out for lunch? Wait.
choose to
If
be
they go
around
out for
it.
lunch, what do? They're impersonating a woman on stage because it's a big thing in Vegas.
You don't, strippers don't go
Keyword
to a
stage.
restaurant
This is
for
not
lunch in
ordinary
their
public.
stripping outfit. They put on normal clothes.
No,
But again, that's naked versus wearing women's clothes. It's not
My
again not the
No,
same
it's
thing.
not
is,
naked.
Would you equally support woman or blackface? Because to me, this is very much.
It's not a matter of
woman-face
supporting
is
it.
very
I believe in
much the
societal
same as
consequences.
blackface.
I believe in. No, it's not.
Yeah.
And I'm going to give a
Oh,
pushback
yes,
on that.
it is.
No, I'm going to hang on.
You're
I'm going to give a
correct.
pushback on this because I'm tired of people writing on the suffrage of other people. Blacks have had suffrage. Women have had suffrage. But what blacks have dealt with is far and away worse because they've had what's called slavery. Right now, as far as blackface,
Wait. What do you think women have been put through for pretty much all of human history?
if I want to wear makeup, I'm allowed to wear makeup. That's okay?
Right, and I think that that's fine. But the difference that that I think we're talking about is when you are, impersonating a woman. There's, men. Sure, you want to wear makeup. That's great. If you want to put on, a big pair of fake plastic tits and, what is in our society clearly deemed to be a clothing reserved for females, you know
But
what
you
I
said
mean? Like this is
blackface.
a documented fetish that is taken up by men who we know statistically are more dangerous. So I think it's absolutely something that should be entertained to, at least societally poo-poo that for the protection and betterment of women and society.
But she said blackface, right? Blackface is meant to be degrading, right? It's meant to.
You don't think woman face is meant to be degrading though? Because
no,
it
I don't.
absolutely is.
No, I don't. That's why I get
Steve,
pushback.
I would challenge you.
But here's the thing: if a guy
I would
wants to,
challenge you to read some of
if a
the.
guy wants to wear makeup, right, and he wants to portray himself as female, I don't think that's inherently insulting. Blackface was
Steve,
meant
you
to
have
be
not
inherently insulting.
researched the
There's a
subject.
huge difference between that.
See, I think that that's
You have not
dismissing
researched the subject.
women as a class.
I'm sorry, what?
You're willing to
What did she say?
recognize Black people as a class, but if you're not willing to recognize the equivalence in women as a class, then of course you're
Well, of
not
course they're
going
both
to
classes,
see it as equally offensive.
If you're talking about offensive, then look at Delvey, right?
Dylan Mulvaney.
Dylan Mulvaney, he's
other
offensive
females
because he's.
What-
I don't take him seriously, right? I think he actually is mocking women.
But that's your own opinion, and women.
Well, we all
for
have our own
women,
opinions,
any
right? That's, of
man
course, his opinion.
impersonating women is making a mockery of women.
So every
and
again,
just because
but
you
again-
believe that they're sincere in their belief doesn't
offense
matter.
is taken. So like look at the pissed off lawyer, right? I'm not offended that she wants to look like a man. I don't get offended by this. I have a right not to be offended by this. I don't think she's putting on man face. I couldn't care less.
And that's because women are not a threat to men, and we don't have records backing up the fact that.
Hold on.
Listen, let me finish. We don't have data backing up the fact that women who impersonate men are inherently more violent towards men and are a legitimate threat to men. We do have this documented fetish, which is present in violent, dangerous men.
Well, but I don't think that's completely fair to say,
and their
because
intentions too. You know, a man who wants to present himself as a woman, you know, why do they want to do that? Maybe they are trying to, you know, why would a man impersonate a woman? You know, it's either a fetish or, like Jessica said, he
100%
wanted people
sexual.
to
There's
see
0%
him as
for which
having.
it's not sexual.
Well,
He said last time we had a space like this that he wanted people to see him as having a female silhouette. And I asked him why. You know, I don't know. Well, what did getting breast implants do for you? And he said, I don't know. I've never really thought about that. You know, and it really comes back to it's because it's a costume. You know, he does not see women as full embodied human beings. He sees us as something.
I was there, and that was an individual person. I think you overgeneralize, though. I think you just apply one size fits all.
I think we're allowed to overgeneralize for safeguarding purposes when the statistics back us up.
But what's safeguarding? If a person's wearing makeup, they're wearing makeup. You're just saying that
not the same thing as female impersonation.
But
that's not. That's there's a difference between decoration and impersonation.
The elements of female anatomy and wearing makeup. Come on, I mean, this is so like so
there's
simple.
a big difference between mocking the biology of women or trying to fool people into thinking that you have the biology of a female and decorating oneself. I fully support decoration, right? People have been doing it since the dawn of human history. Some of the oldest human skeletons or mummies that we found have evidence of tattoos, of
and
piercings,
earrings, right?
of other
course.
body modifications. And, you know, culturally, what we associate as being, you know, for women or, you know, feminine changes based on geography and time, you know, what era of time we're looking at, right? Like fashions for men and women change. But there's a big distinction between biological imitation and decoration. And I think that's the point that women are making, is that men who try to fool other people into believing that they are women, whether it's through breast implants or, you know, taking on, you know, like Jessica, he said he wanted a female silhouette. They are statistically more likely to be a danger to women and to others. And we are absolutely allowed to safeguard against that by saying you should not be allowed to do that. And you have to question the motivations of these
you're not
men
allowed
as well.
to.
You know,
What do you mean by that, though? You're not allowed to. How would you prevent Jessica from wearing makeup and being trans?
That is the key question.
Again, you keep saying the wearing makeup thing, and I've said many times, I have no problem with men wearing makeup. There's a big difference between men wearing makeup and men getting breast implants. There's a big difference
what would you do
between the two.
Let's say that Jessica just wanted to wear a fake bra or something like that, because she did get breast implants.
Why?
I think. But what would you do? But I'm asking is, what do you do?
Because he doesn't have anything to support there without
what do you
breast
do to prevent
implants.
it?
They serve a functional purpose
Steve.
for women. I don't think that plastic surgeons should be giving men breast implants, whether or not they believe they're women or are trying to, you know, satisfy a fetish or are trying to trick women into believing that they're women so that they can come into our spaces. Or, you know, so many of them talk about, I want to look like a woman so that I can date cis lesbians, right? They are predatory men historically. And again, we see cross-dressing. And we all used to know this, you know, this is well documented that this is something that men who have a particular proclivity for violence and misogyny that they take up. We
not all of them. I mean,
this.
Again, we all have seen Rocky Horror
It doesn't
Picture
matter.
Show.
We
all
have
love
to
Tim
safeguard.
Curry as you know, as a sweet transvestite,
and again, that's
right?
on a stage.
He's not a sex.
That's on a stage.
I agree, right? But he's gay. He's a gay man. But my question is still, what do you? Let's say
it's the social cost. Steve, can I ask a very?
I still want to get an answer to this question. If a man wants to put on a bra, stuff it full of something, because again, you're talking about not allowing surgery. What do you do to prevent that? That's what I still
Again,
want that
it's about
answer.
the social cost. But can I ask a very, very
No, you
simple
can't.
hypothetical?
No, not until I get an answer to my question. How do you prevent?
We answered it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, we did. It's about imposing a
same way-
gigantic social cost to it.
So JG, so
the same way that we
the
have
hypothetical is the
outlawed.
answer. It will clarify the answer. If we had the technology to make adult men, instead of impersonate women, impersonate the bodies and form of children, so that we'll have adult men walking and just mingling around children in society. This is very science fiction. I'm not saying we have it, but if we could do that, we could shrink their bodies and make them look like children. Would you want to foist that onto society and normalize it and just say, oh yeah, it's their right to modify their bodies in this way. There's no social cost of having these men just integrating themselves amongst children and walking around, schoolyards and parks.
It's a slippery slope argument. I mean, you're dealing with science fiction hypotheticals when I'm asking real world. I'm not going to answer that question because all I want to know is what are you going to do, GJ? And again, I'm not going to do this. Obviously, I'm not interested in it. But what do you say for somebody who just wants to wear a stuffed bra out in public? You're saying societal things. So you're saying that you should go up to those people and give them.
No, that's not what I said.
Then what do you do to
Then
prevent
what
it?
are you saying? That's
What are
the
you
point.
saying?
Your brain on drugs, whatever. This is your brain on shrooms. You stay away from the shrooms.
So how do you fix it? What do you do to prevent that? JG, you're not giving me
culture so that no one wants to do this, and these are social outcomes.
That's okay. Now you're just saying pie in the sky. Everybody think kumbaya. What do
I
you
gave
do?
An answer. You don't like the answer because
your
you don't
answer's
want
a
to do that
non-answer. You're not answering the question.
Wait, can I jump in?
Can I contend one thing?
Go ahead, Mia.
Just one thing.
Me again.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, my one contention is because your two distinctions is live your life if you not harm anybody and being an individual versus when you start to contend against it if it infiltrates societally and starts being harmful. But that point A to point B, isn't that inevitable? If you legitimize something, it becomes more mainstream. Like, for example, in Canada with women are here. Like, for instance, if you legitimize your freedom, if you're not harming anybody but yourself to end your own life, then inevitably, if you let that, it's a rollover effect. So now like a 17-year-old, like a 19-year-old mentally ill teen who's just depressed it's a rollover effect. Now they're ending their lives because of a society, like a socially groomed outcome. So and similarly, like if you did hard drugs, you're like, okay, you're just doing it yourself. But then rollover effect, now the children growing up and then the 18, 19, 20-year-olds, when you legitimize something, not only do you mainstream it, but it has a rollover effect to now also when it becomes more popular, it infiltrates more socially into the program, into laws. So how do you, so if your A and B is your distinction, first off, how do you prevent that A from being B? And second off, how can you like justify like not even talking about the trans thing, but like a lot of moral behavior. If knowing it, you're gonna legitimize it, you're gonna mainstream it, and then also, it's gonna become more. It's gonna rollover effect, and then
Are you asking
and
me
go
or
into law.
GJ?
No, just you. It's like for example, the killing yourself thing. It's that's the thing happening in Canada right now.
Yeah, well, of course, people are going to weaponize suicidal things, right? I mean, we all remember the whole would you rather have a live daughter than a dead son, which is completely manipulative, right? That's emotional manipulation in its finest. And I think that any medical practitioner that used that line probably needs to have their license revoked or sincerely looked at, right?
He's talking about MAID.
Yeah, they're euthanizing. Like for example, you can now euthanize yourself if you're like depressed. And so
I've heard something like this. Yeah, and there's a woman that just
that passed in Canada.
Yeah. Okay, so that goes to right to life. I have my own issues when it comes to euthanasia. I do believe that end of life, if you're cognitively aware, and especially if you're suffering, I do believe that you're right to self-terminate and have somebody help you with that. Physician-assisted suicide, I absolutely believe right to die. But people that are just depressed, they need help. They need sincere help.
You're not answering the question though. He's asking about publicizing it. The manner in which it's normalized and publicizing it is expanding the use of it and
Well,
normalizing.
everything's publicized because we live in a society where everything's out in the open. We live in a society
How
where
about
instantaneous
legally?
information.
How about legally? Like again in Canada, the man who, for whatever his motivation, decided to wear, huge, enormous prosthetic breasts,
Because he was exploiting
and
a
they
loophole.
ruled in his favor, whether or
Right.
not he was trying to make a point. So now this is a legal issue.
Right,
And
but here's the thing, we all agree that it
think
should
we
be,
need
right?
to legislate against female impersonation because
Really?
it has been legally. I do, because we're at the point now where it's been legally supported that, men have the right to do this no matter what their motivations, and that is dangerous to women. And I
Do
really would
women have the
argue
right
that
to do it?
And I will add that that yesterday was the day that Germany legalized the law to allow people to change the quote
For an
gender,
infant.
which
Yeah,
means
for an
sex,
infant.
of their children when they were born.
Which is absurd.
And-
which is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely absurd.
And to charge people with a $10,000 fine if they quote misgender
Right.
people.
We all agree that's insanity, right?
This is the downstream. This is where we're heading. And Canada is on the path, very, very securely on that path.
But I don't think the
So
solution is to violate
either
people's
we
rights.
recognize women as fully embodied female human beings who
Well, they are.
exist
I don't
in
think that's an
material
issue.
reality discrete of
But
male
that's not-
people, or women are
that's a-
nothing but an idea.
But that's an
Are-
issue.
Steve,
but
if
are-
it wasn't an issue, then we wouldn't be having this conversation.
massive
No.
idea.
I'm saying it's not an issue with the people in here. We all agree upon that. But I think it's overstepping when you want to legislate saying a person cannot do drag or a person can't be a female impersonator or can't be trans. That's
I'm
way
not
beyond
saying
the
they
pale.
can't do it on a stage, but
What
there's
is
a
be
difference
trans?
between
What's the difference if it's on a
Can you
stage
give
or in the
me a
real life?
definition of being trans?
Because people
because
choose
a
to be there when it's
performance
on a
is not
stage.
the same thing as endangering the public.
So
Could I weigh in? Could I weigh in?
Yeah, but I just want to put it out there as a
Steve,
fundamental.
I really want.
I just want to put it out there for a second that as a fundamental.
We are not speaking over the host.
As a fundamental constitutionalist, right, who believes very strongly in the Bill of Rights, which again are not rights, they're liberties, we have to have freedom of expression. And if you want to express yourself as a female, that has to be the overriding factor in my view. In my centrist view, as an American, as somebody who's fought for this country, who spent 3 tours overseas fighting for the right for people to do that, that has to be my centrist position. That my central position.
Okay, but if, where in the Constitution does it say that you cannot be nude?
And also, Mary, can I just add one thing? Because this is very important. Should we be like, pornography is considered speech by the the law in the U.S. Let's say, let's just grant that for a moment. Should we be allowed to blast pornography in any place, anywhere in public?
Again, just because.
There's
No. There's some again.
Let me just finish my sentence.
Again,
not all
time,
expression
again,
is made for public.
Again, you ask a question, and every time I go to answer it, you start interrupting me. Time, place, and manner is something that the Supreme Court has made very clear when it comes to freedom of speech. Time, place, and manner.
Exactly. That's our argument. Hence
Okay,
the stage.
that's our argument. Yeah. Right. Correct. There's a,
Okay,
there
so-
are, sure, acceptable times, place, and manners for female impersonation, and everyday life, and especially
It's not
around
one of those
children,
times.
around women in public, is not one of them, because for the same reason that we safeguard against public nudity, for the same reason, that we safeguard against people going out wearing nothing but a butt plug, stuff like that, we recognize that this is a danger. This is something that we don't, people should not be forced to see. There's another element of this too, is female impersonation is forcing the public to participate in your fetish, whether it's looking at you or calling you by your preferred pronouns, and then legislating that be legal is making it legal to force the public to participate in your fetish. And to go back to you talking about Mr. Jessica wearing a bra that he stuffs, functionally, there is a reason why women wear bras, because we have express and they need support. There is absolutely no reason for a man to wear a stuffed bra other than to satisfy a sexual fetish or a delusion or a desire to make others uncomfortable because it goes so far against the social norm.
But Mary, let me give you a pushback. And by the way, I wish we had some more trans people here because Mary and I do agree on 99%. And Mary knows that I adore her to no end. So this fact that we're giving each other pushback is actually because we have very few other people giving push back to Mary. It's just me because it's my struggle session and this is what I do and people give me shit, so I'm okay with that. But if the wearing of the female clothes, how would, again, I don't understand how you legislate against that. You're going to say, okay,
the same way you legislate against pornography at a bar, the same way you legislate against public nudity, it should not be legal.
So the law would state, and I want to make it very clear. So the law would state that a man is not allowed to wear female clothes in public or be trans in public. Is that your
so what does be trans
I'm not asking
mean? I want to know this too.
I'm asking Mary because
I would like to know too. What does that mean? You're asking me the question. I just would like you to clarify. What does it mean to be trans in your definition?
I literally gave 3 different types of trans, and one of them had a subgroup. Right, I literally said there's three main groups I see as trans. The ones that
you gave them unbelievers, and that's not an action. That's
no. I gave the ones that are AGP males, the ones that Mary talked about the most, right? The ones that have a sexualized fetish, the ones that are transsexual, that know they're not the opposite sex, don't believe they're the opposite sex, but just want to live their lives as the opposite sex, and then there's the ones that actually do believe that they are the opposite sex.
I know, but you said be
but
trans.
Those are motivations.
Yeah, but can I weigh in?
Can I weigh in? The person. That's a definition.
Can I weigh in?
Well, if you go,
wait, let me finish.
Being trans suggests a state of being, a state.
Right. If you want the DSM, or,
I believe you're describing the motivations of trans people. I think you're making the distinction between why they would choose to impersonate the other sex and what their beliefs may not be. Now,
can I weigh in?
Wait, can I just finish?
Yes, go ahead.
From a woman's perspective, we have absolutely no idea the motivations of the men impersonating us. What we do know is that statistically, these men are more likely to be a danger to us. And it's backed up by the prison statistics, which shows that 58.9% of trans-identified men are in prison for violent sexual offenses. And that's compared to like 16.4% of men who don't identify as women. And that's even further, it's 3.3% of women who are in prison are there for violent sexual offenses. So statistically, we have to have safeguards against men with this behavior. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense to just say, let them do whatever they want, because women exist in society. And if we are to be protected in the law, if we are to be recognized as fully fledged human beings, we deserve protection from men, no matter what their motivations. And again, I don't believe them. I don't believe the ones who say that, oh, I know I'm a man, but I just like to do this. It's not a fetish for me. Why the fuck would I believe them?
Okay,
Why should I have to?
Well, so when women ask, though, what in my point of view, right, what would be considered trans? Out of all those categories that I talked about, the AGP male, I don't consider trans, right? I don't consider the transsexual trans. The only
But how do you tell the difference?
I'm answering her question.
Because again, I think you're speaking to motivations and not a distinct class of people. If you can't tell the difference,
I'm literally
then
answering
there
her
is
question.
no difference.
The trans person, right? If we're going to get down to the bolts, the nitty gritty, the trans person is the person who literally believes that they are the opposite sex. Right, and we know that a lot of them don't.
But
right,
that's whether or not you believe that.
God damn! Can I finish my train of thought? Can I finish my train of thought for a second? The trans person has gender dysphoria is an actual medical condition that does exist.
No.
Right? Oh, you don't think trans?
No, I absolutely.
There's no such thing as a trans person.
You don't think?
I think that
Hang on.
Guys, you can't.
That gender
We
dysphoria
are
is a
not
garbage
speaking
can
over everyone.
diagnosis that was created by activists.
Okay, so
created.
women exist. You believe that there are no people that actually have a false belief that they're the opposite sex. Is that your position?
That's not
But it
what I'm
doesn't
saying.
matter
Hang on,
what
I-
they
I-
believe. What
that's-
matters
I
is their
understand.
behavior and
No,
how it affects the rest
guys,
of us.
stop. Guys, I'm going to mute you all. I'm asking one person, and then somebody else jumps in. And this is very specific, because if you're going to ask very specific questions, you got to stick with the question. So women exist. You had said that you don't think gender dysphoria is a real thing. So I want to follow up on that. So you think there's no such person that exists that truly believes that they're the opposite sex, where clearly they're false. That's irrelevant. But I just want to know, do you believe that those specific people do exist, or do you believe that they're all lying? That's all I want to know. Then go ahead. That's it. Go ahead.
Okay, so what you've asked me is, do I believe that there are people who exist who believe that they are something that they are not? Of course I believe that. Do I believe that gender dysphoria is real? No, I do not.
What's the
Gender
difference?
dysphoria is a huge diagnosis that was created by activists in order to support the pharmaceutical treatment of human beings who are confused in some way. There are so many reasons why people reject their bodies and have body dissociation. And body dissociation is a signal that something is wrong. It's not a problem that needs to be medicalized. It is a signal that something is wrong psychologically. It's typically a signal that the person has been abused sexually or has seen something that has caused them trauma. It is typically it is typical of young women living in a society that objectifies and fetishizes them as well. So they reject their bodies because their bodies make them, in the public's view, an object, and they don't want to be an object. They want to be a person. And so they look to society and look at what society considers a person. And the only thing that society considers a person is a male. And so they chop off their body parts so that they can be considered a human being.
But that's going to motivation.
And I think this is appalling.
How could you? You have a contradiction, though. You cannot say on one hand that there are people that literally believe they're the opposite sex, and at the same time can say that gender dysphoria is not a thing. That is gender dysphoria.
Well, psychosis exists. Delusions exist.
There's a distinction between the belief in something that is not true and the actual problem that they are suffering. The actual problem that they're suffering is not gender dysphoria. Okay, gender is mutable societal sex role stereotypes that other people have in their heads. So it's expectations that other people have in their heads for females having, quote, femininity and men having, quote, masculinity, which is nothing more than a hierarchical construct, a patriarchal construct of how people should behave. Women should behave in a subservient role. Men should behave in a dominant role. That's all that is. And so people ascribing to those gender identity kind of beliefs, that gender construct, are simply lost in the idea that humans aren't just male and female, and that doesn't prescribe any kind of behavior or any kind of expression. Women are just people. We're just humans. Men can have all of the human emotions. Men can feel nurturance. Men can feel kindness. Men, there is this idea of masculinity is so amorphous, and it tends to hold these ideas that men are brave. Well, tell me a woman who isn't brave. Show me a woman who has gone through childbirth who isn't brave. That men are willing to go into difficult situations. Show me a woman who isn't willing to do that.
And also,
these constructs They're just constructs.
Wait, let her finish.
Steve,
Let her
sorry,
finish.
can I just say one thing quickly? Do you
No,
not
let her
see-
finish.
I want, here's what I want. I'm a feminist. I've been a feminist for decades. I want women to be considered whole human beings. I want us to be recognized, to be recognized as having different bodies that are able to create life. We're different than men. We don't have the same strength. And so in society, we require some protections from the sex class that preys on us, that still preys on us. Nobody can deny that.
I can deny that a majority of men prey on women.
I don't care if it's a majority.
I can deny that. I can deny that men.
95%
Most
of
men.
Hang on, he's allowed to talk
Hold
too.
on,
Come
listen
on.
to me.
Yeah, you can't. Women
95%
exist. Hang on, women exist. Hang on. Look. We gave you plenty of time. Nobody interrupted you. Show the same courtesy and let Dave, speak as well, because I've noticed there's a lot of interruptions and I don't understand why. Mary got her time to speak. We absolutely give people time to speak, and just give him a little bit of time to speak before you interrupt him. 3 words into his sentence, okay? And then then Dave's going to take some hands because my voice is going, as you can tell. Go ahead.
Yeah, I tell on that one, Steve.
Yeah.
But number one, a good man will not want to just force their will upon you. You see that, you see the kind of rhetoric that you're saying about men in places like the Middle East, where women do not have the kind of rights that other people have here in America, and I'm sure many places in Canada. But you going down that path is clearly limiting that. When it comes down to the rights that we have, men and women do have a lot of equal rights in this country. Now, as far as a women's right that you think men have over you, please do say what I can do that you can't. And don't make it something as arbitrary as, men have had the right to vote longer than women, because now you have the right to vote. Please give me a serious explanation as something that men have over women. Go.
Men have 162% punching power, higher punching power than women do.
That's not a right.
All right.
That's a biological difference. He's asking what a right.
He's asking a right. It is a biological difference.
Bodies.
Yeah, but
Right, and based on that biological, listen to me. And I'm going to answer your question, Based on those biological differences, women deserve and are entitled to certain protections, which are normally, we've all societally agreed, single-sex spaces. Women no longer have that right. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but we don't think they shouldn't.
Say also, just
right, but I'm talking about what is actually happening. You asked for a right that women don't have, that men have. We no longer have the right to single-sex spaces, which will safeguard us.
And neither do men. Women are coming in as men too.
Men do not need such safeguarding. Men don't need such safeguarding because of the biological advantage.
So men do not need the safeguard of, so a female to male trans person walks into a man's restroom, then walks out saying that they got sexually assaulted by the man in there. That's fair game?
I don't know what that means, but could I...
Is not applying to this situation at all. What I am telling you is that the biological differences require that women have the right to certain safeguards. We no longer have the right to those safeguards. Men don't need them because of the biological differences. Women do not pose an equal threat to men, and statistically, women don't act on being a threat to men. Women don't have penises to rape men with.
Okay, well, Dave,
you can't tell me that men are the only ones that commit sexual assault.
Yeah, hang on, Dave.
No,
I don't think that's what you're saying.
Did I say that, or did I say that women are more at risk?
Acting on them with their penis? I mean, come on.
But Mary.
Yes, that's what they do.
But Mary, hang on. I'm going to agree with you here. Okay, I do think women do need those special safeguards, and I think those rights have been violated. But they had those rights, and it was women who actively stood up for trans people trying to get rid of those rights. I see more women
No,
fighting
you're
for-
not going to blame men entering women's spaces on women because whether or
I'm
not they
not blaming
supported them,
them,
the act of
but women are
active
supporting them doing
transgression,
this, right? The women are the
that's
ones
not
promoting
the
it.
point. If
Okay, so
but
we-
if men were prevented from doing it, then women
But we
would
all
have
agree.
nothing
We all agree on
there
that,
to
right?
support.
So, okay, so but we all agree that women had that right before. It was being removed because of trans rights activists, which women were promoting.
No, it was being removed because of the men who wanted them removed, and it
And
doesn't
as well.
matter who
Okay,
was supporting
so
it.
we-
The problem here is the men who are crossing women's boundaries and eroding their rights.
Okay, so we
It's
all
not,
agree upon that
you know,
one. What
if
other
they
rights?
were not doing what they are doing, then there wouldn't be women supporting them.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Women have the right to their own spaces for that very reason. I'm 100% on board with you on that. But that's something right that they did have at one time. You would agree? And it got eroded by Title IX and other things, right? It got eroded, right? That right got
Yeah,
eroded.
we no longer have those rights. We no longer have the right
should go
to
back to that,
safeguard against male violence.
We should go back to that.
And
But what?
can I
But can you,
ask a very
hang on,
simple
hang on.
question, though?
No, can you give an example of a right that you never had? To answer Dave's questions, that's why I'm more kind of curious. What right is it that you never had?
And Dave didn't ask for a right that we never had. Dave asked for what right don't you have currently that that men have.
All right,
And
that's a fair point.
men
Yeah, I mean, he was correct.
now
He was correct.
he specifically said, "Don't tell me about women didn't have the right to vote." So don't go changing the question on me just because you don't like being wrong, guys.
No, I'm not.
But
The way it was worded,
the conversation
you
wasn't
answered-
about rights. But if I
Hang
could say
on.
one thing,
No,
Steve.
you can't. Stop. I mean, you keep interrupting,
fine.
GJ. Come on. Because Mary's right the way the question's worded. Again, we take things very, very formally here when it comes to like questions and answers and argumentation theory.
All love.
Mary is correct as far as how the question was answered. This is when you go back to Dave and you say, Dave, would you like to reword the question differently? That's how it works.
And the only thing that I guess as far as MaryCate Delvey's answer, yes, that makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, everybody has the right to defend themselves should the action occur. When it comes down
Right, but who is better
to
able to defend themselves? It's men.
anybody's
Women are
better
not
able to defend themselves if they're carrying a
we are
Glock.
not.
Yeah,
Okay,
gun is a great equalizer.
that part of your body? Is that realistic? Do they allow women to do that in the UK and Canada? No.
They should.
Women deserve.
They should.
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about here. We can eliminate a huge portion of these threats without introducing the risks associated with firearms if we legislate against men entering women's spaces.
But see,
And
I'm on board with that. I agree with that, though. I think there should be.
I agree.
Yeah, I
with
agree
that.
with that too.
I agree with that. Not letting men enter women's spaces. Yes, we are all on board when it comes down to that. However, you're not going to say that intent doesn't matter when it comes down to every single situation. Similar to what Steve was saying.
Yes, I am.
If a guy
I'm going to say.
If a guy decided, let me finish. If a guy decided out of the blue in a part of the country that tends to agree with more left-leaning things like the LGBT, a man decides to wear a dress and go for a walk in the park. He is not bothering anybody. He's not going after anyone. What instead you're saying is that man could have the intent to harm a woman purely
Right, he's
because
much more likely
So
to.
could any
He is-
man.
He is showing
So could- exactly,
society
so could
that
any
he is
man.
much more, but he has chosen to show society that he is much more likely to, and the
What happens if he's
statistics
gay?
back
What
it
happens
up.
if he's a gay
Whether
man?
you
A feminine gay man wearing
is a gay
dress.
man a woman?
No, but if he's a feminine gay man wearing a dress, then what? He's no threat to a woman because he has no intention of raping a woman.
What
He's not
does it
sexual interest in a woman.
matter? What does it matter what
Well, of
his
course it
sexual
matters.
orientation is?
Because
No,
the
it
law
doesn't
can't
matter
determine
because the
you're
behavior.
talking about intent.
No, and that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter because the behavior that he's exhibiting is threatening to women.
So
I
him
just-
just
I don't-
existing,
that doesn't
walking in a
follow.
park.
He's not
is
just
threatening to a
existing.
woman.
He is exhibiting a specific behavior. He is exhibiting
So
a
how about-
specific
how about if
behavior.
a
Wait, no,
woman-
let me finish. Again, he is
Go on,
exhibiting
go
a
on.
specific behavior that is threatening to women statistically. He is exhibiting a behavior that is, I would say in many ways antisocial in the literal sense of the term. You know, he is purposefully not adhering to social norms. He is purposefully making those around him uncomfortable because we have culture, because we have certain gender norms in place in our culture in terms of, you know, these are clothes that fit women and that women wear. That changes based on society and time and demographic and geography, but we all are in agreement. We know when a man is wearing women's clothing. Yes? And we know
very few are passing.
statistically
I get that.
these men are more likely to be a threat. So
Can
I
I
don't
weigh
care
in a little
why
bit?
he's doing it. We cannot have it happening.
How about
Can I jump
women
in?
do the
Can
same
I say
thing?
something as a detransitioner, please? Because I was
Yes.
in the trans community. Hi. My name's Caitlin. I was in the
Hi,
trans
Caitlin.
community for a few years. I was on testosterone for about 6 months, and it made me feel really insane. And so I quit, and yada yada. It's a whole thing. But you know, I've been listening to this space for a while, and thank you for the opportunity to speak because it's been illuminating, a bit frustrating, and from my perspective, having spent time with these people, we were all in a mass delusion. None of us believed we were truly the opposite sex. Some of us really, really, really wanted to be and thought that maybe there was a way to do that. We all had very significant mental health problems. We were on drugs. We were unstable and unemployable, and affirming our delusions and pretending to go along with it was making it worse. It's the cruelest thing that you can do to this group of people. And for the ones who are paraphilics, autogynephiles, cross-dresser fetishes, whatever, no matter how like put together they are, no matter how together they seem, they're just it entertaining this stuff is bad for them and it's bad for society, and they should feel shame for it. And shame has a very specific place in society, and women tend to, in evolutionary psychology terms, be those people. It's, if you look at the Catholic Church, it's run by a small group of men, but the enforcers are the nuns, and there's way more of them. So I think, like, with all due respect to your friend Jessica, I know you think he's cool and all that, but he needs to keep it inside and inside only. They need to stop talking about it. They need to stop unleashing it on their families and on children and on society and putting it out all over the place. And there's a whole push to make it seem like autogynephilia is an innate sexual orientation. It is not. Entertaining that is a gateway to entertaining that pedophilia is an immutable sexual orientation. And there's a push from sexologists who endorse this kind of thinking. It is opening a very, very wide gate to the depths of hell. And we should put an end to it immediately using things such as social shame and pressure, not giving a fuck about being mean to them. And I don't mean going up and bullying them, but I'm saying if you see one of these people on the street, laugh or give them a weird look, as long as you're armed, because they do go off. And I'm sick of pretending like the gay ones are all docile ones.
Exactly.
That's propaganda from Silence of the Lambs, because the gay ones are just as aggressive. I've hung out with enough
maybe more
trainee
so.
hookers.
Maybe more so sometimes.
I've hung out with enough of these trainee hookers to know that they will fight you if you fuck with their
Agreed.
fantasy.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of them are on drugs. They're like meth out crackheads. So just like stop.
Can I weigh in from a legal standard though? Because the thing I've been trying to say is it's not that, and I grant everything you said is true, and I grant everything Mary said is true, and I agree wholeheartedly. And by the way, welcome back. I'm glad that you woke up, and I would wish no harm on you or anyone who is going through the same thing. But there's a couple of ethical problems and there's a couple of legal problems that we'd have to think about here, and they're very nuanced, right? Because the reason why, and I think Steve might agree with this point, that we have to be careful about which legislation we try to push through is because the fine lines between things are not easy to determine. And they have to be talked about, debated, figured out. We have to figure out who's correctly minded enough to do those things. And as far as, like, say, bullying in public, I know you specifically said that you don't want to bully anybody, but the fear is that most of the people who are trans are indoctrinated people, and they've been indoctrinated from when they were young. They are victims. They are not they are victims, period. And
victims can be perpetrators.
And I think Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when it comes down to trying to pass legislation about where people can be and when, especially if we're talking about an intent that the law cannot determine, we have to talk about we have to talk about a very specific principle in law, which is prevention versus justice. So if when police do work that is aimed at prevention of crime, they end up impeding on people over and over and over again, because you cannot possibly know somebody's intent. And there is a very fine line between trying to prevent something from happening and doing something after the fact. It might be, you could say, a hole in the legal system. You could say that maybe it's not ideal, but that's a truth. And if we want to talk about, like, well, if somebody's wearing a dress in public, maybe there should be something that happens legally to them, then we have to talk about, like, well, how many men go and sit next to playgrounds because they're perverts? Probably more than we would like to admit. But we can't justify, for example, going and arresting every man sitting next to a playground because
Oh,
we
but
have
you
no
know
idea what
what?
intent
But
is.
you know
Hang on,
what?
hang on.
I tell you, no, let me tell you, let me address that. As a mother, I have absolutely experienced, when we notice a man sitting at a playground watching the kids, we call the police and they come and talk to him because they recognize that that is a safeguarding issue
Yes.
and they at least need to come and check it out.
But people have a right to be in public, is my point. And the police, and by the way, just so we're clear, in the United States of America, in most states, if a man is just sitting somewhere and somebody calls the police on them, the police are barely allowed to do anything. They can walk up, they can say, hey, who are you? The person's allowed to say, fuck you, get out of my face. I'm in my right, sitting in public. You can't do anything about it. Now, and that's why we have to be super, super careful about giving police power to try and prevent things based on intent.
May I respond to that? Because I agree with all these things and I've thought about them very carefully. This is what I do on my YouTube channel. Granted, like half of it is just making fun of AGPs on Reddit, but I also do like serious deep dives on like I've really thought about this stuff. And I think it has to be solved at the state level. If you want to live in a state where there are public decency laws and people are getting citations for breaking them, and if you break a certain amount of them, then like first of all, make asylums great again. I think we need to bring back actual like inpatient mental health care that's comprehensive, not just for this kind of stuff, but for all the homeless people
I
out in the
agree with the
streets.
inpatient care for sure.
Yeah, like there's a lot of things that we can do. We can reestablish. We used to have, granted, not all of them were great. I remember I've watched the documentaries. I've seen the Geraldo Rivera thing where he goes through the asylums. I know that it was shitty and we can learn from that, but we need to bring those institutions back because there are people that seriously need to, and let me tell you something.
Yeah, there are people who shouldn't be in the street. Yeah.
Yeah. And let me say something else, because I know you guys want to, we want to be kind and empathetic and all of that stuff, and people are in a cult, but you know what really helped me snap out of it? By hearing people, TERFs specifically first, because I was like, this is unbearable being around these people. First of all, the more you're around trans people, when they're all in their weird community, you do reach a point where the cognitive dissonance gets really loud and you're like, am I going to sit around with these nutcases for the rest of my life or what? And something that really helped was hearing really mean TERFs like Karen Davis calling us all fucking nuts.
Yeah, I'm not against
You
shame.
did not say Mary. You
Shame
could have
is a
said Mary. You
powerful
got Mary
motivator.
right here. You could have said Mary. You know what, Caitlin?
This was years ago.
8 years ago. You're right. But Caitlin, you know what's funny? Here's the thing, Caitlin. I happen to agree with probably 99% of everything you just said, believe it or not. Okay? And I also agree with what Thought said. But there has to be a balance, right? Mockery is fine, especially for the AGP males and things of that nature. I say go for it. Okay.
Yeah, shame is good.
Shame is fine with that. It's just, I have absolutely. Matter of fact, that's freedom of speech, right?
That is freedom of speech,
right? And I have to talk about what Thought has mentioned, because what people don't seem to understand is my ability to do something in the form of a protective speech, like sit there and just sit there, right? Is my liberty. It's not a right. It's a liberty guaranteed by the Constitution. The right is the government cannot make a law preventing me from doing that. That's the distinction between.
It depends on the public space, though, because there's loitering laws. If somebody's
loitering is defined as not having a purpose, right? If I am just sitting there and I'm enjoying the weather in a park, that's my purpose, right? A park is there to sit and enjoy.
If you're doing it in fetish gear, like people are gonna be like, "What the fuck, man?"
Fetish gear for sure.
And also, you have to consider the people around you. For example, a man sitting alone at a park watching children is making the mothers and the children very uncomfortable. You have to
I
take
get
that
that.
into
I get that.
consideration when you're
But
considering,
Mary, what happens
just
if what,
let
but
people go and
what
sit
happens
and
if
do
he's
whatever they want.
but what happens
Being
if
uncomfortable isn't a law, though.
what
That's the
happens if
thing. That's really important. That's really, really
it is?
important.
What happens
Because
if he's a
if
private
we give
investigator?
people sorry, Steve, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's fine. What happens if he's a private investigator, Mary?
Again, this is. Can I just say something quickly?
Oh my
Sorry.
God! I asked Mary a question. Somebody else answered. But he has the right to do that. It doesn't matter. He makes somebody uncomfortable.
It's not about arresting people.
can be-
Again, we've been talking in circles over and over again. It's about upholding social norms. It's about
No, it's not.
blurring.
No, it's
Yes,
not.
but social
very
norms are
valid
social. That's the
defenses.
point, right? Because the question still hasn't been answered, by the way. And it's a very crucial question. I
Which
agree that
question?
social norms should push back against these people. But the main question at the beginning of all of this is still, what do we propose actually happens outside of social push? Because social push is the strongest way to
But
fix
we're
this problem.
talking about social push.
All right, so what do I do?
You're the one who keeps bringing up the law. We're
GG, so
not.
if I'm in a park and I'm sitting, right, and again, something most people do, sit at a park. Let's say that you have people over there saying, "Oh, that person's sitting over there. He looks creepy. He's watching kids." What do you think should happen? Please, they call the police.
Everyone should get away from. Either we could.
I think the mothers should call the police, and they do. They do escort them off.
Wait. No, they don't. No, they do not. No, they do not.
And again, wait,
Mary,
Steve.
let me finish.
I've seen it. I have experienced it. I've been one of the mothers calling the
I'm a
police.
father,
and
so
they
have I.
escort them
But
from the premises.
this is what's going to happen, right? This is the way it would happen. Let's say, like myself, who deals a lot with the First Amendment auditors, right? I know a lot of them. So I'm sitting there. You call the police. Police come out and they say, "What you doing?" I'm sitting in a park enjoying my day. Well, we're going to have to ask you to leave. No. We're going to have to ask you for ID.
Yeah, I mean,
no.
and that's where it ends. That's where it ends.
We're going to have to ask you, who are you? It doesn't matter. What are you doing here? Doesn't matter. I'm enjoying the day. That's all you have to tell the police. They cannot do shit. If they would arrest you, they get violated.
They do, though.
No,
they do
shit.
And
they get sued for it.
I've
They
seen
get
it.
sued
If
for
they
it.
do something, they get sued. They get sued if they do something.
They can lose their qualified immunity.
Steve,
they could be sued.
the wider question is this:
I have
do we call
seen
that
it
behavior
happen.
normal or abnormal?
Okay.
Do we foster a culture where
You
that
may
behavior
seen
of
it.
sitting around our kids
JJ, I don't
seemingly for no
care.
reason, do we call
Mary,
it normal or not?
JJ, normality doesn't matter. You're allowed to do it. You may have seen it, Mary, but I'm telling
we're
you.
not talking about
Oh
whether
my
it's
God!
allowed or not.
Can you jump? Can you take JD down? I'm just tired of him over talking.
No.
Can you take him down, Dave?
I can't get over it.
JJ, next time. I can't handle this.
JJ,
you interrupting.
keep talking over everybody.
Mary's making good
Sorry,
points, and
no.
we're getting progress. But every time we have a communication to try to work something, you jump in, and you can't do that. Okay? So I want to work this through with Mary, because if the police came out and did that, like to me, I would just tell them, okay, you do it. And they arrested me. That's unlawful arrest by law in California.
That they lose qualified immunity for doing that.
Yeah, in California, they still have qualified immunity, but in other places, I think it's Arizona maybe, they can lose their qualified immunity. There's no right.
And the reason that's sorry, I was just going to say the reason that's super important is because the vast majority of people don't mean you harm. Now, yes, there are people who mean you harm, but we cannot legislate in a way that could inappropriately affect large portions of the innocent community just because we feel uncomfortable by people around us. That's not how you put law. It doesn't work. We've tried it in the past. It doesn't work. We know it doesn't work.
That's just authoritative.
Can you go to hands?
It absolutely works.
Can we go to hands?
No, it doesn't work. It's a violation of constitutional law.
You're saying that it absolutely works to look at someone and say they plan to do something bad. I'm going to call the cops on them.
No, I'm saying that people exhibiting a certain behavior are not innocent. And people, I've
But what law are they
absolutely
breaking?
been party to. Excuse me?
What law are they breaking, though? If the police do something, you have to be breaking a law. If I'm sitting in a park by myself, just not doing anything else,
I mean,
what
maybe
law am I breaking?
California cops are a lot more lenient than the ones in Florida because
nothing to do with
I have
leniency.
been in a
most
park.
other states.
It
I
has
have
nothing
been
to
in
do
a
with
park
leniency.
with other
What law?
mothers. We've noticed a man sitting there, and we've called the police, and they have come and escorted him off. Now, whether or not he agreed to it and didn't want to fight, but to your point about, well, what if he's a private investigator? What stops a predator from saying, "Oh, I'm a private investigator"? Yeah,
Nothing.
exactly. So that's the thing is we
Right,
safeguard. We
but
have
here's the thing,
social norm. No, listen.
The point is you don't have to leave the park. The police cannot force you to leave the park if you're not doing anything wrong. You're in a public place.
And if they did, they violated his rights. If they did do that, they violated his rights. Now, I'm not saying that it's okay to have single men just sitting all over parks. That's not where I'm not. Nobody's advocating for that.
No.
But what we're saying is that the law can only apply, especially from a police standard, when somebody is breaking it.
Correct.
They can't just be. You can't come up and arrest somebody because of suspicion. Suspicion is not a felony, nor is it a misdemeanor. Feeling uncomfortable is not a felony, nor is it a misdemeanor. And so if we start passing laws like this, it's going to disproportionately affect people who because you're trying to target certain people, and I agree that you want to, and I agree that you have a right to want to, because those people are bad for society. I'm with you on that. But if you pass laws in this manner, you start to disproportionately affect people who aren't them. That's not liberty. That's the opposite of it.
Tyranny.
I think you're taking my intention to safeguard women and children as attacking a certain group of men. And again, it's not about those men. It's not about what purpose they really have for being there, or, to get back to the issue at hand, for being in women's spaces. It doesn't matter to me why, it doesn't matter whether or not they truly believe it. We safeguard women and children because of the biological differences.
Yeah, but what you're doing is, but Mary, what you're doing is a Mold and Bailey. You're literally, this is called a fallacy, called a Mold and Bailey. You're taking something generalized and making it more specific that's easier to defend. We can always defend against men in women's spaces, right? That's something we all agree on. That's an easily defensible position.
Yeah, that's a clear line.
Yeah, we've already agreed that women's spaces need to remain for women. We've already agreed on that.
Right. That's why this is a Mold and Bailey fallacy.
Point of a public sphere.
Right. I think we got here because we were talking about men actively choosing to exhibit a behavior which is known to be threatening to women, children, and society.
We got here because Steve was asked about being a centrist, actually.
Right.
That was where the question started. Yeah.
But again, we're not talking about women's spaces right now. We're talking about people being individuals to have the right to sit in a park and do whatever the hell they want, as long as they're not breaking any laws. That's the fundamental aspect. If they're not breaking any laws, the police cannot do anything, nor should the police be able to do anything. That's what freedom is in America.
Even people in blackface have a right to sit there in blackface. Absolutely.
Do you think freedom of speech shouldn't apply to anybody? I mean, hateful speech is still speech. Calling for violence is one thing, right?
I am not arguing against this idea.
Yeah,
people who are wearing blackface have a right to be in blackface. They do. They have that right. They also, other people have the right to respond with their freedom of speech.
Yes, I agree.
Absolutely.
And
100%. Yep.
And finger pointing.
Yes, I absolutely agree.
And if you see a man in a dress and he's making you uncomfortable around your kids, walk up to him and say, why do you think it's appropriate to wear a dress and pretend to be a woman because it makes me feel icky?
Okay, here's the thing. Women can't do that because men in dresses typically are narcissists.
Fair.
And narcissists.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to do that either. It puts them in danger. It puts the women in danger.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that's what you should do. I'm just saying you have a right to do that. Yeah.
But you also have the right to go somewhere else, right? You have the right to leave the
well,
area.
basically, the difference is the fact that we don't have the physicality to back up our no. Right? Because we are smaller and weaker. We don't have the physicality to be able to forcefully back up our no. We need society. We need society and the government to put those protections in for us.
Well, you need men to stand up for you. You need men to stand up for you.
Can I just say this one thing that you guys haven't really heard, I think?
Go ahead.
The fact that we are physically different than men, but we are still equally human as humans, right? Women are human, should be considered in society.
So
the fact that we have different bodies should be considered in the way society.
I agree. It should.
Progresses.
We all agree
and
on
so,
that.
And so those protections need to be there.
And who enforces those?
We don't have the defenses.
But again, you can't account for improper enforcement. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, who enforces those policies? Usually men, right? The men are the ones that are stronger, right?
It's a real problem, Steve. Because
but do you agree with that? Do you agree with that?
I don't know if you heard
but hang on.
Metropolitan Police.
But hang on, before you go. Hang on. Do you agree with that?
you
But I
keep
want to know if
interrupting me. I'm
but
really not
because
interrupting you.
But no,
I
you
was-
have
I
been.
was
But you start with
finishing.
one thing and then you go to something else. Let's finish what you
No,
started.
this is all the same thing. It's all the same idea. The Metropolitan Police in the UK made a statement, and I've heard these statements over the years a few times, like very rarely. They generally get like scrubbed as soon as they're spoken, but state that there is not enough police protection to protect the women in the UK from the numbers of men, from the like literally millions of men that are a threat to them.
Yeah, but
And
that's
so
part of their border
society
policy,
needs
isn't
to
it?
take this into account and actually consider male violence against women as an actual, like in its intensity, in its reality. And I don't think we're doing that yet. And that
well, let me
doing that would mean recognizing women as full human beings.
Let me ask you this.
Well, but we were doing that until the trans thing.
Well, let me ask you this, okay? Do you have, by the way, do you have a name you rather go by than Women's Exist, or just Women Exist?
No, it's all good.
Okay, so Women Exist. With these special safeguards and these protections, who's the ones that are going to be doing that protection? It's going to be the men, the very same people that you're saying that women need protection from. How do you reconcile that?
Okay, yes. And if we were living in a society in which men were not violent and committing
The vast majority aren't.
the vast majority of crimes, then it would be reasonable to say
They might
okay,
not
we don't
be, but
need
you
that
still would
protection.
tell.
I'm sorry?
You still tell children, if you're lost, look for a woman or a man in a uniform. You don't tell children, go find yourself, a man, any man. You specifically tell your children, if you get lost, try to find a woman, especially a mom, because we understand it's not about all men being like that. It's about the statistical threat to women.
And
honest
and
to
the only
God,
reason-
good men understand this. I'm very suspicious of any man who says, well, it's not all men, because I think that we all live in
Hang
this
on, that's not
society
fair.
and
That's
we
not
all
the point.
see
That's not
this
the point, though. But I agree
against
with
That's not fair.
I don't
It's not
care
fair
if
to
it's
put-
fair. I
to be
don't
suspicious
care.
of all men who
I
give you a
don't
little
have
bit
to
of
be
pushback.
fair.
Okay, can I just say something?
No,
I
to
heard a
this
wonderful-
specific issue, it
Right.
absolutely
But
is
I would
fair.
first off, I would never tell my kid to approach a stranger woman either. I would tell him to approach a
MaryCate?
police officer or someone they know only. Period. Look, the vast majority of teachers who sexualize
Okay.
children are female
Well,
teachers. So
that's
I'm not.
that's not
I'm
the
not. Hang on.
reality.
Wait. Let me just. I am not claiming that men are not dangerous. I am not claiming that. And I don't think it's fair to say that you're suspicious of people who say, well, it's not all men, but that's the truth. Because what you're advocating for is a law that would target all
can have
men.
that
It can't
opinion.
possibly target all men.
No,
That's
not target. No,
You're free to
protect
have
women
that opinion,
against.
and I am absolutely free to be suspicious of men who argue, oh, well, it's not all
But
men,
it's not.
because
That's a
they
fact.
clearly
So stating the
either are.
truth is not suspicious.
It doesn't
you tell
Stating the
matter
truth is not
because
suspicious.
You tell him?
statistically,
There was
the truth is men are a significant threat to women. That's the truth. And the truth is, it doesn't matter because we can't tell the difference between a man who's going to hurt us and a man
And neither
who
can
isn't.
we.
Okay,
So we are
here's the thing.
absolutely.
So here's the thing. So the
That's
the
not
argument.
our
But
problem,
here's the thing.
though.
The
That's
argument.
male-on-male violence, and
here's the
that's
thing,
not women's
Hang on.
problem to
All
solve.
violence is bad. It should be everyone's
But
problem collectively.
The argument then goes to then all
Right,
women
and
should.
men are doing the majority of it.
But the
Aren't
argument
they?
is then the argument then seems to, as from a reductionist view, would be that women need to stay away from all men if they're so threatened.
No. You're gonna punish.
Now you're
women
laughing
for
about it,
men?
but
You're
the
laughing, but that's
statistic being a majority men,
right.
and you.
If you're saying that all men, this is the one thing I never was a feminist for one of these reasons. Feminism looks through a really skewed worldview that all men, especially white heterosexual males, are the enemy. And it's a
No,
gross
not the enemy.
overgeneralization.
No.
That's not a feminist
there was a
viewpoint.
wonderful,
That's
wonderful
absolutely
It
a
really is.
mischaracterization of a feminist viewpoint.
It literally is a feminist viewpoint.
What are the odds? All right, I'd like to throw this
No, it's
thought
not.
experiment out there. What are
Something
the
that a
odds?
man said, I just want to share. I was very
All right,
impressed
women
with this
exist.
man.
Go ahead.
There's a video of this guy explaining to another guy what he understands about what when women are going through. And he was talking using the metaphor of the gun, because these guys were both gun owners. And he said, what is the number one rule? And the other guy says, you treat every gun as though it's loaded. And this guy said,
That's a gun.
absolutely.
Not
And
a human.
that's
That's a
what women
gun.
have to recognize, because
And both are sources
95%
of
of the
violence.
crime against
No,
women
a gun is not a source of
by
violence. A gun is a
men.
tool used to
They
perpetrate
have
violence.
to recognize.
This is why I'm very suspicious of you right
let me
now, just so
finish?
you know.
Okay,
Well, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be, Mary.
that-
And let me tell you why. Because
Women
No, I
have
absolutely
to treat
should be,
every
because
man as though
you
he's
think-
like
In
a
a group
gun.
Yes, I should
advocating
be.
against troons, I'm advocating against trans people.
Right.
I'm advocating against women and children being hurt in public. I'm advocating against bad men doing harmful things. For you to try, this is exactly my point. You're arguing from a place of emotion. You're
Right.
trying to characterize
No,
my
I'm arguing
character.
from
No,
a
stop,
place
stop.
of
You are trying to
statistics.
characterize my
Absolutely not.
character.
From a place
You are
of
trying to
no, I'm
characterize my
not.
character
No, I'm
because I
not.
asked
I
you
am.
to
Well, hang on.
think
Don't
about the
talk over
fact
each other.
that
Go
what
ahead,
you're
talk.
saying affects
You
all men, right?
sound very defensive, and
Mary-
again, this contributes to my suspicion of
Mary-
any man who says, "Well, it's not all men. You have no right to say that men are more violent," because that's the truth. Men
Well, and
perpetuate
he's saying
something
the truth
like
too, though.
Did you know that there's
96%
more domestic
of the
violence in lesbian
violence.
relationships?
But hang
Did you
on,
know that?
That doesn't.
but he's stating the
That is
truth too.
absolutely
That's a
Mary-
lesbian
not
relationship.
true.
Those are two
That is
two women.
absolutely not true.
Yes, it
The
is. It's
majority of
factually
violence
accurate.
against women is
And do you know how many
perpetuated
times a
by
woman has
men.
punched me in the face? Hang on, stop. Do you know how many times a woman has punched me in the face in my life because we got in an
Did
argument
I
in a
say that's
relationship?
right?
No, stop.
Did I say that's
2
right?
dozen times probably. How many times have I
Does
punched a
that
woman in the face?
negate the fact? Does that
0. So
negate?
don't act like
Does
violence
that
is only a man thing. That's
does that?
ridiculous. It
I
makes
would
no
say
sense.
95% of violence being
95%.
perpetuated by men absolutely justifies women to being suspicious of all men.
All right,
Because
MaryCate,
we
then-
Right.
don't know. How do you tell their intentions? You can't. All
We
you
should
can
hate an
do is
entire class
safeguard
of people
against
then.
them.
Be careful.
Did
Cross
I
the street.
say hate? Did I say hate? No,
Guys,
don't put words in my mouth.
95% likely to meet one random guy in the park and think that random guy is going to assault you.
So let me, Mary,
Have
how
you
many?
ever been raped?
I'm okay. I'm
No, I'm asking you a
I've
direct
been molested.
question.
I've been
Have you
molested
ever
as a
been
kid.
raped?
What difference does it make? I've been molested as a child. What difference does it make? I was still
That's
defenseless at
not
that time
what
as
I
well.
asked you.
It
Are you
doesn't
a
matter
woman
because
who's been raped?
I am not telling you that you can't advocate against male violence. I'm telling you that you
You
can't paint
are.
all men with a brush
Did
because
I
you want.
say that?
You made it
Or did
personal
I
when you
say
said you're suspicious of
statistically?
me
All
because I
right.
pointed
You
out
guys
that
have a good
most
night.
men don't mean you any harm.
Oh, hang on.
And
okay.
she left.
Well,
she left.
I
Yeah, go ahead.
apologize.
No, it's fine, thought critic. I agree with you saying you can't paint every man with the same brush. Like I can't paint every woman with the same brush.
There's some math.
Mhm.
Sorry to jump in. I think I might be able to help.
Okay, but hang on, wait. Mathematically, black people are more prone to commit a crime as well. Should we treat them differently? Should we cross the street every time a black man walks down the road?
No.
It's the same thing. They're a class of people, so are men.
May I share
Can we go by
a couple of
hand?
thoughts?
Could we
I
go
have
by
a couple
hand?
of thoughts. I don't know how to use the hand thing. Is there a button somewhere for
Yeah,
that?
the little heart.
We haven't heard from Connect at all, and I kind of want to see where they're coming from here.
Hi, I'm in Toronto. I was at the German consulate in Toronto today doing my bit. But there's something that I just thought I would like to share that might help some people understand where we're coming from. Not all men are sexual predators, but it is also the case that almost all sexual predators happen to be men who, by definition, have multiple victims. And that is why not all men are predators, but yes, all women learn how it feels to be prey. And that math difference between men and women, what women experience,
Okay,
is
what's the solution of that then?
different than
What do you recommend? Okay, for example,
people were talking about what would you change in the law. Well, I have an idea about what needs to change in the law. We need to correct an error that was made decades ago. And so what happened, quick history lesson. 1905, a woman scientist discovers the function of sex chromosomes. So by the time doctors started doing cosmetic surgery on genitals, they already knew about the Y chromosome in every cell nucleus of a male body. So when they called their new procedure a sex change operation, they were lying. Okay.
Of course, it's
But
plastic
that
surgery.
lie is
Yeah.
the foundation of gender ideology. That lie has caused so many problems. That lie was told to lawyers and judges and politicians, and those lawyers and judges and politicians decided it would be fine to just let some men falsify sex data on government records. That was a mistake.
Correct.
And that mistake is something that should be corrected. It's going to
100%.
be a hell of a fight to get that corrected, but
No, we all
the
agree.
way I
Everybody here
see it,
agrees with you on that. Yeah, we all agree on that.
yeah.
But
So
let me
that's,
let me ask you this.
yeah.
Okay, and I'm sorry Mary left because this is a struggle session. You're going to get shit. We all get it. I mean, I'm the one that gets most because I'm the centrist,
I didn't mean to
right?
make her leave. I
It's
didn't mean to
okay.
make her leave.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
No, but it's
She's
important.
a long,
It's
she's a long
important that
day.
you pushed
She's
back,
a
and
long day.
also
Let her-
it's like
yeah,
it's also
everybody
3
gets pushed
o'clock in the
back.
morning where she
Yeah.
and I are right now.
Yeah,
so
so it's she's tired, and I'm no begrudge whatsoever. Mary's amazing, and we love her. But let me connect. Who's more likely to have a false allegation for rape, a man or a woman? Because I got to tell you, I was falsely accused of sexual harassment. Everybody knows this story.
I was too.
My story is well known in the blogosphere because of what happened. Because the person who did it is a well known person on YouTube, and it came out. They lied about this. Absolutely lied. There's no question about it. Not a matter of my he said, she said. They misused the Me Too movement to help steal my channel, help steal $60,000, and falsely accuse me of sexual harassment that never happened. I won my lawsuit. I got a $130,000 judgment, which I'll never see, and I got my channel back. But that stigma, and there's still people out there thinking that somehow I was put under Violence Against Women's Act. That never happened. That somehow that I had said things to this woman that never happened. It's very few people that think that, obviously, but that stigma goes away. It goes away because who's more likely to make false allegations? A woman, correct?
False allegations. Well, the nature of the crimes that men commit are very different than the nature of the crimes that women commit.
Okay,
I mean,
but
which
who's more
crime
likely
is
to lie
worse?
about it, though? No, it's not a matter of worse. It's a matter
yeah.
of. But do I have to
So false
do I,
allegations happen.
do
We
I have
know
to be?
they're not common.
But do I have to be scared of all women because of what happened to me because of this particular one that I had nothing to do with, that I never met in real life? I never even met this person in real life.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry for what happened to you. It must have been terrible.
They even
But
literally said that I lived in
how
their
many men
state
does
that I've
that
never even
happen
been
to?
in.
If
Are
you
you
run
equating
compare the
being
number of
accused
women
not a-
who've been sexually
No,
assaulted
it's not a
to the
matter of
number of women who've been
equating.
falsely accused.
It's not a matter of equating. It's not a matter of who has it worse. It is a matter of about the ideology that you're going to condemn an entire group of people as men would be the same thing as being having the same thing as condemning the entire group of women. It's the same thing.
Being wary of is not condemning.
But you're living in a
How
fear
is it
state.
condemning men? I
You're
don't
living in a
understand
state.
what your
You're
problem
living
is.
in but women. I'm sorry. Exist.
I don't
Women exist.
understand what the problem is.
Do you think that most men are predators? Do you think that? Honestly.
No.
Okay.
But I don't know which
Okay.
ones are.
Okay,
And
that
so
you
I
find
had
out
treated
by
all of them
did you find
as
out like any other
predators
normal person would?
to be safe.
How is it any different from you finding out what's a predator than me finding out who's a predator or finding out who's going to make false allegations?
Steve,
When we find
men
out,
have 90% more upper body strength.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to what I
You-
said.
men have, it's
Okay.
not
You
irrelevant. Men
you
have
find-
the ability
you find
to
out the
choke
same
and
way
kill a
we
woman
do.
with their bare hands.
It's
All right,
irrelevant.
I have
I
been
wanna ask.
held up against the cupboards with my feet dangling by a man unable to breathe.
And you found out
I
he's a
have
predator,
been
right?
there. I could not have done that to that man.
But you found out
I
he
have
was a
no
predator,
ability-
right?
I had no ability to fight off that man.
But you found out he was a
I
predator,
am
right?
5'3".
But you found out he was a predator, right?
6'3".
Okay, there you go. Everybody finds out one way or another if somebody is somebody you should want to be around or not. We all
that's not when we want to
And
find
again,
out.
we keep
I don't
talking about
understand your
statistical
argument
likelihood.
then.
It's bad when it happens sometimes, but you're not going to, you're not just going to make the assumption based on the
Yes, we
the
are, because
chances.
other
Women
men
have to make that assumption.
I
or
No,
we
you
are
don't. Okay,
disagree.
all right.
I
And
fully
if you
disagree
want
with
to, if you want to
that.
make that assumption, I want to throw out
Go ahead.
a thought experiment to you. Women exist. You meet a random man in the woods. Random man. What percentage do you think would equate that man to sexually assault you?
What
Less
difference
than
does that
1%.
make? I'm not
Answer
going
the
to go
question.
near that random man because he's a random man.
Okay, so that means 100%. You are automatically going to assume that
That's
that
her
man is
default.
going to sexually assault you.
That's her default.
No, it's an instinct.
No.
Women
It's
have
but it's not a
instinct.
default.
It's
That's a
an
default,
But it's
right?
not. It's not a
instinct.
default. If they're going
It's
to
an
assume that any
instinct.
random man, any means 100%. Every
No,
single.
it doesn't. What it means is the following, and here's what we learned from Giselle Pollicott, is that it
Here we go.
could be any man. It could be.
Of course,
But
that's
that doesn't, but here's what that means in real life.
But
My
is it?
older brothers, my older male cousins, my father, my grandfathers, my uncles, all told all the women and girls that we had to be wary and we had to be very careful with men. And guess what? Men used to know that women
But
were going to
everyone
be
needs to be
very
weary, though.
careful, and you took time to get to know each other in groups.
Correct.
You didn't.
Right.
You didn't
That's good
go into
advice. Yeah.
situations,
Yeah, that's
and
good
you
advice.
did understand because the very first people who said to me, "All men were dogs," were my brothers and my older cousins, and they weren't joking. They said it and they meant it because they all knew men. They all knew guys.
What do they mean by that, though? They mean like all men are going to rape women or something? Because I don't think that's what they meant.
They said there were far too many that were potentially that way. Listen, my brothers were the first ones to say that they knew men that absolutely treated women like shit. They knew men who raped women.
Yeah, but they
And
were
they
also
didn't
talking
have
about
a
mostly
way.
men that would use you for sex, though. They weren't talking about exclusively rapists, right? They were talking about men who would use you,
Pump and
lie to
dump
you,
or
tell you they
something
love
on
you
uns.
just to get
Yeah,
you
pump and
into a
dump.
bed.
No,
Yeah.
no, my brothers and cousins were extremely worried for my physical safety.
To
They were
illustrate,
Well,
extremely
yes,
worried.
that too. Yes, that too.
But
So
how
what they taught us.
But how many men do they think that you're going to be around that are physically going to
You want a number? I'll tell you what they used to say to me, and I think the number is pretty accurate. It's about
All right.
1 in 9. And here's the problem. In 1978, there was the largest study done amongst college men in the United States. And it was over 2,000 college men in college at the time who were asked if you could date rape a woman and get away with it, would you do it? 33% came back and said yes.
That's
There was the
still a
You
minority.
think 33% of men would openly admit to wanting to rape a woman?
I don't even understand why. Yeah,
if
that makes
they
no
thought
sense
they
to me.
could get
And
away
it was
with
over
it.
2,000
And
Why?
my
college
life
students in college at the
experience,
time
yeah, my
who
life
were
experience
asked
would
if you
confirm
could
that.
date rape a
I
woman
used to
and
be
get
like a
away
fly
with
on
it,
the
would you
wall,
do it?
and I would
In
listen to guys
1978, yes.
talk.
There was the
still a
You think
minority.
33% of men would
the
openly
sort of
admit to
peer
wanting to
group
rape a
that
woman?
I was involved with.
And
Plenty of guys
hang
that
on.
do get away
Hang
with
on,
it.
hang
In
on.
my life experience, there were plenty of. My life experience would confirm that. Yeah, rapes did happen. I used to be like a fly on the wall. I did poll talk. It's not a large.
You think 33% of men would openly admit to wanting to rape a woman?
Plenty of guys that do get away with
on,
it.
hang
In
on.
my life experience, there were plenty. My life experience would confirm that. Yeah, I used to be like a fly on the wall. I did a poll talk. It's not a large.
You think 33% of men would openly admit to wanting to rape a woman?
Plenty of guys that do get away with it. In my life experience. Say all women know how it feels to be prey. I mean, women who don't know that have lived extremely sheltered lives. and are very rare. And when I say, all women learn how it feels to be prey, almost all of us learn this while we are still children. And yeah, boys can be molested too, and that's horrifying. But the experience that girls have is different than the experience that boys have. And women have experience that is unique to us. We are vulnerable because of our physiology and our behaviors as well. When we need single sex spaces because of statistically significant differences between men and women, not just the physiological differences, but also the behavioral differences. And the thing that really piqued me absolutely was the Swedish study that showed that men who undergo medical quote unquote transition, which means taking wrong sex hormones or castrating themselves, that demographic of men, I'm not saying they're all sexual predators, but the crime stats for that demographic is exactly the same as the crime stats for the demographic group of all men. So men who, you might want to think that men who castrate themselves would be less violent than other men. You might want to think that if they take estrogen, that they'll behave more like women behave. But the data does not support that contention. And this is why I want all men kept out of female spaces,
Yeah, but we've
no
all
matter
agreed
how
upon
they
that.
And I agree with that
identify.
point.
We
I
agreed
agree
to
with that
that.
point.
Let me go back to this because again, this goes, and then I want Josh to has a hand up. This goes back to the Moat and Bailey. Everybody keeps going back to the Bailey rather than talk about the Moat, and I don't understand why. We've all agreed about the whole men in women's spaces things. That's not even an issue any longer, right? We all agree upon this.
Well, it's still a huge issue here in Canada because
No. I mean,
these female spaces
no.
are gone, and every female space is a mixed space now in Canada. It's horrible.
I meant in the group here, right? The people that talk about these things all the time, right? I've yet to have somebody come in and actually argue that men should be in women's spaces. I've tried to. I really have.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, it's not easy to find somebody willing to go on record to say that.
Let me answer your other concerns. So you were talking about whether men in dresses should be subject to, what do we do about men walking around in dresses or whatever? Well, I think my thinking about that has changed over the years that I've been sort of studying this phenomenon. And like a lot of people years and years ago, before KJK and Magdalene Burns, I thought, well, pronouns, whatever. I didn't really understand the issues back then. But then once I understood better, it's like, okay, so pronouns, I don't want to use female pronouns for a male person because, and it's fine for adults if they want to, use pronouns for whoever. But I think that if you teach children, okay, if you teach children to apply female pronouns to a male person, then you're conditioning that child to potentially let their guard down in a situation where it may be very unsafe for them to do so.
Oh no, we all agree on that too.
And this is where MaryCate's statement about if you have a child and you're going out somewhere and there's a possibility, you're at the state fair or something, and what if your child becomes separate? You want to teach your children what to do in certain situations. And you might say to your child, well, if you get lost or whatever, you want to go to security guard, or if there's nobody like that around, find another mom with kids and ask that woman for help. And there's a reason for that. Okay. So it is less likely that mother is going to be a sexual predator who's going to be an opportunistic person who might seek out a child who looks confused or lost, right? So dangerous men exist. We have to acknowledge that. And women have to take precautions. And there's lots of precautions that we take. And I mean, men really, good men, don't get upset and they don't take it personally if a woman, they're walking on the street at night or something and a woman hears footsteps of a man behind her and she like crosses the street or whatever or goes into a shop or something to get away from that man. Good men understand, oh, geez, she feels uncomfortable. She sees me as a potential threat. And a good man will understand where she's coming from and not take it as an insult.
Okay. Let me
I
push
tend
back.
to agree with that as well.
Let me push back real quick. We all agree on that. However, when we have something like a struggle session like this or a hangout or whatever, and thought critical here is somehow being put on the same possibility of being a predator, that's uncalled for. There's no justification for that, I don't think. I think Mary was wrong on that. Because, again, I understand the natural instinct, right? If you are a single woman and you're walking to your car and you see some dude hanging out by the corner, yeah, you goddamn right, protect yourself. You should take, it'd be foolish not to, right? But to assume that all men are just predators is a hell of a way to go through life. It is a woefully untenable worldview. Even if I was a woman, I could not have that.
It is a hell of a
Okay,
way.
here's the thought. I saw something that was might help it come home to some people. Okay, so there was some guys and girls talking about dating, and the guy was saying, that he would go out on dates with just about anybody that he could get a date with, and he's saying, well, what's the worst that could happen? So I learned something or whatever about myself if he goes on a date and it doesn't turn out well. All the women around him said, yeah, what's the worst that could happen? I get raped and murdered. Okay, so the negative consequences of making a mistake about someone's character are much more serious for women.
I
than they
also
are for
agree with
men.
that. Women are more vulnerable, 100%.
Yeah, I don't think there's
And
anything to
I just
disagree
want to
on
be clear.
that.
Real quick, I want to clarify. I was not giving pushback at the idea that like I'm being painted with a broad stroke brush necessarily. I was only talking about public law and how that public law enforcement would have to take place. I do agree that women are more vulnerable, that it's scarier to be a woman in a lot of, especially at nighttime, let's say, like you said, someone behind you, you get nervous. Totally, I get that, 100%. I was only talking about how the law would apply to the actual public if we treat the law as if every man should be seen as a potential predator, because that's where we start walking down a dangerous line with the law. That's all I was suggesting.
And I absolutely agree with that, because again, when you start having legislation to where you're having police involved when there's no laws being broken, that to me is unconstitutional. It violates the very fundamental principle of America and the Constitution. And yes, women have a right to be uncomfortable, but if somebody's not breaking the law, there's no reason to involve police. I mean, there's
Again,
none.
that's why I was talking earlier about, like, it has to happen at the state and local level so that people can have the choice to, like, I would love to live in a town where public cross-dressing is, you will get a ticket for that, and that's enforced. And if somebody wants to live in a place where that is not a law, that would be great too. I would love for America to continue being that kind of place, because back in the 60s and 70s, and listen, like, I understand the implications, because then it does come down on gay men, but it's always been like that, with the fringes of society, the people who don't quite fit in, they find enclaves where they can continue doing, like, drag clubs should be legal. Like, it's a place where it has a specific function. It's theater, it's art, it's free expression. But also, I think Americans should have the right then to congregate and live in a state or a city or a town that says we're not doing public cross-dressing outside of a club.
Okay. Well, you know what? That's an interesting point. If you have a designated city where you set up at the beginning that this is going to be an area where we don't have certain things, and people want to live there, it's usually called a compound. But if people want to live there, nothing wrong with that.
Well, but it's not a compound. New York City, it used to be illegal to cross-dress in public. That used to be normal.
Right, but it also used to be illegal for women to wear pants too. So I mean, we've come a long way, right?
I know. Okay, but I'm saying, like, it doesn't have to be one or the other. Why can't it be a compromise in the middle? I feel like it gets so, like, when you get into these legal discussions, you can have both. That's what's great about America.
The reason being is because, again, the foundation for America is freedom of speech. And wearing clothes an expression of those speech, and anything that curtails it is going to be a violation of the fundamental principle of the right that the state cannot involve themselves on the suppression of free speech. That is a right. The state cannot make a law preventing you from wearing what you want to wear. Can they make indecency laws? Yes. And there might be arguments for that, right? If certain people
Right,
are wearing,
and because
well, let me finish. If
cross-dressing-
somebody's wearing something that's very sexualized, that's showing secondary sexual genitalia or something like that, or characteristics where the primary is being shown, like if they're exposing their breasts or things like that nature, then of course they can get involved with that, right? Now, obviously, there's time, place, and manner, like a woman breastfeeding. No law should ever be against that, correct? Nobody would ever advocate something like that. And I guess there have been people to advocate that law, but nobody here would ever say anything that's stupid to say we should not allow breastfeeding in public. But you know what? Some radical religious person might say that. They might find that indecent, in which case it goes back to thought and everybody else that were saying, society says, you know what? Fuck off. If you find that indecent, go somewhere else. That's the societal pushback. That's how you handle those types of things.
Yeah, and I'm not saying arrest cross-dressers on the street. I'm saying, hi, you get a $25 fine, citation. Like there's can be degrees to it, and you're acting like law enforcement.
You can't do that though, because there has to be a violation. Now you can make a city ordinance for indecent exposure, but I'm telling you, it's a very slippery slope. And every time the government gets involved in these things, it never works out well for the individual.
Right, and I agree with Caitlin as far as the state and local thing. That's very apt when it comes down to legally. But are we forgetting a certain basic rule? It's not just go to the nearest woman, go to the nearest police officer. How about people suck and you shouldn't be near strangers? Like don't even put men or women.
Yeah,
but strangers in general.
Here's the thing. I gotta tell you, my mom was a lot like that, right? My mom was in stranger danger, right? Don't take candy from strangers. White van's going to take you away. Nobody in my neighborhood had any problems ever, right? It never happened. And now, could it happen in other neighborhoods? Sure, right? But mine was a middle class, La Palma type area, Orange County. There was never any danger, right? It was to live your life paranoid is a hell of a way to go through life. And I survived. Gen X survived, right? And that doesn't mean don't have instinct. I've been in situations where I've been walking somewhere and I've thought to myself, I need to go a different direction. There's some people, there's just something that doesn't sit right. Always go with your instinct, right? But that doesn't mean you broadly brush a group of people.
I agree with that. I feel like these conversations feel so overgeneralized, or like we come up with these thought experiments that don't have enough detail. Like the man on the bench or the man in the woods. Listen, when I'm on a hike by myself in the woods, which I've been on many times, yes, when I see a man approaching, my hackles go up for a little bit. I have a small, brief moment of I'm on alert. And then once the danger passes, and I'm not meaning like literal danger, but that's what my biology is.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair response.
And if there's a man sitting on a bench and there's a million benches in the park and he picks the one closest to the kids and he's acting weird, that's different than if
I agree, but see, the argument was that they called the police on that person.
And my argument as far as the random man in the woods thing is I wanted to know what percentage it was, because I was going to relate it to, because, for example, women's existence in Canada. I actually looked up the male population in Canada as of 2023, and I was going to say, oh, really? So this percentage of people, this many men you think are going to sexually assault you, it's not a good basis, like Thought Critic was saying,
You're
to
really
base a
not
law
hearing
off
women.
of.
You're not.
Oh no! I
women.
think here's the thing. I don't like when people say that. People have listened to men. People have listened to women. I'm 54 years of age. I've listened to women all my life. So has everybody else. People are listening.
But you're not a woman. You're not.
It doesn't mean you're not a man. So what? You don't know what it's like to be a man. I don't know what it's like to be a woman, but I've never said I know what it's like to be a woman.
Know what it's like to be a man.
But you're looking at things through your view, and you're not taking into consideration anybody else's view. You're
Could I mention one thing?
Your view is what's called standpoint epistemological viewpoint.
We have to take every man.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
A potential threat.
You do. Personally, maybe.
Can I mention statistics again? Because it got brought up a lot that while it is true that not all men are sexual predators, that a large majority of sexual predators are men. I agree that statistic is relevant and it matters. But when I pointed out at that time that men are also more likely to become the victims of violent crime from men, including sexual, somebody said, well, that's from other men. That's not my problem. I found that to be a little bit weird because statistics mattered a minute ago, but then they suddenly didn't matter. I don't think it's true that men don't know how it feels to be preyed upon. I was bullied for the vast majority of my life. And I was bullied in middle school horribly. I was beaten up. I was jumped. I was jumped in an inner city street twice by groups of men. I know what it feels like to be prey. And I also get careful when a random man approaches me that I don't know. And if I'm in the woods, especially, 100%. But I do think that women are more vulnerable. Yes, 100%.
So you agree with me?
I do agree with you, yeah. But I also think that men also know what it's like to be preyed upon. I've been preyed upon. I've been terrified for my life. I've had a gun pulled on me. I've had all kinds of crazy things happen to me as well. Well, but I have 3 kids and I'm scared for their lives. I want to protect them.
But you can't, but you have a body that can more potentially fight off a male predator, and a woman doesn't.
I agree with you on that, 100%.
Impregnated and have to deal with that potential.
I also agree with that. Yes, that's a horrible potential.
We're different in body, and if we can just recognize that our bodies are different,
again,
and because of that, we have different potential.
Yeah, Mott and Bailey.
Mott and Bailey. Again, this is a Mott and Bailey fallacy that you're doing.
How is that a Mott and Bailey? I'm
Dave,
a woman. Male people.
Do you know what a Mott and Bailey fallacy is?
To me
because you're literally doing it. You're doing a Mott and Bailey fallacy. You're coming up with something we all agree on, which is defensible, and not taking to the arguments that are the more complicated, complex ones. You're deferring back to the easy one every time we go back to the complex one. That's a Mott and Bailey fallacy.
I really don't think so.
Well, I'm telling you, I literally went to school for this. Okay, this is my area. This is my area, philosophy. I went to school for contemporary rhetoric and studied philosophy when it comes to fallacies. This is a very well-known, well, actually, it's not very well-known fallacy, but it's a fallacy that a lot of people make when they're trying to do an argumentation and they don't want to address the more difficult argument, so they go back to one that's easily defensible. We all agree that women have different bodies and have different needs and are not as strong as men. We all agree upon that, but you keep bringing it up.
They need their own spaces.
Right, we all agree about that. That's the Bailey.
And so
that's
we have to be
in
wary of
women's
men.
spaces.
Yes.
All I'm saying is the extension of that is women have to be wary of men. That is not a Mott and Bailey.
What do you mean by they have to be wary? So you have to be wary of all men.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Even men we know. Absolutely.
So all
your dad, you have to be wary of your own dad. You think your dad is a predator?
Well, my dad is dead, but yes.
Well, before he passed, really? That's a hell of a way to go through life.
All 20 million people in Canada, all 20 million Canadian men are out to get women, is what I'm hearing from you right now.
Where did I say that?
You said all men. You just said it.
No, what she's saying is that as women, we have the natural impulse to be wary of men. We understand we're prey. And so upon any man entering into our space, we continue to keep our instincts very high. And we stay very alerted.
Yes, but we have to do that too, though. That's my point.
We have to pay much closer attention.
I think what she's saying is women we navigate the world very differently than men do. And I can give you a simple example, one that made my husband understand how different. I was parking at a shopping mall, a simple shopping mall. And he said, what are you doing? Because it was taking me longer and we had passed what he thought were acceptable places to park. And I said, not enough light. There won't be enough people coming out of that entrance when we leave. And he's listening to me list these things. He said, do you do this every time you go somewhere? I said, yeah, it's pretty unconscious at this point.
Yeah, but don't you agree there's a difference between being careful and being paranoid, though? Like, isn't there a difference between those two things?
But I do that because I don't want to be caught alone with someone following me or stranger.
Well, I don't either.
So
yeah, but I mean, like I own a gun not because I think I'm going to use it, but for example,
but Bridget, I owned a gun too, right? I had a concealed weapons permit. I was ex-military. You don't think if I walk into a room and I have a fire, I'm going to be looking at what exits? I also did loss prevention. I also did security. You don't think I'm looking around and I'm damn good at loss prevention as far as I know who's going to steal something, right? It's an instinct. Right? But I'm not ever going to go up to somebody just on that instinct alone, right? I'm going to say, okay, these are things that are triggering my instinct, and then be cognizant of that and look for other things that I can act upon. I have no interest, no problem with that with women doing that. But I don't assume everybody that comes into my path is going to steal or going to do something or going to be harmful to somebody. That's paranoia.
We have to start. Okay, so I run into a random man in the woods.
Right.
The entire time, say he's 100 feet away, and we're approaching one another on the same pathway. We're going to pass and go in the opposite direction. All of my senses are on alert, and I'm taking in all kinds of visual data about this person, and all these little clues are telling me clues as to whether or not is this a red flag, is this a green flag. Okay, so red flag, green flag, that's something we are automatically processing. This is not characterizing this as paranoia. I think is really unfair.
It
Well, and I
is
wasn't trying to do that, by
I
the
told
way.
you nothing about the man other than he is a man.
My fight, flight, freeze, fawn instinct that's not a social construct. That is an instinct
Biology.
that is a
But you're
mammalian. It's developed over millions of years of being a mammal, right?
But you're looking at a holistic thing, just like I'm looking at a holistic thing as far as security and loss prevention. Somebody who just comes in a store, I'm not going to look at it. I'm not going to think, sure, they all potentially could be somebody that's stealing, sure, but there's a difference because you're looking at holistically. As soon as you see a guy, sure, there's a potential, but if you see the guy just playing with his family and enjoying the park and having a picnic,
so you take in information and you come up with a best guess as to what is the level of threat.
We
Women
all do
this
that
all
though.
the time.
So do men.
So what's the problem?
So do men.
Well, right, but I think the problem is when it becomes actionable, right? Because the only reason I mentioned paranoia was not to suggest that you're paranoid. I was simply saying that, like, for example, I own a gun. I own a gun in my home, but I don't think I'm ever going to use it. I only have it just in case because I know that bad people exist. And so the reason I drew that line was because if you live your life as if you are terrified all the time, then you create a bit more of an escalation and you're only hurting yourself as far as stress is involved. And you're also being careful when you don't know somebody is different than feeling as if you have to be terrified every time you're around any men whatsoever. You know what I mean? Like, isn't there a bit of a distinction there? Am I crazy in thinking that?
No, I think you're right.
Whoever
I
suggested
do think we
that.
do need to take into context. We're right now. We have to take into context the place and time in history we are at the moment because we are living in a very low trust, high paranoia time in general. I think everybody is on edge right now. At least I've been. It's not a great time to be a Jew, and frankly, evolutionarily speaking, Jewish paranoia has really kept us thriving.
I'm Jewish.
And I'm
Jewish.
it keeps us alive.
And I'm pro-Israel, so whatever.
so I understand. Like I listen to a lot of these spaces, not this particular space, but these conversations. And it can drive you crazy. And I think that we get into these, like, we're getting into these really nitty gritty battle of the sexes kind of things. And it is so amplified by so much of the culture. And frankly, like, I think like it's kind of weird not to be paranoid right now. I'm not saying you should do it all the time. And I'm not saying all day, every day, but I'm on high alert because I live in a state where it's like, it is free for all shit. Illinois is like a jungle right now, and I live near Chicago.
I don't doubt it.
Yep.
It's scary.
Chicago, Denver,
I hate going into this
Seattle,
city. It's scary as fuck, dude.
Dude, I won't do it either. I look, I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I agree. I won't do that either.
I will not go to certain areas. And I think that is because of government. I think that the government has lost the control of the ability to see basic common sense because it's been overcome by, and I hate to say it, but woke people. Wokeism, and again, I will die on this hill. Wokeism is the death of America. And I think the transgender movement, I think the DEI initiatives, all that that piggybacks off wokeism is very destruction oriented, and it's a shame because again, women have worked very hard to get where they're at, right? Very hard to have the equal rights for men. And there's one thing about equity that people don't realize. Equity is not equality. Women do need certain equity things, just like African Americans, and I hate that term, but blacks, I just call them, they needed affirmative action one time. Why? Because of Jim Crow laws. Why? Because they were subjugated. They needed an extra step, just like women need extra protections. I'm okay with that. That is true equity. What we see is DEI, and what we see is, this force in your face. You have to have these accepting of these pronouns. You have to affirm somebody. That's not equity. That's not protection. That's assertion of narcissism is what it is more than anything else.
Yeah, removing gender identity from the law would really end
I
a lot
agree.
of stuff, and it goes with the DI. And so that's kind of what's freaky about these kinds of, because it's cool, it's fun to have these. I hate to say fun, but it provides something to have these struggle sessions. We're all getting something out of it. We're getting
me a lot of shit
and things like that. But at the same time, it's this is what the blob wants. They want us to be fighting when most of us really agree on a lot of things. I'm I don't call myself.
Yeah, a lot of us are agreeing.
This is what I try to do, though. This is what I try to do. I want to find.
I have love for everyone in this group. I have love for everyone in this group. We all agree that we need to protect the most vulnerable in society more.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. And look, but here's the thing. Let me say this real quick because I think it's important. I was raised old-fashioned. Okay, I was raised to pull out the chair for the woman. I was raised to pay for the dinner. I was raised that the throw the coat over the proverbial puddle kind of stuff, right? But then you have women say, "Oh, that's chauvinistic." I actually had, if you guys remember, the what was her name? The feminist next door. She was a pretty well-known feminist. And she had said, well, if you open a door for a woman, it's a microaggression. And so I asked her, I said, well, you have two options, right? I like logic. People know that I'm decent in basic logic. And I said, okay, you have two options here. Open a door for them or don't open the door for them. It's a binary situation. If you open the door for them, it's a microaggression. If you don't open the door for them, you're an asshole. Pick a lane here, right?
It's a lose-lose.
It's a lose-lose situation.
Several more situations like that are popping up all over.
You know what she did?
Sorry.
You know what her response was? She blocked me. I shit you not.
She was a very odd feminist who really centered men in her feminism more than she centered women.
Correct.
So she's a trans activist feminist,
Correct.
which is not really a feminist. She was very concerning.
Who said that? Because that was brilliant.
Those women's exist.
That was good. I see common ground right there. I could not agree with you more because my understanding of second and third wave feminism, especially, I stood behind. Doesn't mean I have to have the label. I'm not a feminist, right? But when the hardcore radical feminists got to the point where everything was misogynistic, even microaggressions that they say by pulling, open the car door for your date, that's when men said, we're going to go, not me particularly, but a lot of men went to the MRA, right? Men's Rights Associations or MGTOW, men going their own way because they got sick of this shit.
Yeah, she isn't a radical feminist. She's kind of the opposite. She's the third wave feminist.
The type of feminist I get along with, I don't know if you know Brittany Strawman. She's a feminist. She lived 15 minutes from me. We used to go out for coffee all the time. You know what? She never was raped with me. She never was. I've been to her house. She never was threatened by me. We got along fantastic, right? She didn't have to be paranoid of me, right? But she was a feminist. But she was the type of feminist that I agreed with. I didn't accept the label. But when we went, even when I was out with her, I still would pay for the outing. I would treat her like more than a person because I think women should be put on a pedestal. But then I got shit for that.
Yeah, so basically what we're saying through all this is the trans community has made things so confusing that nobody can do anything right.
Yeah, and that's whether we all agree on it, and that's why we have these spaces because I want to find commonalities. Yes.
This is the first time that I've ever spoken in a space on Twitter, and it's been fun.
Congratulations, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job.
First one's always is the hardest.
It's 3:30 a.m. where I am, so I'm
it is.
I know. I gotta start wrapping it up. My voice is gone.
Have a great night and
take
an
care.
awesome weekend.
Thank you.
And
make sure you follow because I have these
Okay.
on. I have these once a week. Plus, I do my NonSequitur Show, which I am live on YouTube right now, and I might live chats all over the place. Sorry, guys. I'm ignoring my live chat because they're Wow.
Thank you for letting me speak, and I'm sorry I pushed somebody out of the group. I did not intend for that.
Oh, you're fine,
Like I said,
Critic.
Mary just had a very long day. We all love Mary. Mary has done an amazing job. So nothing
Well,
wrong.
Steve said it himself. This is a struggle session. Everybody's gonna get shit.
Yeah. Speaking of getting shit, Josh, you want to say something? I do got to wrap it up
Right.
soon, so we're gonna have people kind
Good
of
night,
speak
everybody. I'm
and
gonna
trickle
head
out.
out.
I am gonna head out though, Steve.
Yeah.
You know, 3:30 in the morning.
I gotta talk to my boy Josh though.
Gotta talk to you, boy Josh. All right, have a good night,
Yeah.
everybody. And I promise
Indiana
I'm
and
one of the
Anna have
good
had their
guys.
hand up for. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Indiana and Anna have had their hands up for a super long time as well.
Awesome. We'll get to them. So Anna, go ahead, and while Josh unmutes when he figures if he's not A from K. But Anna, go ahead. Oh, Josh,
I'm still here.
Okay,
I'm still here. Let them go. Let them go.
Okay, yeah, you ain't going nowhere. Anna, go ahead. What you got?
Well, I actually this was going back to further when before Mary left. I was, thinking about what she was saying and about the, viewing men. I'm one of the people too that if I see a man and I don't know them, I will not assume that they're have the best intentions. And I think that's just part of being a woman. It's something that I don't think a man can ever really understand, is that we just have these instincts that we don't know if a man is safe. So for our protection, we have to assume that he's not.
See, but I want to give you pushback on that, because even though we don't know what it's like to be a woman, just like Thomas Nagel doesn't know what it's like to be a bat, we still can step into people's shoes and have empathy and understand the concepts behind it. Men can understand those types of concepts. I've already explained it. If I'm walking somewhere and something is out of the norm, something that just strikes me as odd, I'm aware of these things. I'm cognizant of these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can't understand what it's like. And that's why most men will not begrudge a woman for that. As somebody has said, most men are not going to take it offensively if a woman kind of goes, a little bit different way in a parking lot when they're by
It actually makes me feel
themselves.
terrible. It actually makes me feel really bad if I can tell I made a woman uncomfortable. Like I will intentionally walk back further. I will intentionally let them get ahead of me, or I will zoom ahead of them so they don't feel like I'm behind them.
I've done the same thing.
I do that all the time, and I feel terrible when it happens. But I also don't begrudge them because I get it, man. It's a crazy world.
So Anna, can you at least acknowledge that there are men that understand this? We do understand that.
I get that you understand it, but I don't think you really understand the sort of creepy feeling we get if there's a man that's near us in a dark parking lot.
Well, same thing. I was in the military. I don't think people will know what it's like to spend time in the military where you're in, a hostile war zone. You have fighter planes flying in, and you're at general quarters, and you could probably get a missile hit in any minute. Yeah, a lot of people can't.
That's okay. That's a really good analogy.
We all have our own experiences, right?
Right. And
we just try to empathize. It's all about empathy, I think.
Yeah. The other point that I was going to make, and this is back to what I wanted to agree with Mary. I really, really did. But I started thinking about it is, most gun violence is caused by people who have guns. So do we take guns away from everybody because some people might misuse them?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think she was overgeneralizing. As much as, and I do adore Mary, but I my criticism of Mary is the same thing a lot of people said. I think she overgeneralizes. But again,
we all tend to do that sometimes.
Yeah, we all look. The struggle sessions are basically people giving me shit for my views. That's what the struggle session started out to be with number one. I said I would put my views up for scrutiny because I stand by my positions. Most of my stuff is tailored toward science and philosophy. Okay, but I dived into this whole trans thing about 5 years ago when I had two people on my show that insisted basically that we referred to as they them, and I wasn't going to do it. And let me tell you, back then when you were ostracized, right?
Right.
And so I stood up for myself, and I got a lot of shit for that. But do I regret it? No. And now 5 years later, everything I've even said back then come to fruition. Hashtag Steve was right. So go ahead.
Yeah, that was really all that I was going to say. Just bringing up those 2 points that I do agree that women do have. Women, it's not unusual. In fact, I would say it's very, very common for women to look twice at any guy that you can be the nicest person in the world, but if I don't know you, you're in the potential rapist category. That's just how it is. And it's not fair to the men, but it's also not fair to women to be raped. So, you know, you have to, you kind of have to protect yourself.
But I really like that. I really like the philosophical consistency, though, because you said it's probably not fair to the men, but it is what it is. And you know what? That's super fair because there is a biological difference.
Yeah,
there is a biological difference. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and it is based on biology, because you know, and again, women tend to be the less powerful physical sense, and this is why I always thought about equality isn't about physical things. It isn't about making a homogenous society. It isn't about men and women being equal in all things. It is understanding the differences and accepting that everybody has the same rights and liberties. It isn't that men are going to be exactly equal to women. We have to celebrate the fact they're not.
Equality of opportunity versus equality of outcome. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah,
yes, absolutely.
That's exactly one of my statements. Equality of
I think that's perfect.
opportunity.
Yeah, that's a well-known statement for that very reason. Because back in the day, women weren't allowed to hold certain positions, right? They weren't given the same opportunities as men. Now they are, and they fought for that. And now you have, unfortunately, men putting on a dress and saying, "Oh, I'm now a woman. I want those positions that were carved out of the way for the women." No, it doesn't work that way.
Well, I think that, you know, beginning of my career, if the women wanted to succeed, they had to be like a man. And, you know, you saw it in fashion with the men's suits and the men's ties and all of that stuff, you know, and then it kind of had gone too far trying to be like men. And now I think it's kind of come a little bit back more to where we recognize that men and women act differently in a business. And that's a good thing. It's not something
probably
it is, but go back to the Hooters thing. You weren't here before, Anna, but Hooters has a right.
I was here for the Hooters thing.
Oh, okay.
I was just listening.
So Hooters has a right to hire who they want for their waitresses. That's based upon their model, right? Men could work as managers. Men could work as, you know, other things, right? But they don't have a right to work as a Hooters waitress. Why? Because it's very specific to that model. So
right.
So something like that, I'm all for, right? Because it has to do with specificities relating to the business that they're running, right? But as far as managers, right? Anybody could be a manager, male or female. Back in the day, it was predominantly male, right? That's what they said. Talk about the glass ceiling. That's what they're talking about, right? They're talking about majority of CEOs, CFOs, and people in decision-making positions were predominantly male. Well, that's long since changed. Matter of fact, many of them are not
that much.
Yeah.
not nearly enough.
Well,
I also think it comes down to the. I also think it's connected. No, go ahead. Sorry. I also think it's connected to the.
I'm sorry. I was going to say real quick. Most places I've worked in retail, the woman has been the CEO almost exclusively. So
okay.
I was just going to say, it also comes down to the Big Five model. You were talking about women had to be more like men. So a predictor of success in the workplace, there's really the two things that predict success in the workplace most effectively is conscientiousness, which means a willingness to work hard, and disagreeableness. And statistically speaking, women are more likely to be agreeable than men are. And so I do think that taking on certain quote unquote masculine traits probably will help you in your career from a standpoint of like, you're willing to stand up for yourself. You're willing to document your successes. You're willing to fight for your raises and your promotions. But I also agree that it shouldn't be that women should like become unilaterally exactly the same as men, and because that would be unfair because we're different, right? So I agree with both of you on that point. And I think that's a good point to bring up.
That's why there was a lot of thing for a pay discrepancy. Women weren't fighting for higher pay. They weren't arguing for more substantive contracts as men would, but women have now been more assertive in that department.
One thing that has changed recently is that employers, I don't know if it's just in my state or if this is national, but employers can no longer ask what your salary is when you're looking, what your current salary is or what your last salary was.
Yeah, and they're also not allowed to tell you that you can't talk about salary, which is great for workers.
Yeah, they'll try to, but the reality is you're allowed to by the,
Yeah, they do try to lie to you. My manager lied to me recently about it.
Yeah, you can't talk about the fuck you can't. You absolutely can. And HR knows this, by the way. I'm telling
Sorry
you.
to cut you off, Anna. I apologize. I have ADHD, so I cut everybody off. So.
I have Asperger's, so we can just kind of be in our own.
Yeah, we got something, right?
Yeah, so it's always something.
Yeah, celebrate the differences.
I think that is really my female friends and I talked about that, not being able to ask your current salaries because women, as you said, we don't negotiate. We don't come into these positions with the idea that, you know, we take any offer that's given to us. But if you start your career with that and you start at like 5,000 less than the men that asked for more, and then the next employer asks what your salary is, now you're at a lower point than the guys. So you're still going to stay at a lower point if they know what the salary is, and you're more likely to get an equal salary. I'm interviewing right now, and when I've asked what am I looking for, I always say, what is your range? And I've never had any pushback on that. What is your range?
Me either.
Yeah, we can fit in there.
Yeah.
I know
And assertiveness.
Indiana's had their hand up too that I want to make sure we get in. But before we get Indiana in here, real quick, don't you think it's really weird that was it this session or the last one? I think it was the last one. Yeah, it was the last one. With Mary earlier today, that a woman was told that the gynecologist couldn't see her because she refused to answer the question whether she was male or female. And my response on Twitter was basically, if you're a highly trained gynecologist and you can't figure out which one's male and which one's female, maybe you should find a different profession. But the gynecologist really would not see her. And I'm like, that's when we've lost all sense of reality.
I don't know. Was the staff stopping her, or was the gynecologist at the door saying, "I'm not going to see you"? Because I don't know.
Apparently, I don't know the details, but I would assume that the staff was saying the doctor's not going to see you unless you answer on the questionnaire. You know, if you're male or female.
I don't see a problem with just answering that question. Because if you're not a female, then then what are you doing in a gynecologist's office? You're just wasting her time.
Expression. Expressing as male. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know why that question would need to be asked to begin with in that situation. But if you don't answer
I think
the
it's
doctor
because it's a
can figure it out.
gynecologist, though, right?
I think the doctor can kind of figure it out. You know, maybe.
But by the time you get to the doctor, you've already gone through half your appointment because first you meet with the PA or the nurse.
Right, and I usually I big fan of PAs. But I don't know. I she just was like, why do I have to answer such a silly question? And my response is, why would you have to answer such a silly question?
Are you kind of saying like they wouldn't have to if we weren't living in such a topsy-turvy world where men thought they were women? I got it. Okay.
Correct. That's my point.
Yeah, but I don't see any problem with answering a question like that. You know,
well, and people argue why. People can say, well, I don't see any problem with calling somebody they them. You know, well, I kind of do though, right?
Yeah, I I don't use they them because it makes my Catholic grade school nun fears come back from using improper grammar. So I can't use they them unless I'm talking about something plural. It just doesn't work.
Well,
there are very limited.
There are uses for singular, like they called and left. Somebody called and they left their number, which because you're being
but it is very
generic,
specific on the grammar front. It is very specific.
Yeah.
I use he, her, or he, she. That's with a dash in between it. That's how I was trained to do it. And I will do that.
Yeah, but this is why I refer to like Buck Angel as a male, right? Because pronouns are anaphoric; they refer back to the primary clause of the individual, the noun, right? So Buck is a very passing person. I mean, most people would not recognize Buck Angel as a female. So his appearance is congruent with the pronoun.
I'm sorry, I have to cut in and disagree, but that's based on my very personal experience of being surrounded by trans-identified women, and everything about her. And I don't use preferred pronouns. I think it is really bad for the culture and for the nature of reality. And having been in the cult, like I am hardline against using. I do not.
And you were right to, and I don't think anybody should force anybody to.
I agree.
Yeah.
And I know, and this is another really contentious subject because, like, I don't think anybody in the, like, I don't think journalists should be using preferred pronouns because it's very confusing, especially in news articles. The people deserve to know the truth of who's committing a crime, especially when it ends up being a
I
sexual
agree with
crime.
that as well. But
On a
but my
personal
argument was like
level,
on a personal level. Yeah, if I
personal,
book's a friend and I'm just gonna be, because why alienate somebody like Jessica? Why alienate Jessica as a friend? I'm just gonna use whatever pronoun they want.
Listen, and I've seen Jessica's Jubilee video.
That's a good episode.
Yeah, it's a good episode, and I will say, like, I don't dislike Jessica. I'm still not gonna refer to him that way just because, like, that's my personal.
And it's not gonna bother her. That's the
and
funny
it doesn't
thing, right?
bother him.
Yeah, right, because she's not gonna force it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But I do think there's, like, again, that leads down the slippery slope of normalizing it, and it gets to be confusing.
There's an argument for that. There's absolutely an argument made for that. Yeah.
Because once you start chipping away at it because you feel bad for somebody, you're like, oh, this is my friend, and this is a fight that continues to rage in, like, and I'm not a feminist, I'm not gender critical, I'm not, like, I don't identify as anything. I'm a detransitioner, and I want to put an end to all the troon shit. But this fight continues to rage on, and it has been raging on about, like, you know, who's language policing and who's doing what and who's doing that. And it's really, I don't think there's really a good solution to it, because it always devolves into personal choice. But I do think that people with, I don't know, I think that people with large followings, like, the larger your following is, or if you are like a journalist and you're doing reporting and it's not just, you know, whatever thing that you do. I don't know. I just, I don't, there's
I think it's a personal choice, and I think that to me, by
normalizing it again, making it normal, it leads then to, because then you always meet somebody who it's like, oh, well, I use that for her, and it's
but
like,
let me give you a little pushback, and then I want Indiana to come in here because they have their hand up. But
also, I want to go to bed really quickly. I'm sorry. I was going to jump in and say I'm going to bed, and then I wanted to say something about pronouns. But thank you for having me up here, and I'm going to listen
absolutely.
to your
Thank
response.
You. I followed you, by the way. Yeah, and please come in to. Like I said, we have these sessions once a week.
Awesome.
They can get all over the place, so it is what it is. But I just want to say that the reason why I just will with certain people is because as friends, I think by making that small concession, there's bigger things and bigger steps to be made on an individual level. But I agree with you on a bigger level, like, you know, for news, yeah, you can't say somebody committed a crime and then use their preferred gender because that's ridiculous. It makes no sense, right? Because that crime statistics are crime statistics. But on a personal level, I'm going to treat Jessica as a friend because there's more to be gained by making that small concession. Because again, I got, you know, I became friends with her, and now she's, you know, a regular part of my sessions, right? Because I watched the Jubilee episode, and I was like, I want to hear what she has to say, because they kept shutting her down. That one Blossom, oh my God, I was going nuts listening to Blossom, and I'm telling you right here and now, if we got Blossom in one of these sessions, it would be brutal. It would be no holds barred, because I would have a lot of shit to say to them. So, anyways, Caitlin, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, anyways, Indiana, did you want to? I was going to go ahead and finish up.
Yeah, I was in the space earlier, Steve. Thanks.
Sure.
And as soon as I came back in, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was Mary had said about a man sitting on a park bench, and she thought maybe he looked creepy and would call the cops. I believe. Does that sound like how it went?
That's pretty much what it went.
Okay.
Yes.
The guy has every right to be there, no matter what the past the woman had or in her life. That man has the right to be there.
That was my argument. Yeah, and my
exactly.
argument.
And I think you're.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Steve.
I was just saying real quick. My pushback to her on that was, you call the cops on a man who wasn't doing anything illegal. I have an issue with that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I don't want to speak for you, but I think you agree with quite a bit of what a lot of these ladies are saying. like the men in private spaces and all that. You've
Absolutely.
agreed
Yeah,
with all of that.
Look, here's the problem with being a centrist. I do agree with most people on 90+% of the stuff. It's the extremist views I don't agree with. I don't agree with the far right. I don't agree with the far left, and I don't agree with calling police on somebody if they didn't do anything wrong. Just because they're uncomfortable.
Mark Cuban said once in an interview, and he seems to have went off the rails lately. He said if he was in a town late at night that he's not used to being in, and he's getting to his hotel room and he's walking on the sidewalk, and a group of young black kids in hoodies with their pants halfway down are on that side walking his direction, he's going to go to the other side of the street. And now on that side of the street, there's some skinhead white guys with tattoos all over their bodies. He's going to veer over back towards the other side. And it's maybe a stereotypical thing, but I think that's a natural reaction for all of us, as whether we had a past of being assaulted or whatever. I think that's a natural instinct. But as far as calling the cops, there's no reason to do that.
Exactly. If I was walking down the street and I saw a group of black guys hanging out in the corner, right? If I was uncomfortable and I called the police, that people would say that's racist, and it certainly would not be justified. What's the difference between her calling the police, some guy just sitting there? And even if the guy was there are people that take pictures of things, right, and record things. Some of them just do it to see if they can redo it. They can do it, called First Amendment auditors. Other people like to take pictures of nature. And if somebody's sitting there with a camera and they're taking pictures and photographs of a playground, the problem is in society, we have to allow it. No matter how much uncomfortable it is, we have to allow it because that is a bigger freedom than somebody being uncomfortable.
Yeah. If a guy is visiting relatives and he drives all day, he's driving 10, 12 hours, he stops at a store that's open late, and his legs are dead. He wants to get out and stretch, and he walks through the parking lot a little bit. Is a female maybe going to take a little awareness? Sure, but call the cops?
Right, that's what I can
What if a guy worked a double shift at an office building, and he walks out into the back to drink a Red Bull to, get some energy in him before he heads out for the night, and a lady walks by?
Right.
Should she be a little bit alarmed maybe, but call the cops? No.
I would be a little upset. I mean, okay, you know what? I mean, I wouldn't be upset initially. I'd be like, what's the issue? And I'm like, well, I'm just sitting here. Like I'll give you an instance. Okay. And then I know Axel wants to speak. Hi, Axel, bud. And Josh still wants to. But I'll give you an example where calling the police was a concern, right? So as people know, I conceal weapons permit. And at one time I was sitting in a mall in Washington and just sitting with a group of friends, but I had my holster in the back of the small of my back, right? And my jacket was just a little bit higher, so you can see the gun, right? You can see the holster at least, right? Wasn't intentional, right? But they had, they called the police, and the police are, kind of surround me, and they say, do you have a permit for that? I'm like, yes. And they're like, can we see it? I'm like, okay, yes, I'm going to reach and get my permit. Don't kill me, kind of thing. And then they said, you're allowed to have a firearm. You just can't have it on the mall property. So can you please put it in the car? Yeah, no problem. Right? I had no issue with that because, again, I was on mall property and they saw something that shouldn't be there. Now, had I been in a park and I had the firearm, it might have been a little different. But, of course, the problem is that if it's showing, you can't, for a concealed weapons permit, you can't let it show, right? So I can understand why somebody would call on that, right?
My understanding is if it's private property, then the property, the proprietor, the owner of the property can enforce whatever terms.
They can, yes. And I didn't give them any shit for whatsoever. I'm like, sure. I put
if you're in publicly funded space. Now, obviously, I think common sense applies, doesn't it? If you sat on a park bench and there's a load of kids around and a firearm is clearly visible, are you going to attract at least a comment?
Concealed, right? But if it's open carry and you're in an open carry state, then the police can't do anything, and then you shouldn't. There should be nothing there. But
it will attract a comment or two, probably. Yeah.
Sure. And there's nothing wrong with that. Even the First Amendment auditors expect for somebody to at least maybe say something and inquire, right? They know that's going to happen. That's normal.
Well, look, if somebody comes up to you and goes, "Hey, look, I'm sure everything's above board. I'm sure you've got a permit and everything, but I can see your firearm and this is a park. Can you conceal that better, please?"
Correct.
I don't think any reasonable person would have a problem with that.
Well, that's a very reasonable approach.
Yes.
Yeah. What I wanted to just weigh in on, Steve, ever so quickly, is this conversation. Sorry, I left because I thought you were wrapping up. So
I was, but then we got, and you can tell my voice is already shot. But I've got about 6 more minutes maybe before I'm done.
It was just, it's a very precise number, 6. So I just wanted to quickly weigh in on this notion of being wary of all men, because the majority of sexual predators are men, but not all men are sexual predators. I think it depends on the circumstances. Obviously, if you're in a place where you're in a state of undress or something like that you like a swimming bath, swim pool, beach, it's a hot day in a park or whatever, you are in an area that is more likely to attract that sort of man. So therefore, that heightened level of anxiety or alertness is probably justified. In the same way as if you're walking home at night, if you're somewhere where you're incredibly isolated and you know that there is, if you're walking down the street and some guy tries to grope you, you shout at him and you're going to have 20 other guys who are going to turn him into a gel patch in the pavement. If you're in the middle of the woods on a hike somewhere and you come across another guy on the mountain trail, there is no help for you. If that person wants you, you're done. Mm-hmm. So completely understand the anxiety. In the same way as if I'm at a cash point and I'm taking money out. I'm 6 foot tall. I teach jiu-jitsu and Tang Sudo. There's not very many people that I come across on a day-to-day that I wouldn't at least be able to make a solid attempt at defending myself.
Love jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, you're a badass, whatever.
No, well, the problem with jiu-jitsu is from the perspective of competitions and stuff, or you can put somebody much bigger than me in front of me and I'll pull their arms and legs off if they're not trained. But in a street fight, it's borderline useless, because if you were on the floor grappling with somebody, one of their mates comes and stamps on your head.
If you're getting jumped.
You need Muay Thai or something. Well, exactly. I haven't seen it yet, but I haven't seen a scene. So have you watched Am I Racist, where they feel uncomfortable with Matt Walsh just sitting there? That's the kind of vibe I get with when people try to take things to an extreme. It's like he's just sitting there. What's the safety concern? What's the safety concern?
Yeah, what's he going to do with all these cameras around and everything?
Yeah,
it's mental.
There's
no realistic scope for harm in that situation.
And so if the person really, there's 2 things that could be the case, right? The person literally feels unsafe, which means that to me is paranoid. That to me is not a healthy type of instinct. Now the other one is they're just using that as a vehicle to get attention, to try to get their way. Either way, it's not rational.
No, what I was going to say about the cash point is, like, when I'm at a cash point, I am more if a guy's walking behind me, I'm acutely aware that person is behind me.
Yes,
it depends on the stature.
We call them ATMs, but yes.
Well, yeah, ATM cash point. Hole in wall, money come out. Push button, beep bop.
You didn't have the chase glitch, did you?
No.
You know what that was?
You mean check fraud?
Check fraud. Yeah. Do you know what that was? Yeah.
Well, in the States, you can pay checks into cash points and things, ATMs, can't you?
Yes, but do you know what the Chase Pay check fraud glitch was?
With the Chase Bank.
Yeah. Did you hear about
that? I've vaguely heard about it, but I don't know the details.
I will finish your thing, and I'll tell you.
Yeah.
He can tell you.
The point that I was going to make is that, like, I had a girlfriend years ago. We were in Nottingham and we lived around the corner from, it's like the most mugged cash points in the country. It was a really shitty area. And we were walking home from the cinema one night and she wanted to take a shortcut going down this alleyway. There was no street light, no nothing. She was wearing these, like, we were planning on going out into town afterwards. She was wearing these high heel shoes, like, not, you couldn't have made her look more like a potential victim if you tried. She was, nice dress on for going clubbing and whatnot. And she wants to walk down this alleyway. And I'm like, fuck no, we're walking around. And she was like, but why? It's quicker. I'm like, yes, it is quicker, but look what you're wearing. You can't run away. It was mental. I was like, she said, yeah, but I should be able to walk down the alleyway. Yes, but the principle of you should, whilst I agree with it, I draw the line at me getting stabbed and you getting raped. So let's just go the long way. So I understand, like, caution, but there is, at what point, because a particular group is more of a risk to you, do you then start being wary of that group as a whole? Are women more at risk from men? Yes, absolutely. I don't know anybody who wouldn't agree with that statement. You're more likely to be attacked by a man, but you're also more likely to have a man coming to your aid if you need it. So it's this weird sort of assume all men are rapists, assume all men are predators, etc. It's not a particularly pleasant way to live, and it doesn't actually. It's not a. That belief, that doxastic position, doesn't line up with the ontology, with what actually is the case for just humanity in general. But I've got a wife now. I've got a daughter. Do I have conversations with them about being wary and being aware of their space? Yes, I do. And in the same way as if my daughter needed assistance, that she's 8, she'll be 9 early next year. If she needs assistance in like a changing room or something, I'll say, well, if there's another mum in the changing room, go and ask them for help. Because obviously I can't go in the women's changing room with her. I wouldn't say the same to my son. If my son, he's not old enough to go in the changing room on his own yet, and I can obviously go in the boys' changing room with him. But if he was in a changing room on his own, if he needed help, I would say, look, you just come out and get me, or you come and get me. I wouldn't tell him necessarily to go.
But you made
It's very nuanced. Yeah.
But you made a really good point, right? The people that are come to the aid of the woman are males. Are they also? Are the women going to think, oh, those males are now coming to the aid to aid the rapist?
Yeah, well, this is what I'm getting at. Like, a woman's been attacked by a man, and then a load of other men run over. Is the assumption assumption in her head, oh great, these men are coming to help, or is the assumption in her head, oh fuck, these guys are going to
That's what I would like to ask. Because if their entire worldview is that we need to somehow be, or they need to be like cognizant and paranoid of all men, why would they not have the same paranoia for the men coming to their rescue?
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of segued from why is the trans community losing support? I mean, the trans community is losing support, and I don't think it's the majority of the trans community. I think it's the edges, it's the excesses, as with every.
It is. It's the AGPs that have taken over. Like again, I do think there are actual trans people. I think they're very, very, very rare, but the problem is that what you see in society is going to be the AGPs that Mary talks about, which I find from mockery. I'm all for that. I think they should probably be mocked. They're not mentally well people, and they are just men trying to basically assert themselves in women's spaces, which I find to be detestable.
Unfortunately, a legitimate trans person is very difficult to tell apart from somebody who is just putting
not
their
that
kink
much.
on display.
No, I don't think it is that difficult.
What I mean is in terms of like at first blush. So
yeah, at first look, maybe, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
You need to be able to, because it's more to do with attitude than what they look like. You can have a legitimate trans person who, for argument's sake, just by virtue of the genetic gifts that they've been bestowed, may be incredibly passable or may not be passable at all. But that doesn't speak to whether they legitimately have a gender dysphoric condition. On the other hand, you could have a person who has AGP and they are incredibly passable just because they're lucky in terms of their aesthetic, but their attitude is that it's a sexual kink that they're living out. Unfortunately, these two groups of people are, on first blush, difficult. I agree with you. Once you've had you only need to have a 5-minute conversation or less before you can start at least getting an inkling in one direction or another.
Real quick, John, hang on. I have in my live chat somebody who asked a question. I think it's a question that deserves a response. So April had asked in my live chat, do you think mentally unwell people should be mocked? Depends. I don't think that being mentally unwell prohibits somebody from being mocked. But if you're mentally unwell and you are one of these AGP males that literally are telling women that they are biological women, yeah, I'm like, go for it. Mock the shit out of them, because
I also think there's a difference between like a legitimate mental illness and being taught into something. I think that AGP, I'd be comfortable saying it's a learned behavior, and I think that porn plays a big part in that.
It's a learned behavior because they're allowed to get away with it because society's been changing rules to capitulate to them.
But like, I don't think like somebody with schizophrenia should be mocked, right? Because that's it's totally different, right? Yeah.
No, but April is talking about trans. She's I think she's trans or was trans or I don't remember, but she's very trans rights. But there's different types of mental unwellness. And if somebody is literally trying to convince women that they are a biological woman and they are that mentally unwell and they're doing it very forcefully, then all gloves are off at that point. This is why I think comedy shows that talk about these things are funny.
It entirely depends. I mean, it again, just the question that April asked there. It's sort of a bit leading. It's sort of so you think mentally ill people should be mocked? Well, you've just created an incredibly large bucket there. Mentally ill people includes people with schizophrenia. It includes people with.
That's why I wanted to bring it up. It's an overgeneralized question, right?
A vast bucket of people. If you've got somebody, and again, like, is AGP a mental illness or is it a sexual kink? You know, because AGP could be a kink in the same way as some people like feet, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a mental illness. That's a sexual proclivity that somebody is inclined towards for whatever reason.
And I think instigation is really important too. Like if somebody has schizophrenia.
April, so one sec quickly. April, in the past, I've said, and I remember in comment, if I'm wrong here, obviously please correct me, but I'm sure in the past I've said that people with gender dysphoria, any type of dysphoria, that is a mental illness. And April, at the same time, you've said, oh, so it's offensive to say that people who are gender dysphoria, trans people, are mentally ill. So if that is the case, April, you sort of need to pick one. Are they mentally ill and should be protected at all costs, or are they not mentally ill?
Good point.
Yeah,
and we can mock
pick a lane. Yeah, I mean, there's
great point.
There's definitely a fork there. So yeah, it's a good question. We'll ask April that. Well, hang on, I'll let you know what she says. But
also,
April,
it's about the claim as well. Like,
yeah,
you can mock a claim that somebody makes regardless of their mental state.
April, in the live chat, do you think that trans people, and especially AGP, are mentally unwell? And I'll tell you what she says. Anybody have their hands up? No.
All I was going to say
Maggie,
about
one second. I invited Maggie up a few times. Maggie, you have to accept. I invited you to speak. Was anybody else that wanted to come up? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say the instigation thing is important too. Like if somebody is near me with schizophrenia, I'm not going to do anything. But if they attack me, I don't care that they have schizophrenia, or if they attack my family, well, all gloves are off, right? So like the same thing can be said about trans, in my view anyway. If a trans person walks by me, so be it. But if they approach my kids and then no, right? Like that's going to garner a response from me. So yeah,
exactly.
It's like the thing. What do you mean you punched a girl? And they go, well, yeah, of course I punched the girl. This is a hypothetical. Of course I punched the girl. But the salient fact of the matter is that she was trying to stab you.
Yeah, context matters for sure.
April says that isn't one of my arguments, but you made it an argument because you said you think mentally well people should be mocked. Well, what mentally unwell people are you referring to, April?
Well, I think the issue is that mentally unwell people can be mocked in that just because they're mentally unwell doesn't mean
Karens
they
are mentally unwell, right? I mean,
from ever being mocked. If somebody says to me, if somebody's mentally unwell and they say that we can change our biological sex from male to female and female to male, I'm going to mock them because that position is
I agree.
nuts.
Yeah, I agree.
But they could still be mentally unwell. I'm not going to mock them because they are mentally unwell. I'm going to mock them.
I'm not going to mock somebody who has ADHD or ADD.
And you're more mocking their ideas than them as a person anyway. You're speaking against what they believe. You're not saying, hey, you're not going to immediately be like, hey, you're a piece of human garbage and you shouldn't exist. You're going to say, no, that's a dumb argument, and I don't agree with your argument.
Well, again,
you don't get to make an insane statement and then hide behind a mental illness claimed or actual.
When you're listening to a comedy show and a comedian is talking about something like transgenderism or racial things, and you have somebody in the woke audience heckling because they found some joke offensive, they've missed the point of being at a comedy show. I don't know if that constitutes mental unwellness, but they're certainly deserving a mockery because they're missing the point of being at a comedy show. So I don't know what April is arguing of who these people are that she's saying is mentally unwell that shouldn't be mocked. Because again, mockery is across the board. You shouldn't mock somebody because they're mentally unwell or that they're not mentally unwell. What you should mock is the beliefs that they may have. I'm okay with that. Just because they're mentally unwell doesn't mean you can't mock a belief.
I mean, look, obviously, I've interacted with April a bit on your channel over the years, Steve, and you know, she strikes me as a I disagree with her on stuff, but she strikes me as a fairly reasonable person.
Yeah,
I don't think, you know, I mean, and I think both April and I will probably be singing from the same hymn sheet. If somebody, for example, starts mocking someone with Down syndrome exclusively because they have Down syndrome,
that's an asshole.
That's an asshole, and that person is likely to catch the back of my hand.
Yeah,
you know,
that person should be mocked. Yes,
exactly.
Yeah, of
but
course.
But if it's you can't just mocking a person because of a disability or some issue that they have is just, whilst you should be allowed to do it from the perspective of free speech, it certainly puts you in a particular moral box as far as I'm concerned, and I'm going to invoke my right of freedom of association, and I'm not going to associate with you because you're a twat. You know? But mocking a position that somebody takes, regardless of who they are, may be the correct approach. And again, if somebody's mentally ill and they have like a learning disability or something, and they say something that's wrong, would my instinct be to mock that person? No, my instinct would be
you just move on,
right? Why they're wrong.
Let me ask you this, because this came up, and then Mary's still on Twitter. So Mary, 4 minutes ago, said, quote, "You have a box of chocolates. One of them is filled with a lethal amount of arsenic. Do you eat any of them? How do you decide which ones are safe?" But isn't that what I just said before? Before you got here, John, I said well, using your worldview, you shouldn't be associating with any men. If you think all men are predators or have the potential to be predator, then you really your worldview, kind of by reductionist viewpoint, is that not to associate with any of them. Just like don't eat any of the chocolates if one of them is filled with arsenic. And I got kind of mocked for that, right? Even though there's no mockery there, my point was a salient point, because that's exactly what she's arguing here.
The analogy of a box of chocolates. There's one chocolate in a box of 20. Right, your chance of picking the lethal chocolate is 1 in 20. But let's say, for argument's sake, you're a woman and you're interviewing, so to speak, for a life partner that you're going to settle down and have kids with. Well, there's 3.5-4 billion men on the planet that you can choose from. So using the box of chocolates analogy, what, do you just become a cat lady and never have kids? Do you not pursue the things that you want in life because there's risk associated with it?
And also, I think,
because I've got news for you, everything has risk attached.
If you look at how many women generally interact with throughout the day, I'm telling you, I don't think they're raped 10,000 times a day. You know, I don't think that if they interact with 100 men, the chance, the amount of times they're raped is zero.
Well, this ties into the this nonsense that you hear about university campuses, where 1 in 5 women have been like, the claim is 1 in 5 women have been like sexually assaulted or whatever, but it was a self-reported survey, and they never actually defined what sexual assault was. So when they've tried to replicate these numbers, and they actually asked them, okay, they asked them, have you ever been sexually assaulted? And then they asked the follow-up question of what, to your mind, constitutes sexual assault? And it ranged at everything from being like aggressive.
He tried to kiss me.
all the way through to like, he tried to kiss me and I said no, and he stopped. You know, and this is, so the range, what constituted sexual assault in this context ranged all the way from a bad flirt with all the way up to an actual assault.
Right.
And at no point,
but here's the thing, because of that study, and because of things were badly worded, a lot of men don't like even taking the initiative any longer. Like, and I've had this conversation with somebody that I've kind of gotten to know for a couple of years now, and I even said, look, I'm not going to make the first move. Right? It's a discussion we've had a while back. I was like, I'm not going to make the first move. And they're like, well, why not? They're like, well, yeah, they're like, but hey, like, why not?
When you're married as well.
Yeah. But they're like, why not? And I'm like, because I'm not going through being falsely accused of shit ever again. Well, but they're like, well, if the moment's right. I'm like, no, it doesn't matter, because just like women are always thinking things, men think things too. We think, what is going to happen if we are wrong about making the first move? There's hell to be paid in society because of that now. More so than
it
ever.
Used to just be a bit of embarrassment.
Right.
Now it's potentially a legal problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Jail time,
yeah, and what's weird is when I got falsely accused of sexual harassment, it was for a person I couldn't stand. I had zero interest in. Figure that one out, and I never met in real life. Somebody, my co-host, obviously, you guys know the story. I never met her in real life.
We all know people that we wouldn't sit down and have a coffee with, but we'd happily hate fuck just because they're hot. So,
anyways,
I can't even think like that anymore with kids, and it just can't enter my purview. I can't. It just gets in the way now of everything I'm trying to do.
All right. Anyways, Josh, you got anything to wrap it up with? Because I do got to get going here. It's been a lot longer than I expected, and yeah, this was fire. I hope Mary isn't mad. I don't think she is. People know I adore her, and I think you guys had a good discussion. Believe it or not.
Thank you for letting me speak a lot. I know I spoke a lot, so I appreciate it.
No, I love that. I wish I could have got people to speak more. The problem is I can't have the over talking. And that one guy, G, whatever, it was just unbearable, man. Unbearable, because somebody starts going down a train of thought, and all of a sudden he just chimes in, and you're asking one person a question, and he's chiming in. You can't facilitate a conversation that way, you know.
I imagine I made Mary feel that way too by accident, because I got a little heated in that moment. So
yeah, it's okay. I mean, again, these are struggle spaces. He's going to happen. And look, I put myself in these positions where I'm like, hey, come in and argue with me, right? And in fact, a lot of the topics I want to discuss that are completely unrelated to trans stuff, I have even more difficulty finding people. As Josh and Axel, John, his name's John. No, I can't get people to ever come in and argue my paper that I wrote against something. They won't do it. I think I had maybe 2 people since my paper was published in 2022 actually come in and try to argue against it, and they failed miserably. And they didn't even understand what the paper was arguing. So I don't know. I need to find people that are actually better at arguing, I guess. I don't know.
Well, maybe your paper's just right, Steve.
Yeah.
Can we talk about that? Because
Yeah,
I've read your paper. I don't even know how many times.
You went out of your way to try to find fault with it. You actually went out of your way to try to find fault with it.
I did. Steve, your paper's right. Like, there's nothing.
Well, guess what? I'm writing a new
That's
one,
what
Josh.
a peer should do when they're reviewing something.
And I'm writing one with
try and find fault.
Kyle. I'm writing one with Kyle Alexander, who just wrote a monograph on the problem of evil.
What's the topic?
I don't know if I can give the name of the paper away yet.
Well, don't give just topic. You don't have to give the.
Basically, we're gonna be taking my arguments against the use of agnostic atheism and make them into a solid philosophical argument.
Well, okay, but I've read your papers, and I'm the first person that would tell you if you said something wrong.
Yeah. Well, I asked him if he wanted to co-author a paper with me because I know he's brilliant, and he's like, well, yeah, let me finish up my final exam stuff, whatever, for his he's just finished up his undergrad or his master's or whatever, but he's like, yeah, totally, and he was, he's read my stuff before too, and he's like, dude, we could totally make this happen. So that'd be thrilled, because I would actually try to get that published in in an actual peer-reviewed journal would be nice. So,
well, if you need help in that realm, I want to
have people come in and argue, Josh. That whole 6 divided by 2 quantity 1 plus 2. I had more interaction on that particular problem in the last couple of days than any other subjects I've talked to about in the last year, and I still had people telling me it was 1, and I'm like, no, It's not, and I will be happy to explain to you the math and bring in a mathematician like you to explain the math. You know. Maggie, I keep on inviting you up, and I don't know why Maggie keeps getting down the listener.
Maybe internet connections.
Yeah. And do you still have your hand up, by the way?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
I still have it up.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask you about your paper because I like to argue. So, so my mom tells me.
I could send it to you if you want.
Yeah, DM it to me, and we'll see. Been kind of busy, but I think I could probably find time for a good argument. Unfortunately, I might just agree with you, so you never know.
I would like that because I got to tell you, everybody who's read my paper, let's put it this way: everybody who understands philosophy and logic, they all agree with me, and so I don't get any real, academic pushback. But the people that say my paper's wrong, not a single one of them is able to even understand my paper where I can ask them, well, what is my paper arguing? They can never get it right. So
my background is math.
Oh, then you should be. Yeah, this should be trivial.
Yeah, you'll get it.
Yeah, you'll get it.
And a little bit of philosophy.
So
the thing is, when an argument is when your argument is A, correct, and B, very unambiguous, then when people argue against it, you either tend to get an incredibly sophisticated person that comes up with some aspect of relevant nuance that could be applied, or you get crackpots who argue, for example, that the world is flat.
Exactly.
And there's nothing in the middle.
All right, so I just sent you.
Whereas when a subject is still trying to be decided, those arguments, you get a much broader range of people arguing, and you get the crackpots, you get the hyper sophisticated, and then you get sort of like the average in the middle, where the bulk of the friction, the discussion tends to happen.
So, and I sent you my paper in the supplemental because the visual supplemental, I think, just ties it all together. But the original paper is 10 pages long. It basically uses Boolean logic, predicate logic, and a little bit of meta logic. But I actually had Dr. Demi read it, who kind of inspired my paper. And he said the logic was fine. And Josh did a review on it. Dr. William Pye did a full review on it. So
yes,
I know it's tight.
Both did. Can I straight out ask Anne what math she does? Like, what area of math do you do?
Well, I studied it. It was my second major in college, and then I worked as an actuary for a while.
Oh, actuarial sciences.
But I'm not an actuary anymore. I'm an accountant now.
Different type of math. But yeah.
That's fair. No, actually, no. Hey, lots of my colleagues went either actuarial or
I'd be bored to death. So. I couldn't do it. I took accounting up to accounting 2. I got halfway through accounting 2 and said, this is not for me.
I never thought I would be an accountant. I thought it would be the worst thing in the world and the most boring thing. Not that, being an actuary is all that exciting, but I'm just one of those geeky people that actually likes it. So it's a perfect fit.
Michael Sherlock one of these days is going to read my paper. Michael Sherlock one of these days is going to show me what's wrong with it. Because we've had that argument for like 5 years now. Good luck.
Anna, there is something wrong with you, because I do my own accounts for my own business because I won't pay an accountant because I'm capable of doing it, but I loathe it. I hate it. I honestly, it's the most dull ass boring thing in the world. And it's actually quite depressing as well, because obviously I have to work out what I owe the tax man every quarter.
Oh, I don't do taxes and I don't do personal accounting. I do corporate accounting. So you just get a little piece and you make things all balance up. And if they don't balance up, you get to yell at other people.
It's pure math.
Pure math. Pure numbers. Yeah. We're just reconciling accounts.
Also, to be fair, doing taxes in the UK, Alex, like, right?
It's painful. So I run a company that builds timber frame garden buildings, home offices. We do bespoke services, stuff like that.
But have you ever done taxes in the United States?
No, never done tax in the United States. But
okay, so I will tell you right now, because I've done both. My ex-girlfriend is from the UK, and I've done both. And
yeah,
you guys have it way easier than we do.
It depends. What tax? What area of taxation did you come into contact with? Because there's like the UK tax law. It's the when you put all of the documentation together, it's the single largest document ever written by the human species ever. It's 2 million words or something.
Nobody
long.
knows the tax code in the United States. Nobody knows.
It's designed to be not understandable by the layman on purpose.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So it's way worse over here. So the tax code in the UK. I mean, you guys, you have the various, VAT taxes and all that, like whatever. But your taxes are they're just like, okay, this is what you owe us.
Right. No, absolutely not. So here's how it works for me. So I run a limited company.
But you're doing a business then. A business?
Yeah. So personal taxes in the UK are different. So you have a self-assessment for your personal taxes, which if you work for a company, you're on what's called PAYE, which is pay as you earn. So all of your tax is deducted at your point of pay. It's similar to like FICA in the States. But when you're running a business, so I've got a limited company, so I have to pay value added tax, some of which I can claim back, which is 20% of turnover. Then I have corporation tax, which is 20% of profit. Then I have my national insurance contribution, which pays for my state pension when I retire and things like the NHS. Then I have my income tax, which is at 20% up to £20,000, 40% above £40,000, and 50% above £60,000 or £70,000. I can't remember which. Then I have dividends on any money, 9% dividend tax on anything that I take out of my company that doesn't come through paying myself a wage. So basically, because my company turns over somewhere between £400,000 and £500,000 a year. 1 second.
Does anybody else want to add anything before I go? Because
that means
so far from our discussion.
That means
this is totally.
I am bored to death with taxes and actuaries and accounting. No offense, no disrespect to Ann or John, but fuck, am I bored.
I'm going to go quickly as well, but super quick. Why is the trans community losing support? They're losing support because they're asking for stuff that I can't say yes to. You don't get to dictate your own pronouns. You don't get to tell me that sexes change. You don't get to come in the girls and the boys changing rooms. Ask me something, for the love of Christ, ask me something that I can say yes to, and stop asking me for mental
I can't get anybody in. I cannot find any trans persons to come in and argue anything, though.
What?
So we always end up arguing amongst ourselves, which is good in a way because, it shows that we're not having echo chambers. It shows that we're willing to, as much as I adore Mary, I don't have to agree with her 100%. Because here's the thing. You're never going to find two people you agree with 100%. It's not going to happen. This is why I'm happy if I agree with somebody 90%, they're an ally, right? Even probably 80%, they're an ally. Hell, even at my subject 70%, I'm going to treat them as an ally, because I get shit from everybody because I'm a centrist and I've been kicked out of, every, let's see, hey, Michael, come back up. How many atheist communities have I been kicked out on Facebook? I lost track for speaking the truth, for speaking facts, like objective facts. I was a heretic. I mean, Atheist Republic kicked me out. American Atheists kicked me out. Atheist Community of Austin, effectively, all for speaking facts. It's like, really, this is weird, So,
I lost my shit with the ACA years ago.
They're dumbasses, absolute fucking dumbasses.
That's
why I support Atheists for Liberty. That's the one organization I like.
Dillahunty blocked me.
Yeah, well, he's a, but he's the one that
Dillahunty's debate.
Did
you catch Dillahunty's debate with Jordan Peterson?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, one of my friends was actually there.
The part that drives me so crazy about watching Jordan Peterson debate with Dillahunty and Sam Harris, or I guess not Sam Harris, but the atheist, is more so that Jordan Peterson is talking about layers above the conversation, whereas Dillahunty keeps trying to pull it down
but
you still have to just tell me whether or not you think Jesus was a real person or whether or not you think this actually happened. But Jordan is talking about the meta effect of storytelling on the human subconscious, which is it's a totally different conversation, and nobody's willing to pull it down.
Here's the thing, Matt's superficial as shit. And the reason you want to know why Matt blocked me, because Matt's been a guest on my show before. Matt blocked me because I was having a conversation with somebody on Twitter, and I was explaining to him about multi-valued logics. Or many-valued logics, whatever you want to call it, is either or. But I was trying to explain to him that.
Now, this is a topic I love. Keep going. Sorry.
And Josh is a mathematician, so he likes this topic too. So I was explaining to somebody that in other types of logic, non-classical, non-sententional logic, you can have propositions that can have other than true or false values. Some types of logic have truth bullets, some have truth gaps, and some, like fuzzy logics or multi-valued logics, can have truth, false, or U for unknown. Okay? This is nothing crazy about this. This is just basic stuff. Matt comes along on the thread and he starts arguing with me, saying, no, a proposition can only be true or false. And I said, Matt, I'm explaining a different type of logic that's non-classical logic to this person. And he's just like,
it's almost like there are things that aren't there are propositions that can be made that aren't true dichotomies. Shock fucking horror.
And I was like, Matt, look, a mutual friend of ours by the name of Dr. Alex Malpass. Alex had told me one time, try to be a little more charitable toward people, especially people like Matt, who may not understand these things. I'm like, okay, I will, Alec, I will. So the tweets are still there, and I was like, look, Matt, I'm going to be a little bit charitable here. You're opining upon something you don't know what you're talking about, and you're literally interjecting on something that you don't know the subject matter, basically, right? And so he basically blocked me over that.
And the big irony of that too is like, Matt, and same with Richard Dawkins, right? They try to pull everything down to a physical place where is it true? Is it not true? Is it yes? Is it B? Or yes, no, A, B. But like the simple fact that you can even ask those questions means that you're already engaging in the metaphysics of creating a subconscious space where you are playing around with concepts in your head. And that is already getting outside the realm of physical yes, no, physical truth, false. And they just don't seem to be able to engage with that part of it, which is so strange.
They're not on that level. They're not on that level, and that's the problem. I mean, real quick,
they're still at the level.
Okay,
sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say they're still at the level where, like, they're trying to argue about the pure, the true ontology, and there are obviously logics like, does God exist? On that as a proposition that is a true dichotomy. Based on what you want to define God as, that is either a yes or a no. But the doxastic positions that people can have on those two ontological possible states are much, much, much broader.
At least three rational doxastic states.
Yes,
in general.
But what I mean is you go up a layer, and then there's more doxastic positions.
That's what my next paper is going to be on. Pretty much that. It's going to be we both Kyle and I agree that a lot of people confuse epistemology with ontology, and we're going to be pointing that out when it comes to that phrase agnostic atheist.
The thing that obviously the likes of Peterson gets, the Dawkins and definitely Dillahunty don't seem to get when they're having these discussions, is that the doxastic, the belief, we can't access the ontology. We can never build a perfect model. We can never observe anything perfectly. All we ever have is epistemology. And you can't view everything as a true dichotomy. You can't ever make the mistake of thinking that you can actually get to the ontological facts of the matter outside of anything other than some of the purest forms of logic and math.
Yeah. And the only reason you think,
when we're talking about the physical world that we live in, we can never be that certain. It is not possible.
Yeah. And the only reason you think you can be that certain is because your brain is already construing reality in the shape of a story for you to interpret in a way that's usable for your own survival. It's already engaging in that pattern.
And this is where hard solipsism comes from.
When I use the term certainty, though, I'm not using it in the Descartes sense. I use it as a subset of knowledge, and knowledge being a subset of belief. And so when I say I'm certain about something, I'm talking about like an a priori knowledge I'm certain that for all of X, X equals X. I cannot be wrong with that. And I actually had this argument with somebody the other day. We're like, well, how can you be certain of that? Well, because it cannot be any other way. And if it, by the impossibility of the contrary, it has to be true. It can only be true. Yeah, but how are you certain of that? Because of the impossibility of the contrary. That is the reason why you're certain of it. That's your justification.
Yeah, so you're arguing with a solipsist, but the problem with solipsists is even in that particular, like, even let's say you're a brain in a jar. For all of X equals X is still true. It's still right. It doesn't matter if you're a brain in a jar.
Yeah, well, as Putnam would argue, even if you're a brain in a vat, your semantic content is going to be different. So he what did he call them? What did he call it? He called it. He had a very specific term. But certain logical truths are still going to be logical truths, even if you're brain in a vat.
Yeah, absolutely. And this kind of argumentation that you end up with from these sort of people, they're just not sophisticated enough.
Well, yeah, but they're the ones that come. They're serious. I'm on Facebook, and I literally, like, this one person on Facebook. I just looked at my messages. Basically said, hey, well, yeah, your paper may be logical and stuff, but that doesn't mean that you're right or you're smart, because you don't even know what the basic definitions of words are. I'm like, do you want to see my other paper on definitions? Because I wrote one on that too. I'm like, you're going to come at me on topics that you really don't know fuck all what you're talking about. Not to portray myself as somebody who does, but I know more than just bare minimums.
I'm sick to death of arguing with people who don't understand that there are certain realms of human knowledge where the definitions are prescribed. Medicine definitions are prescribed.
Yeah, I agree
Biology
with that.
Definitions are prescribed.
But even like mathematics,
logic, philosophy, definitions are prescribed. They're defined at the outset so that everybody knows what we're talking about. We don't operate in fucking colloquialisms in these realms of human venture and discovery. We can't get anywhere if we do.
Let me ask you real quick. Like, Josh, how many people you think really, the average person, right? The average person is going to know what a limit of a sequence is, or an infinite summation. And again, not your level math. Your level math is like God mode, right? But just summations, calc level 1 or 2. How many people are actually going to understand that?
Oh God! You want me to give a percentage? Like,
slim to none.
Like,
it's very few. I mean, compared on average, right?
It's very few.
Yeah,
very few.
So you got 100 people together, and they're not going to understand the mathematics involved. Why 0.999 repeating equals 1? But I know that inside and out.
Maybe 10 of them. If you get 100 people together.
Oh, like you're way overconfident on that. I don't think it's 10. I don't think it's 10 out of 100. I think maybe 2, maybe 3.
Well, hey, I don't want to lose the bet.
At random, right? It has to be at random. Yeah.
Oh,
no, yeah, I don't.
They don't.
Go ahead.
No, and the other thing I wanted to say to you too, Steve, I was there for the whole. I was actually on Twitter back then when you had the whole Delhoney.
You saw it happen? Yeah.
I wish I would have seen that. I wish I would have seen that.
It's still there.
It's in real time.
Share it with me. Message it to me. I want to check it out.
And let's see if I can find it.
I tried to interject because I don't. Like, I'm a nobody, so, like, he's never going to talk to me. But I was like, dude, you're just wrong here. Like, what? Why don't you know that?
Well, but it comes down to exactly what Axel said, though. He's trying to pull everything down to an ontological space, which isn't really the appropriate way to understand human psychology or the human experience. It's just not enough. It's just not enough information.
Well, no, I agree with you on that, but here's what I think about the Matt Dillahunty situation. I think that he knows he's wrong, and I will go to my grave with that. I think he knows he's wrong.
I think he's wrong. He's wrong in a lot of things too. For example, like, how long did it take him to finally admit that agnostic atheism was nonsensical? And every time he admits it now, he uses my argument. So I know it was my argument that changed his mind. And the person who was at the Jordan Peterson debate was one of the people that is friends with Matt Dillahunty that helped him study for the debate. That is was a staunch supporter of mine, and that made a video on agnostic atheism, giving me a credit for it. So I know they had that discussion. I know.
No, I'm sure. I'm sure he knows he's wrong. And the other thing is, I have a friend who I was trying to backdoor myself into it because my friend knows Sam Harris, and Sam had conversations with him, and I was trying to probe him to be like,
You're trying to probe him? That's personal, man.
Yeah, I was to say,
I don't judge.
I'm probing Sam Harris. I think he's straight and married.
Talk about sexual proclivities, okay.
Oh, come on, you guys.
As long as you don't teach that probing to our kids, we're okay.
Exactly. Adults,
Right.
you're adult. Yeah.
I don't have kids.
I do have to go. I've got a dog and kids going mental. But yeah, super quick. Why trans communities losing support? You don't get to follow my daughter into the bathroom when you're a swinging dick. Don't try and trans my kids. You don't get to dictate my language. Ask me something reasonable, and I'll be reasonable with you. Ask me something mental, I might push back a little bit. That's the end of it, really. Love to speak to you again, Steve. Josh, Thought Critical. Cracking. I'll catch you all later.
I'm trying to find out.
Nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you, sir.
Thread, going back years with Matt. I'm trying to think of a key word. I just found it not too long ago. I know it's still there.
Yeah, I stopped doing Twitter a bit ago, so I could probably go back and find it, but I tried to step in. I did, Steve, because come on, man, you're a good friend of mine. You're a good guy, and
I wasn't even saying anything that was controversial. I was literally just explaining to the guy a type of logic, and Matt wanted to intervene, and he got pissed off that I told him basically stay in your lane, man. It's like,
well, it wasn't even that.
I was nice about it, but it was like, if you're going to correct me, correct it correctly. You got it basics wrong.
Well, he was just wrong.
It's wrong. Yeah,
and I'll tell you, Steve, you know this about me. If you said something to me that I thought was completely wrong, I'd call you on it.
Of course. And I would correct
it
every
time.
Or I would call you out on it. I had a PhD one time try to correct me on a math thing. And I'm telling you he was wrong. And I told him he was wrong. And he got offended by it. And he literally started smearing me a little bit, going around saying, oh, well, I corrected Steve. Blah, blah. No, you didn't. And I'll tell you what it was, Josh. It was a primary square root function. The primary square root function always returns only the primary root. This is basic. This is basic math and in programming. The primary square root function.
That's basic, yeah.
Right. But he was like, no, the square root function returns both roots. I'm like, no, dude, it doesn't. And he pulled this, well, I have a degree in astrophysics. I'm like, I don't give a shit. You're wrong. This is basic math.
I've seen other people screw that up too. Because they think, and it's if you're solving an equation,
then you can have two roots.
Then you could have two roots.
But that wasn't the problem.
But if you're asking the root of the equation, it's always a positive one because it's a function.
And I knew this. So I'm not afraid to stand up to people that even challenge me if I think I'm right. But here's the thing: I explain it with evidence, and I showed all the evidence.
I know you did. And
it reminds me of the Howard guy that went on Joe Rogan and was trying to argue that 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's way different.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to say that's way different.
I'm sure.
So,
dude,
I'm
Howard,
sure. I'll give you another example. Josh. Okay, so somebody had posted a picture of a beam, and a weightlifter was lifting up the beam, and then would move down the beam, try to lift it a little bit more, move down the beam, try to lift it more. And of course, the more you go down the beam, the harder it's going to be to lift the object, right? And they were arguing that's because the weight changed.
Isn't that a leverage thing? Isn't that more of an angle and leverage?
It's completely deal with the transfer of energy.
Yeah, it's physics.
It's physics, which I went to school for. What? I'm sorry, physics? Yeah. Even I don't remember much, but I remember some basic shit. So I wrote this. I said, weight is a force. Specifically, is a force exerted on the acceleration due to gravity. W = mg. Since the mass is not changing, and the gravitational constant, which is going to be 9.8 meters per second squared near the Earth's surface, is not changing, then the weight is not changing by quantitative analysis, which is something that I had to learn to do. Basic physics.
No. That seems obvious to me when you say it that.
So what's changing is the power transfer. Because the leverage, so it's not the weight that's changing. The weight is not changing at all. The only thing that's changing is the amount of exerted energy or work done in the system to cause displacement.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the math you would do for that is like a fulcrum type thing, right? Am I off base?
Yes, fulcrum and leverage. Yeah, but they were trying to argue with me that the weight is changing, and I'm like, no. Here's the math.
No,
W equals mg.
That's like a flat Earth or density gravity argument, where they argue that the denser an object is, the heavier it is. And I remember, like, because I had a lot of arguments with flat earthers at one point in my life, and I remember saying, like, you could just test this for yourself. You can take a loose bowl of snow and weigh it, and then pack that snow into a ball and weigh it again, and tell me if the weight goes up. Like, what? Like, what are we doing?
They were arguing with me, and they're basically saying that I was being a pedant, and I was like, well, in the general view of weight, no, we're talking about physics here, right?
Oh, the general view of weight.
No. Well, it's like, for example, in heat transfer and fluid theory, heat is thermal energy in motion. It is literally defined, and this is one time it would be prescriptively, heat is defined as energy in motion. You cannot store heat. You can store thermal energy, but you cannot store heat because heat has to be going from a flow of higher concentration to lower concentration. You have people arguing about that too with me?
Is that controlled at the electron level too, I think?
No, not sir. No, it's controlled at the level of the combined kinetic energy of whatever your atoms are or whatever. But the temperature,
I wish I knew more about
temperature is a function of a tensor equation. Basically, it's basically how much energy is in the system distributed over some area. That's temperature.
The best way to think about it, and the way you're thinking, is heat. So like you don't actually store heat in the same way that you don't store electrons. Like
Well, we also know that electrons don't flow in wires either, right?
Yeah.
I mean, whole flow. So
Correct.
all these little things that I know because I've studied this stuff, people still say I'm wrong about sometimes, and it just drives me freaking back shit.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but in a higher energy state with heat, for example, electrons do move quicker, though, right? Maybe I'm getting that confused. Am I wrong on that?
I wouldn't say the electrons move faster because
they become more excited, or whatever the state is.
Yes,
they can become excited.
Excited
is a good term,
is the right term
because that means they can jump orbitals, and when they jump orbitals, then they have to release a photon.
Yeah, and that's light, right? The photon is light. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be visible light, but it's some kind of electromagnetic radiation.
It can be.
Yeah.
Got it. Cool.
But here's the way to think. Here's the way to think of an atom. Those electrons that you learn in the s orbitals and the p orbitals and the d orbitals, all that's bullshit for the reality. The reality is these are areas of probabilities. That's all it is a mathematical space.
The probability sphere. Yeah, the probability sphere.
So where's the likelihood of, if you measured it, where would be that electron? Would it be more likely to be here or somewhere else? And when you do measure it, it's going to be from a specific point. So electrons are waves until they're measured. They have no defined position. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting about that too is no matter how far away you get from the nucleus, the probability of the electron appearing there never reaches zero. And so theoretically, you could have an electron that's 2 billion miles away.
No, I don't know about that.
Well, that's what I had heard. That's what I had heard from the quantum thing, but I could be misquoting something.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite right because the probability does taper off to where you're not going to have the possibility. Even with Pauli's exclusion principle, you're not going to have fermions with the same spin in the same orbital. So obviously there has to be a chance of not finding a.
But does it ever reach zero though? Because I thought the argument was that the chance becomes basically astronomical, but technically never zero. So I'm off base on that?
I don't think that's correct though. I can look into that. But
he's actually right. He's actually right on that.
No, I don't think if it's normalized, that doesn't make any sense. If you're looking at a Dirac equation that's normalized for electron orbital,
for the situation he's describing,
from the probability sphere, the superposition, the quantum superposition,
it will go infinite. Yes,
superposition just means you have two states that are unresolved. That's all. Right.
Correct.
But I don't.
But I thought that was directly related to the probability sphere of an electron.
What do you mean by the probability sphere of an electron? The sphere, the sphere is the orbitals of the atom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Steve, he's playing fast and loose here a bit.
Yeah, so I definitely am. Yeah,
for sure. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's quite. I kind of kind of
now
what he's getting at.
What he's saying is, if so, the electron is already like we know it's there, and so the probability of where it's at will taper off indefinitely.
He's saying there's an asymptotic behavior.
Yes.
Yeah.
Once it's already there, and I think that's what he's saying. I'm
going to assume you're right because I don't know enough to argue with you.
Okay, but also what Steve's saying is also right. There's a situation where it's not there, so like then it's zero.
I'm arguing that there are places that there are an actual zero probability of finding something in between the orbitals and even in the orbital itself. But I think he's arguing more the probability of once you have an electron, the probability of where it exists, it could be infinite from either side. But when it's measured, it's going to collapse into one specific space. But the probability of distribution is going to be infinite across that, is what I think he's talking
about. What I had heard was that the radius of where it could be technically never hits zero, no matter how far away you get. That's what I had heard.
Yeah, I think, but that's not what I interpreted it as, because there's certain positions. We know there's certain places where the electron cannot be in regards to other electrons.
Got it. Yeah, I think I was just more talking about the radius of where it could appear.
Which is basically, I mean, what's really interesting if you think about it, all an electron really is a wave perturbation in the electron field. It's a wave. It's just like a photon, only it's in the electron field, and it's a lepton. So, but it's very similar. That's all particles are.
You are right.
Waves. They're just perturbations in fields. Everything's a field,
I was going to say, isn't that kind of the theory now, where if you go to the smallest fundamental particle that could possibly exist, there's a chance that it's not a physical particle, but more some kind of aberration in space-time.
More than a chance, it isn't. Yeah, it isn't. Matter of fact, one could argue that there is no such thing as really matter. It's all condensed energy.
So it's all condensed. It's just warps in space-time to some degree, some kind of vibration.
Yeah,
that's crazy. That's so nuts to think about this stuff.
It's when you have a particle that pops into existence, what's happening is the field's excited at that particular region. That's all it is in field theory. Now the math is complicated as shit, and only Josh can understand that.
Yeah.
Math, but
I think is that string theory too that makes that.
No, string theory has to do with the particles that are inside like an electron, right? Because
but I mean, like, wasn't it an assumption?
Real quick, electron's not broken down like a proton and like neutron structure, right? Because in a proton you have 3 quarks. In a neutron you have 3 quarks, and in that you have a gluonic soup and a quark soup. But in the electron, it's supposed to be a fundamental particle that's not supposed to be broken down any further. String theory allows you to break it down even further.
Well, it's the furthest down that we have so far, but I also don't subscribe to string theory. I think string theory is bullshit.
Yeah, I'm a big
fan.
I
honestly think it's bullshit.
I've read Susskind's book, The Cosmic Landscape, and I think Susskind is absolutely genius. I think it's mathematically fine, but do I think it's ontologically correct? No.
No, I don't think it's correct, and I think it was an attempt for physicists to try to like tie together all the mathematical inconsistencies that were going on.
I thought that was kind of the point though of quantum, right? Because like the way that things behave at the quantum level do defy common sense. They defy how we would expect things to behave. And I think doesn't that kind of lead into the what's it called when you have like a projection? The projection theory, the simulation theory. Not that we are a supercomputer, but that somehow what we view and experience is some type of simulation controlled by the quantum world. Isn't that all connected
I think you're confusing simulation theory with holographic principle.
Perhaps.
Yes. Yeah. I think.
Yeah.
I think
the holographic principle basically comes from black hole theory, and it also comes from entropic theory, that the amount of information required to describe the state of a system is directly proportional to the surface area of the system. So basically, in a room where you have 4 walls, a ceiling, and a floor, all the tensor mathematics that are happening in that space could be described informationally by the surface area of the walls. So in the universe, think of it as a two-dimensional membrane that exists as a three-dimensional sphere around the Earth. Let's put us as the center. And then all around us, as far as we can see, up to 13.9 billion light years away, the Hubble volume, there's going to be a membrane. Not like an membrane theory, but just a membrane of information in qubits. And then if you were to shine, like, for example, like a light through that membrane, it would produce three-dimensional representations of stars and planets and things of that nature. So everything that exists that has three-dimensional structure in that Hubble sphere, including the center, which would be the Earth, is encoded on that two-dimensional membrane that doesn't exist, but that two-dimensional sphere, that's called holographic principle. And it has been
and is that true in your mind, or is?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's confirmed by black hole theory. Yeah.
That's absolutely. So crazy to think about. It's so crazy to think about.
You're making me dive deep on this shit, man. That would go from trans community.
Hey,
to
look,
black hole theory.
I have a large interest in quantum physics. I just don't. I've never studied it.
I didn't either.
Personally.
I didn't. I graduated from Naval Nuclear Power School, so I studied reactor engineering and atomic physics, but we didn't get much into quantum. There was no
the area the area that I feel most confident in is just psychology and philosophy. I wish I knew more hard mathematics, but I just don't know if I can handle it. I really don't, because the quantum field it gets crazy.
Josh's topology. That's his expertise.
I can teach you math and physics.
Yeah, he knows just as much. I mean, he doesn't know the specificities of a nuclear reactor, but he knows all the physics involved in all that shit. Josh knows his shit, man.
Yeah.
Now, he's not going to know like the details like, hey, Josh, do you know that the thickness of the niobium coating around a zircon oxide fuel pellet for a D2G reactor core is 8 microns? I doubt you knew that. Now, did you? I did.
I don't. Actually, funny enough, so tonight I got quizzed on my devotion to the Dodgers tonight. Because my buddy's a Yankees fan. And he's like...
He lost.
Yeah, well, he lost.
Well, you know, Steve Garvey was a customer of mine way back in the day. He used to come into my...
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve
No,
Garvey
but
was really cool.
so my friend pulled the Trump thing. He's like, we didn't lose. We're reevaluating the.
we just didn't win. We had the World Series stolen from us.
Yeah, no,
we want to recount.
He did that as a joke, but then I was like, well, no, you lost, and he's like, you're a fair weather friend. Do you even know? And he started quizzing me. He's like, do you know who the third baseman is for the Dodgers?
I don't know any of that shit. I was gonna quiz you on topology because there's a lot of topological terms that I would have no idea what the hell they are. These theorems.
Well, let's do it then.
I will another time. Too late tonight, and I'd have to go look them up because I can't pronounce half of them. You know?
Shit.
I still have a hard time remembering some of the other ones even that I even knew back in the day. Like, what was the name of the? It wasn't even on topology either. See, I don't even remember. I remember parallel transport. I do remember that. But
yeah, topology theorems are usually named really weird.
Yeah, well, the highest math that I got up to is matrix, so topology was way out of my depths, and matrix was hard.
Look, in my mind, all the terms are weird. Gluons, they all throw me for a loop. There's so many things you have to remember.
Talk about some of the weird ones. Yeah. Supersymmetry theory gets to some real strange particles.
I don't doubt it.
And, I think here's an interesting thing, and I'm really diving back when here, but if I remember correctly, is it 61 particles in SU3 theory, Josh? I think it's 61 fundamental particles using SU3 gauge theory.
Wow.
And from my understanding, we've discovered them all, but it's still incomplete.
I think it's 61. I think there's 61 we actually found, but it's incomplete because there's more. We
haven't found a graviton. A graviton is predicted. We haven't found a graviton.
Correct.
You know,
Yeah, but
it works for all the other shit.
I thought the Einstein's relativity kind of pushed against the graviton in terms of the bending of space-time with the unequal distribution of matter.
But the theory allows for it. The theory not only allows for it, the theory predicts it. That's the problem.
Yeah,
it does.
We just haven't.
Einstein's equations are not really complete in that regard. And I do think they're trying to reconcile it with what's called modified general relativity. And there's also quantum loop gravity. But I think they have a long ways to go.
Well, and I've had discussions about this too. Like, Einstein wasn't perfect. Like, there's a lot of things that like he didn't get right.
Yeah, well, he wrote the EPR problem paper that he wrote was actually to try to kind of shit over quantum mechanics.
Yeah,
you know.
But there's a lot of stuff
he got it right.
There's a lot of stuff he got right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I think Einstein's thing is he has so far his theories created the most successful predictors of anyone else, right? I think that's really the big.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
But he was not
100%.
a fan of quantum. He was not a fan of quantum mechanics. He didn't like the spooky action at a distance.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Even though that we've pretty much have ruled out local realism. I would even argue that it is ruled out. So
I honestly would really like to see what would have happened if Einstein stayed alive long enough to
can you imagine if we had Einstein, Bohr, Heisenberg, Oppenheimer,
and
Tesla, Dirac. I mean, if we imagine all of them, the Vienna Circle kind of group people. Can you imagine?
What, all contributing to modern physics? Yeah, that'd be nuts.
Oh my God, it would be totally nuts.
What is it? Ramanujan?
Oh yeah, yeah, he was way beyond his time.
That guy He walks into Oxford.
He wasn't even formally trained.
He wasn't. He walks into Oxford and was like, "Hey, I have a bunch of this math that maybe you'd like." They're like, "Oh shit!"
But he was a savant of a. I mean, he was literally what you consider to be a mathematical savant.
100%.
Yeah. And let me ask you, how many other people know who the hell he even is besides you and IJ, John?
What was the name? Say the name. Say the name again.
Ramanujan.
No, yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's you might have actually seen a Ramanujan sequence before or series. A long time ago, Numberphile did a video on it where he talked about 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 + 5 = -1/12. Remember seeing that or anything? It was actually -1/12R, where R stands for even I have a hard time pronouncing his name.
I mean,
I haven't had enough exposure to advanced mathematics, unfortunately.
But it's basically an advanced form of math called analytical continuation. And so using different ways of evaluating things, you can get different results. And there's real-world application for it, too, though, using analytical continuation. So even in orbital mechanics and quaternary theory.
As much as I hate that video, like I really do, it's strong on a lot of levels, but using that result that you get from that infinite sequence, there's a lot of physical things that happen using it.
What do you mean, physical things? I mean, I know there's some real-world applications for it.
In physics, there's a
physics,
lot of
in physics.
There's a lot of things that actually use that result.
Yeah, orbital mechanics can.
That's one of them.
Yeah.
There's another one. I think there's another. Oh, what's it in? It's in. It might be in some sort of decay. It might be like in a.
I don't know anything about it being used in decay, but it's possible. I mean, yeah.
No, I think there's another one. There's two places I've seen it.
Did you ever watch my video on Palladium halos?
Yes.
You did, okay.
I've watched all of your videos.
I know,
I've watched all your videos.
You really have. I got over 3,000 videos too. What do you think of having Dr. Gary Lachelt on talking about why the Precambrian record just obliterates the flood? Did you watch that?
I did.
Yeah, what'd you think of it?
Well, no, he's right. I mean,
of course he's right.
I mean, there's no. Well, I came into it. I will say I came in predisposed to like knowing the flood never happened. But I did. I liked his scientific approach to the.
Yeah. He's a Christian too, by the way.
Well,
yeah, believe it or not, he's a Christian, but he's not a young creationist. And he published a paper on nuclear acceleration, accelerated nuclear decay, in a peer-reviewed journal. That's actually a Christian journal, but it's peer-reviewed. And that's where he acknowledged my contributions, which was, I was absolutely thrilled. I was like, dude, you didn't have to do that, but thank you. Made me feel good.
I also saw that.
You read his paper on nuclear acceleration or nuclear? Why there's no such thing as that as accelerated nuclear decay, which is complete bullshit. Yeah.
I don't want to say I read his whole paper, but I saw that he referenced you.
Yeah. Well, so you should read his paper because Dr. Humphreys he applies the rule of logs wrong. I mean, his physics was wrong too.
Okay.
But so his physics was wrong and his math was wrong. And he's a PhD, right? But he got basic math wrong. This is what Dr. Show pointed out. And so he finally had to capitulate that because it's math, right? And the math he finally had to capitulate was just wrong. I don't think he capitulated the multi-domain modeling wrong, even though that's Gary's expertise, because Lachelle was trying to argue to him, you can't just add diffusivities together the way he was doing it, because you have a high domain region and a low domain region, and you can't just stick them together. It doesn't work that way. And he's an actual expert on that particular topic. So it required a little bit more detailed understanding than what Humphreys had on the issue. And so he wrote a paper explaining why what Humphreys did doesn't work, because that's his expertise.
I will also tell you, like, PhD doesn't mean much to me anymore, because where I did undergrad, there was a PhD there who was earth science or something of the. It was earth science or climate science, one of them. I don't remember which one. And he actually espoused that, warming isn't happening across the globe.
Global warming?
And that, no.
Well, we know that's happening. They can argue why it's not, but I don't really know anybody who says it's not happening.
Oh, no, he straight said it wasn't happening. And I was like, wait, so you're an accredited PhD in this topic? And he's like, yeah. But I'm tenured, so they can't fire me, so I can just say what I want.
Even I was like, wrong?
Well, yeah.
See, I would argue that PhDs generally have a pretty decent, obviously, understanding of the foundations of the material. Then they know one specific, very niche thing that nobody's else going to know about for the most part.
Most of them do. And all of his contemporaries disowned him. Like, they were like, no, this guy's wrong.
But you know as well as I do, I'll stand my ground against a PhD, man. I don't, look, especially if I'm objectively correct.
Well,
so are you?
Same. And when have I ever seen you not objectively correct?
1983 maybe. Well, that's because I only argue things. I mean, like this stuff is not really dealing with trans communities. There's a subjective component, right? But when I'm arguing math and physics, 90% of the time I'm generally going to have a somewhat understanding. And when I'm arguing like my logic, I'm always spot on with that because I make sure that my logic is correct.
In the time I've known you, I've never seen you be incorrect. And that isn't me. That isn't me sucking your dick or anything like that. I'm just being honest.
I check my facts pretty well. I really do try to check my facts really well. And I don't like going on air unprepared. This is why I don't get into politics that much, because politics, I'm going to get shit wrong. So you listen to my politics. I'm gonna be like, I don't know world history as well as I should. I don't know geopolitics as well as I should. So I could be wrong on that stuff, but that's not hard science, right? So my friend that I'm doing a show with called Over and Under that I did many episodes with him back in the day.
Well,
we're gonna be doing one on election day.
Are you talking about?
Yeah, Chris.
Chris
Yeah, exactly.
Hadley?
Yeah, Chris knows his shit.
Man, I love Chris. I love Chris Hadley.
Well, why do you think I adore him? Dude knows his shit, right? So when he tries to go after me for like the history stuff, I'm going to defer to him, right? Because he knows his shit, right? But I changed his mind when it came to philosophy and atheism and all that shit. Now he completely is in my camp because he knows I'm right. Because that was something that I knew about. I still haven't got Michael there yet, but I'll work on it one of these days. But yeah, I'm going to defer to him on that shit, right? So.
Well, absolutely.
And I'm not going to argue the apology with you.
Chris, you can.
I would. I'd get my ass on. Hell no. Everybody has the things that they kind of know about, right? And they've know to a degree where they've looked into it sufficiently enough that they know they're not going to get proved wrong on, right? Right?
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. And so, like when it deals like the common math stuff you see out there, like the 6 divided by 2, I know I'm not going to be proved wrong on that. 0.9 repeating equals 1. I know I'm not going to be proved wrong on that. It's just because I've just looked into it so much in depth that I know that nobody. 10 years nobody's been proving me wrong on that. So
it's been done. It's done math. Like once math is done,
exactly.
It's done. Math is done.
But they try. I mean, still, I had people telling me just on that simple division math that I didn't know what I was talking about. Then I'd go into detail about conventions and implied multiplication of a juxtaposition. And I would be explaining a solidus and slash over an obelisk and the typesetting. And I'd go into some really extensive detail on it, and they'd be like, "Well, you're still wrong." I'm like, "Shut up! I'm done. I'm done."
Yeah,
no, whatever.
Because you're not wrong.
That's what arguing with a flat earther feels like. No matter how good the argument is, they're like, "Yeah, well, okay."
Well, how do you think we started? We started by arguing against flat earthers back in the day. That was one of the big things for this channel. On the
Have I seen you in a video on YouTube arguing with flat earthers?
Oh,
maybe.
Yeah. Nathan Thompson, Jeranism. Me and Res Rhetoric. Res Rhetoric was the #1 flat Earth debunker on YouTube.
I don't want to expose myself, but I worked with a couple of the guys that debunk flat earthers a couple times here and there. It was a crazy situation.
I'm well familiar with the anti-flat earthers, yes, and the flat earthers. And
So
if there's any flat earthers left.
Full disclosure, I actually donated money recently to do what they're calling it, the final experiment.
They're not going to go out there. They're not going to go to Antarctica.
Is that what they're trying to do? Go to Antarctica?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I gave my money to MC Toon because
these names are so nostalgic at this point.
I like him. I like MC Toon. He's been on the show. I like MC Toon.
Honestly, I think he's a really good guy, and so I gave him some money because he's going out. Even if they don't, he's going to go out.
My thing is, what good does it do? What good is it? I mean, there's 2 types of flat earthers.
Yeah.
One, the really stupid ones that actually believe it. There's no hope for them because they're dumber than shit. The other ones, they know they're full of shit and they don't care. They're just trolling people.
Yeah.
So what's the point?
Steve, I agree with you. That's why I gave my money to MC Toon because he's going to go out there as a person who I respect.
I respect him too.
So I'd never give my money to a person I don't respect.
You ever try reading through Eric Dubé's 200 proofs?
You've been more than kind and supporting my endeavors, and I appreciate it a lot.
I still will.
You ever tried to read through Eric Dubé's 200 proofs?
I've read Eric's 200 proof crap. It's not. It's not even 2. It's more like 80 that just they regurgitate.
Yeah.
But they're so.
To be fair, I read 1.
Yeah, they're more like 80 that repeat a billion times.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what you should read, Josh? Read
what?
Read Hovind's science book that he put out. Whatever, I don't know what the hell the name of it. But he wrote. It's not really a book, but he wrote something with all these questions, right? That talk about why evolution's false and young Earth creationism. And so I had gone through the physics ones, and oh my god, they're so damn bad.
Sorry, I'm laughing, but Steve, you might not know this. I've read that.
Do you know what I'm talking about then? The handbook that he has.
Yes.
Yes. So
But-
you're familiar with it. It's fucking bad, man.
Do you know that he is the reason that I left the church? Maybe I didn't tell you that.
No, I
What,
don't
can't,
think you
can't
did.
hold him?
No, you got so sick of his bullshit.
So as a kid, we went to a Baptist church in rural Pennsylvania, and they played all these like Ken Hovind videos where he was just like, "You are stupid. You don't know anything." And I was like big into science as a kid, and I was like, "This doesn't seem right. Like what's here?" And he's like, "Well, here's dinosaurs, like these, like dinosaurs." And I was like, "Well, I did when I was 3." And I'm talking, I'm about like 8 years old at this point. And I was like, this guy's just full of shit. Like, I honestly, at 8 years old, I was like, none of this is right. And if my parents and family are pushing this down my throat, I don't think I like what they're doing. And I gave up. I was like, no, I'm not doing it anymore.
A lot of people left religion because they realize young creationism is wrong, and so they just feel like the rest of it has to be true. And I don't think that necessarily follows, but I understand the reasoning.
Yeah. I've also. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. I'd like to hear what
I was
you
just
have
going
to
to
say.
I've never understood the disconnect between Christians and evolution, to be honest, because I'm a Christian, and I fully accept evolution. I love science. I never did understand why there had to be an argument between the two things. I think it's really more the young Earth creationists. I know you mentioned that earlier.
It really is. But
who have
thing
the
is,
biggest issues with it.
I think that the issue comes around when you start dealing with biblical stories like Genesis, right? Adam and Eve, the fall, the need for atonement, the need for Christ to save people from that initial fall. And if evolution is true, then when the hell does Adam and Eve come into play, kind of stuff? Now there are people that try to reconcile that, right? I know that Reasons to Believe have their own view that Adam and Eve were actually real people, but they lived, hundreds of thousands of years ago. But basically, that was when God ensouled people. I think it's a stretch, obviously.
I tend to take the more Jordan Peterson-ist approach to it, where I think that the stories, in terms of how they form archetypes and wrap to the human psychological structure over an evolution of time and mimetics, I think I'm probably more in that camp, in terms of whether or not like the stories are about factual people or not. I don't think that's, in my view, a question that's even worth asking.
So what would be not to get too deep, because I gotta wrap up. But well, you know what? We'll save it for another day. I don't want to put you on the spot, anyways.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Well, I was just gonna be like, well, if they're all stories, then why be Christian if Christ never really existed? Or I mean, I believe it existed as a man, but was never divine. There was never a immaculate virgin birth, not immaculate conception, but virgin birth. That none of that actually happened. Christ, didn't die on the cross to save people from sin. If none of that was true, then being Christian is really more of a cultural name only kind of thing, which I'm okay with.
Yeah, I mean,
but
I get where you're getting at. But I also tend to take really more of the what is true route with that, because like the same thing with like Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment. He's not a real person, but the embodiment of his spirit is very real. And so for me, it comes down to, like, for example, the human brain evolved to treat meaning as inherent, but you could easily make a logical argument that meaning is just a human construct.
Didn't he say he's going to give his ticket back, and that something along the lines of that if there's no God, then everything's permissible? I I didn't read the book, but I'm familiar with it. Is it something along those lines?
Oh, well, I don't know. Are you talking about Jordan Peterson?
No, Crime and Punishment.
Oh! No, I don't remember the exact.
Or was that the Korskin brothers?
For me, Crime and Punishment was more of an exploration on whether or not you could justify a killing. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah. He killed his. Didn't he kill his grandma or something like that? And he had,
I don't think it was his grandma. I think it was a landlord.
And he was like talking about moral culpability. Yeah.
But
Steve, your quote is from Crime and Punishment.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. But
I'm fading, dude. It is 2:00 in the morning, and Russian literature is not my.
Yeah, no, fair enough. But all I was getting at was like, for me, it's like, if the human brain is only possible because of the assumption of meaning, despite the fact that you could easily make a logical argument that meaning is a human construct, then what does that say about its propagation in reality? Because if human subconscious couldn't have formed without that presupposition, then doesn't that in some way indicate evidence of that presupposition's existence in some form? And so I don't know. For me, it's a thin line between what we define as real and what's not real, because there's a lot of things that the human brain depends upon that are objectively not ontologically real, but without them, we would not exist.
I agree with that, because our brains are for survival, not for not for veridicality.
Yeah. And so it does become a very interesting discussion on what you consider real and why. And so for me, I tend to look at
questions, though. What is real?
Yeah. Of course. And so it's hard for me to it's hard for me to answer the question and say, like, well, why be Christian if you don't necessarily think that everything in the Bible physically happened? Well, but it's like, how many times have those things physically happened? They've manifested themselves numerous times, especially if we're talking about the archetypes that get covered as well. So I don't know. It's a tough question.
We'll save for the time. Michael might be able to jump in at the time. But my voice is shot. It went way over my usual 2-hour show. It's been 6 hours. It's been a long time. Nobody's going to watch this.
Yeah, go to bed. You need to go to sleep.
Anne, if you're still there, look forward to your feedback on my paper. Would be nice. And I'm going to bed, guys. So hopefully get my voice back for tomorrow.
Well, nice meeting you guys. I appreciate you letting me participate.
Likewise, you're all. But
okay, I'm here just listening. You guys were interesting, and I don't understand how you can say accounting's boring after listening to some of it.
Because accounting too. Oh my God! I don't know. I just double book entries and depreciations, and we had God.
But see, everything matches at the end. That's the whole part of it.
It is
There's
balanced.
no controversy.
I do remember owner's equity formula, but whatever. Yeah, I didn't like accounting. It wasn't for me.
Yeah, I think you have to get a little bit more advanced, because basic accounting made me think that I never wanted to be an accountant.
Be a forensic accountant. That's where the fun is.
Steve, you're gonna get pulled in again. I
gotta go. Good night, guys. See you later. Good night from the NonSequitur Show. Thank you guys for watching. I don't know when the next one's going to be, but I will be having a stream on my other channel, Steve McRae. If anybody watched it this long, go follow me over there. Go follow me on Twitter. Go follow MaryCate. Thank you, Mary, even though she got upset. I hope everything's okay. Maybe somebody can check up on her. Hope she's not mad at me. If she bad at thought, oh well. Good night.
Yeah, she might be mad at me, and if she is, it is what it is. Yeah.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Later.